and so that we can get all your support here. We'd also like to firstly encourage a big round of applause for all the real estate leaders of India who are present here. Give yourselves a mighty round of applause. Firstly, of course, for being the most visionary leaders, path breakers, and change makers of the Indian real estate who are gathered here, but also because of the fact that you all break the range eagerness to be together on a knowledge sharing platform. So we at Realty Plus would like to express that gratitude to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, now conversations like this deserve a wider stage. This conclave is thereby live streamed on the Realty Plus website, www.rvrealtyplus.com, and across all our social media platforms. On LinkedIn, you can find us at Realty Plus. On Facebook, you can find us at @RV Realty Plus, Twitter @RV Realty Plus, as well as Instagram, you can find us at RV_Realty as one word. We encourage that all of you share your thoughts, be it pictures or your wisdom on social media with this hashtag. And of course, remember to tag us in all your dialogues on social media. But before we officially begin, let's take a moment to understand the force that brings us all together, Realty Plus. Let's have a short look at the AV.
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of the Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that, by showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis, by showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen, it happens by design, by pushing the boundaries, by raising the bar. It takes days to develop a vision and nights to make it a reality. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and that every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct, and finishing what you started. For the past 20 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments. Innovating to inspire debates and discussion. Bringing forth the perspectives of the industry leaders. Honoring hard work and achievements. Keep the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
So, well, that was a brief glimpse into Realty class, what we do and what our latest initiative. 22nd year, and I think the team of deserves a big and a mighty round of applause for being the pioneers in this industry and, of course, guiding the way forward on what is happening here. And of course, to know us better, beginning of today's proceeding with the inaugural lighting of the lamp, accompanied by the Ganesh mantra. To do the honors, we have moved to invite on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Editor-in-Chief and Chairman, Exchange for Media Group and BW's World Media Group, along with Chaitanya Seth, Partner Consulting, Ernst & Young LLP, Akhil Saraf, Founder and CEO of Realty, Bhavik Bhandari, CSMO of Ashwin Sheth Group, Vinaya Thakkar, co-founder Cell.do, Sagar Patel, co-founder MHXP, Princey Goyal, co-founder and CEO of Vibrant, Tripti Kedia, publisher in Business Tech Realty Plus, along with Sapna Srivastava, editor Realty Plus. Can we have a mighty round of applause for all our dignitaries for joining us for the lamp lighting? Dr. Anurag Batra, Chaitanya Seth, Akhil Saraf, Bhavik Bhandari, Vinaya Thakkar, Sagar Patel, Princey Goyal, Tripti Kedia, and Sapna Srivastava. We request all of our dignitaries to please join us in the center of the stage, allow us an opportunity to have you all in one frame, and of course, do us the honor of the lamp lighting now accompanied with the Ganesh mantra.
Vakratunda Mahaka Surya Koti Samaprabha Nirvighna Kurume Sarvakaryeshu Sarvam Vakratunda Mahaka Surya Koti Samaprabha Nirvighna Kurume Sarvakaryeshu Sarvam.
We request all our dignitaries to come together. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big and a mighty round of applause for inaugurating the 17th edition of the Realty Plus Conclave and Excellence Awards 2025 West. Thank you so much to our dignitaries for joining us once again. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, it's truly an honor as we move ahead with the day's session. We would also like to take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to all our partners, supporters, and well-wishers who helped us bring this gathering to life. Allow me a moment to recognize each and every one of them. As you can see, we have quite a few. So, powered by partner, Alpha Corp Development Limited, strategic partners, Analog, Mahindra Life Spaces, and True Realty. Associate partner, Raymond Realty, JP Infra Realty Private Limited, Meghna Realty, Mindspace Business Parks REIT, Ashwin Sheth Group, Aris Infra Solutions Limited, Annex Advisory Services Private Limited, and Naisha Realty. Our technology partners, Cell.do, Vibrate, ArtVI, and MHXP. Co-partners, Lysis Finance Services Co. Limited, BTP Realty, and Arcade Developers Limited. PropTech partners, Absolute CX and Revolve. Warehousing partners, NDR Inwit Managers Private Limited. Luxury automobile partner, Navneet Motors. Industry partner, Naretco Mahi. Legal partner, Khaitan and Company. Creative partner, ABC Brand Advisory, the real estate advertising specialist. Business media partner, BW Business World. Online media partner, exchangeformedia.com, organized by Realty Plus. Well, I've taken a couple of seconds to thank all our partners, and I would encourage all of you to join me in applauding each and every one out here. We've got over 20 plus partners in making the 17th edition so very magnanimous and successful. Well, we couldn't have done without each and every one of you. Now it's indeed my honor to call upon a media mogul, entrepreneur, journalist, and optimist. He's somebody who's redefined the media and business landscape in India. After acquiring the iconic magazine brand Business World, he's somebody who expanded BW Business World Media World Group into digital events and BW communities. Ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed an honor to call upon the editor-in-chief and chairman, Exchange for Media Group and BW Business World Media Group, Dr. Anurag Batra, for his welcome address.
It's my morning, good morning, my honor and privilege to be at the Realty Plus Conclave, this is Realty Plus Conclave and Realty West Award. I met some of you, you are really experts on real estate. I'm not an expert on real estate, but having been part of Realty Plus for 21 plus years, having started my career in it, a little bit about. But I can, I had a presentation which I'm not using, I use bots. But I just want to say that, we have apartments that are going upwards of 100 crores but is quality of life getting better? I keep telling myself I love, we're blessed to be in India and from our culture, food, people, the opportunities, growth. I mean, everything is just, it couldn't have been better. But is the quality, every year there are rains in Bombay and Delhi, and we have the same mayhem. We haven't been able to figure out the country that is in the top four. We haven't been able to figure out the solution. We go through the pain away. We are very influential people in
where we're talking of sponge roads. In China there are sponge roads. So if it water, if there's too much of rain, there are building materials which are able to absorb the water. I'm sure that will happen. I live in South Delhi, and when the rains in South Delhi are there, you cannot step out of it. Doesn't matter how good the locality is. Doesn't matter. Even in Gurgaon, there is the DLF ultra premium, ultra luxury development, and it's selling at $10 million apartment of $9 or $8 million. Doesn't matter, you can't get into it. So what is the point? Right? So I think if you all we had to get together as a Realty Plus, if we had to really make an impact, this is something we should be become an we should be able to take this up and really hammer, maybe somebody listen that does something. I'm sure the government is thinking about it. There's a new government in Delhi which is aligned with the sector. There is a tiny chief minister in Maharashtra. I'm sure they're thinking about this and they would want to solve it. The fact it hasn't been solved till now. So that's the only thing. If all of us get together and make some noise and we are persistent about it, like we are in our projects, we are in our businesses, I'm sure it'll help all of us. So all the best. In the evening, we see you at the awards, and I'm here mostly, I sat with Sapna and Tripti on Monday and shared with them my vision of Realty Plus, and I'll take a minute just to articulate. We've been around. On 27th August, we'll complete 21 years. We start the 22nd year. On 28th August, Realty Plus also shares his birthday with my daughter. She will also be 21 that day. She's 26. My daughter was born this morning at 7:45 a.m. and 10:30 was the launch. And the launch was at Meridian, and Mrs. Sheila Dixit launched it. My wife still tells me that, oh, you went away towards that. So it's life. And then when it also happens, I share my birthday with my daughter. It also happens to be my birthday. So it was an important day. We are looking to reinvent Realty Plus, make it a product which the buyers of real estate can build a B2B product which is first build more video, which is so we are consuming stuff on video, build more online, build utility tools around to make it Realty Plus Plus Plus. So to say, so I won't give you the whole vision, but over the next 12 to 18 months, we revamp the product totally. They haven't kind of reinvented the product. The product is running for like 15 years is like this, at least if not 20. So the fact is there is consistency. So there's a fantastic team who does this consistently. 12 Indian cities, we're doing Dubai finally this year again. We did it with a partner 2 years back, but we'll do it alone, maybe alone. But only reason is we're happy to partner. We'll do Goa this year. This will be the third year of Hyderabad. We'll launch other cities because real estate in tier 2 and tier 3 is really growing. Every segment, sub-segment of whether it's commercial. I met Princey. She's aggregating, she's building an ERP for commercial real estate. She's a end-to-end, I talked to this. I was in Bangalore last week and I met the MyGate guys, right? How they've been able to build a product which has got synonymous with access to, gated communities, high rises. So similarly, there is so much opportunity, but we also have to focus on basics. And I hope that this community is able to not forget putting a little more pressure on the government to be able to improve the quality of life in our cities. That's what I want to say. I want to express my gratitude, and I'll see you during the day with you all. I look forward to speaking to some of you and learning something about them. And mostly, what only three kinds of reels on Instagram. Once you watch them, they push. One is I'm interested in real estate. Second, I'm a lot interested in astrology and religion. And third is not today, even I'm interested in books. So I get a lot of real estate reels. I watch some of them, so I get really tons of them quick. I think we have to be able to go to credible sources. And in India, people will buy real estate somehow from Bangalore. Because everything is shipped on. Today, people are buying furniture out, growing as a category. So, House of Abhinandan Lodha put one of the property on Zepto, right? It's a good buzzy thing, but eventually somebody wants to visit it. I don't know how much transactions will happen, but clearly, search online, purchase offline. So, clearly the leads will come from that. So, I think physical touch will remain very important, will be more important. Last 3 months, I'm trying to find an apartment, and my wife is in proper price. I try to look, nothing matters going in, spending time with the developer or the representative. So
the more AI grows, the value of human touch in every business. Because in a couple of weeks, months, what is fake and deep fake video and what is real, you want to meet the person. Is this real? You know, it sounds like very simple, and singularity was supposed to happen 2034, I think, happen much earlier, maybe a year or two, and that has its own connotation. It has some connotation to realism. But wish you luck what you're building, and look forward to being part of the growth of this sector, both in terms of employment and in terms of value creation. There was the IPO of a person I know here, the Lotus developer, suddenly built a $1 billion market cap, right, 75 times. India will produce more real estate than anywhere. If you look at China, most billionaires in China have got property, right? In India also that will happen also. The other reason, we have the sustainability forum of Realty Plus called Harit Bharat. The carbon credit is taking land and planting trees and getting carbon credit, selling it overseas is itself becoming bigger. The balance sheet is very large. I'm not even talking of large, very large. Let your imagination widen. Okay. So these are things that will impact real estate, but I wish you good quality of life. That's good. Thank you.
Well, a bigger and mighty round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Dr. Anurag Batra. Thank you so much for that magnanimous thinking and his brilliance of mind, of course, always helping us in refocusing what the team needs to do and what the core issues the real estate industry needs to get on. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to move ahead to the first discussion of today. Let me call upon the speaker for our exclusive conversation on Vision 2035. How will technology define India's real estate? Whilst the team is setting the stage for getting our speakers on, allow me an opportunity to talk a little bit about our speakers and then call them upon. The first one, of course, the session chair. We have the partner and consulting leader in real estate, EY Parthenon, Mr. Chaitanya Seth, who will be joining us. Chaitanya carries over 20 plus years of experience and has advised over 40 plus developers, with the largest developer to a startup one. His focus has been on advising and enabling developers on growth agenda, sales velocity, customer expectations, cost reduction, productivity improvements, and digital transformation. Joining him would be our speakers, starting with Abdul Salam, who's the founder and CEO of Realty, the digital loyalty solutions platform, which focuses solely on the Indian real estate industry. With the company remaining steadfastly bootstrapped for 6 years, Abdul has conceptualized methods to increase sales and reduce costs through loyalty programs being deployed in the real estate companies. We also have Bhavik Bhandari, CSMO of Ashwin Shades Group. Well, Bhavik brings over 2 decades of experience leading transformative initiatives in sales, marketing, CRM, and business strategy, and with a core focus on real estate for the last 18 plus years. He's held and led large cross-functional teams. We also have Princy Goyal, the co-founder and CEO of Vibrant, leading the work tech company that has developed a new age tech stack for the real estate company to increase their efficiency and accommodate modern use cases such as hybrid work. We also have Sagar Patel, co-founder of NHXC. Sagar leads the new age mixed realty technology startup solving real estate visualizations and interactions via voice commanding. Working with big brands like Signature Global, Godrej Properties, DLF, amongst others, this company under his leadership has delivered ultimate property showcase experience. We also have Vinayak Patel, founder and CTO of Selt.do. Vinayak has over a decade of experience in building all our speakers on stage. We request you to be seated as per the creative, which will help all the audience members to identify you well. Starting with our session chair, let's call upon Chetan. Let's give him a big round of applause. Joining him, Atul Saraf, founder and CEO of Realty. Thank you, Atul, for joining us today. Come on, we can be much more better with our applause, ladies and gentlemen. Bhavik Bhandari, CSMO, Associate Group, and the CEO of Vibrant. Let's give Princey a warm round of applause. Sagar Patel, co-founder MHXP. Sagar, thank you so much for joining us today. Let's give Sagar a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And Vinayak Katkar, co-founder and CTO of Self-Talk 2. Hello. Thank you so much, firstly, to all our panelists for joining us. And of course, I'd like to leave it in the able hands of Chaitanya to take it forward with this conversation. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Absolutely excited to be here. The way the rains are hitting Mumbai city, the same way I see technology hitting on the face of the entire industry. Nothing more relevant topic can be how we see the next decade, 2035, and how tech will help shape, maybe reshape, maybe reimagine the entire industry. I'll set a brief context and then we'll start with the discussion. Last few years and accelerated that business as well. So help me understand in terms of how you see where we stand as a baseline today. What the shift you have seen and what do you think is working well?
So we've been doing this for like 8 years now, right? So we saw pre-COVID, we saw post-COVID wave of technology adoption. And it's been a very interesting journey because real estate has been a laggard in adopting technology, right? It's rightfully so. And I'll tell you why it's rightful. Real estate is a very high stakes business. It's not that any single interaction that goes wrong can create a lot of ramifications for the developer, right? So, say, think of an AI bot. An AI bot says something incorrect to a customer, right? There are companies that have gotten sued in the US for that very reason, right? So a developer can't afford to do that under the radar ambit of things, right? So it is something that developers need to approach with caution. We ourselves have seen a lot of different waves of technology adoption in between 2017 to now as data driven and we start specializing more and more. It's only now that developers can adopt SaaS I started, people didn't have structured data. They didn't have their entire customer list on an Excel properly, right? Like, and that was sort of the kind of problems that we started dealing with, right? And it kept evolving. And today we are at a place where largely the data is organized. So the industry is far better positioned today than what they were like 5 years ago, also like pre-COVID. But there is a long way to go, right? For us to be on the forefront of technology, we need to build our own Android, right? And that's sort of where we also come in, right? Like we are building the operating system of real estate because we believe that this requires a complete reinvention of what a living solution is. A customer is buying from a builder, not just a house, but a complete lifestyle. And how does everything connect for me in a single place is the key to real estate development.
Perfect. I think you rightly said in terms of it's not buying a home, but it's entire lifestyle, and that's what you kind of do that. Bhavik, coming to you, the only developer in the panel, and I think it's a good mix for me to see the PropTech and developer community. Don't ask me difficult questions. All right. Questions are never difficult for you. So Bhavik, I think you have been leading the entire sales marketing agenda for years now. And you have also been adopting technology. So give us a view from a developer perspective. In the current times, in the especially the last maybe couple of years and now, what technologies have been useful for you and what is the hard benefit which it has delivered for you?
Good evening, morning to everyone. Interesting question. Chandra, see, if I have to look from a strategy, a little more macro view, pre-COVID, post-COVID has been the era that is understood by a lot of business guys and all. Pre-COVID, the developer mentality was very clear. Site पे बंदा आएगा तो एक sale होगा. I'm talking to you grassroots conversations, right? During COVID, the companies were forced, challenged to come up with innovation in tech because you are not able to interact, you're not able to go to that place, and that's where technology changed the whole game. Today, there are asset classes like plotted development. 65 to 70% of the transactions are done when the customer has not even visited the site, and business has happened. Okay? That's one big change because of that. Second, you could see initially the tech was used to just put little glamour of tech experience from a sales launch perspective, where they'll have touch surface screens, they'll have a LED screen, they will use lighting, and they will use a stack thing, which is a 3D and walkthrough. What has happened post-COVID is Salesforce has come up with a second version, which is more efficient, which is more AI-enabled, which gives you far more predictive analysis. Second, it also is now working with your backend data to give you predictive analysis, which are far more sharper and far more relevant. For example, I'll give you a live example. We are working on a new category in which we wanted to understand that if he is a customer to me and he's bought 10 years before here in an apartment of 2 BHK with us, how should I target him today? Should I look him and sell an ad for 2 BHK or I should talk to him about 4 BHK? One. From last 10 years, he has changed 3 organizations. Now his office is in BKC because the organization details are mapped back. And then I can market him the project which is in that micro market rather focusing him on some other schools. Third, very important is every life cycle of a customer when he buys. Gone are those days when the customer used to buy once in a lifetime. Now the average age is 27. Which means that you buy at least 3 to 4 times. Yeah, the generation is far more aggressive, optimistic about their growth, and they believe risk taking. So loan at one time people used to think it's very high or taking. Now people want to leverage. Like a lot of thanks to YouTube and influencer channels also who said, please take loan, you will be able to leverage. Third most important thing is that from a time where the traditional platforms like your print, outdoor, which was contributing to almost 98%, to in 2010 to 2015, it reduced to almost 18 because digital just started. Digital at that time was social media. LinkedIn पे हो, Instagram पे hardly कोई page होगा चलेगा, तो LinkedIn पे होना जरूरी है. Now, those platforms are just splendidly used. Now, social platform is how your brand is perceived. Tech is now giving opportunity to access to that person, that mindset of that consumer, who is giving me a lot more larger impact back apart from being a customer. You have not bought with me, but if I have a great user experience online and where you're able to browse, you will talk good to him. He will talk good to her. Finally, he will buy with my Adobe. So what has happened is that it's not necessary with the use of tech that you only have to look at an end user. You can build a larger umbrella which is brand. And that's where I think the future of the tech will play significantly.
Clearly, I think great message. I think it's not only customers, the entire brand, and you talked about great view in terms of how probably data is really helping you in terms of predicting, personalizing your entire conversation. So great story. When I come to you, I think he talked about the fact how probably data is changing, digital is changing. You have been advising and working with a lot of clients on the entire CRM journey from lead to walk-in or booking and possession. How have you seen currently the adoption? And give also a flavor or a color in terms of there are hundreds of developers. Is it more penetrated towards the top 20, top 50, top 100, or it's becoming far more penetrative across? And what are you thinking? What are you finding from a CRM functionality, which is the feature, or what are the areas which probably are getting the eye of the developer the most?
Okay, so we have been working for like almost 14 years now, and we have seen a lot of technology changes that are happening. Like Bhavik said, right? 2% was the contribution of digital way back in 2011, and we used to struggle to get 5,000 rupees digital budget per month in 2011. Today, developers are spending like almost 2 lakh a day. I'm believing that they are spending more. So you can see that the acceleration has already happened, right? In terms of how developers are adopting digital technology, in terms of how much of which part of it is getting penetrated. I think it is. They want to replace their pre-sales team, increase their efficiency, right? In terms of getting their customers qualified, getting more site visits through AI calling. So that's where this AI after 2022, right? AI has really accelerated like how people will think and replace humans with the agents, right? AI agents. And I think it is coming there. By 2035, I think most of the people
Will cover 2035.
yeah. So most of the people, if you look at it, today, they see software as a subscription model, right? SaaS we call it. We see that like it will truly, it is called as a SaaS, but it was truly a software as a subscription in nature. Truly, it will go to software as a service model, where softwares will start delivering the real value, and they won't be just enabler, but they will be actually making companies more productive. That's what we see. The developers can adopt more and more technology and make it their processes efficient. Like Bhavik said, right? It cannot be just like you can internally also use a lot of AI systems for creative marketing, right? Building brands. You will get to know that like what data points you need to track. That's where like most of the developers today, larger developers are getting into it. Like so Ashwin said, then Godrej Properties, they already have surpassed that journey of like 0 to 1. Now they are accelerating from 1 to 100. So if you have to tell like if somebody who is in like tier 2 city developer, they are getting to a CRM journey now. They are getting to digitize their customer processes, but they will also leapfrog because that today they won't take like 10 years, like all these developers took 10 years from adopting digital to like leapfrogging their journey to AI. these smaller developers will not take that much of time.
Okay, so you see that the younger developers will be able to get onto the journey much faster, is what you're saying.
Because technology will enable them to get there, and it will become cheaper and cheaper with the new SaaS companies, right? If you see like every third or fourth day there is new AI model coming, right? So there it is going to disrupt the entire ecosystem of how the softwares are built for this.
Understood. Coming to you, Princey, I think you operate in a very specific asset class, commercial and co-working and flex spaces. And co-working is obviously the pretty young child on the block with an explosive growth we see. And how you see in commercial asset class, which is largely, let's say, build to lease or build to operate kind of a model. You have been building solutions around that. How have you seen the current adoption and what is working well in that space?
I think the change we've been speaking about pre and post COVID, what's changed is the mindset of the developers, operators. Before they looked at tech as a cost center, especially your integrated ERP solutions. Now they look at it as a additional value that they can bring to the table. For multiple reasons, I think for one, customers are also the end users. The tenants are now willing to pay higher for technologically advanced properties, services. And also because to be able to adapt to other newer technologies like AI or give a more experience, build a brand, they need proprietary data. Right now, what they have is while they have tech, it's extremely disintegrated. So that tech is not aggregating their data to give them any sort of analytics about, maybe preventive maintenance. How do you increase your efficiencies? If you want to create a digital twin, how do I save on my ESG or become more ESG efficient? How do I map my own, tenant and customer journeys within my ecosystem as a brand, with multiple properties, etc. So right now, all of this data and analytics is not possible because it's all extremely disintegrated. Right? And as we are growing in technology, as AI is coming in, even for AI to act, like everybody's been saying, you need structured data. But that starts with, base digitization of your assets, right from, your construction to your, once the asset is operational, to your sales, to then the tenant experience, the complete journey needs to be digitized. And I think that's the value that, that's where they're realizing that, okay, now we want tech, it's become more of a need versus a luxury. So I think that's a mindset shift that's also driving companies like Vitas, which are focused on that integrated end-to-end ERP solution for commercial.
I think you mentioned that even tenants are demanding tech, and that is what they are ready to pay a premium for, and that is also probably also pushing developers to adopt tech. Sagar, coming to you, Bhavik talked about probably the way Palace Flats is way from an experience perspective, and you have been working extremely on the area of how immersive and how engaging the experiences can be. Again, I believe this is an area in a younger area right now, the young phase right now. How have you seen currently being used? Is it like a high ticket size works well in your space, or maybe in a tier 2 or a tier 1, or what defines your segment? What is the segment which is probably embracing the AR, VR and the immersive experiences far more in detail? And what has been the outcomes you have seen so far?
I think as far as segments go, it is going top down and show the builders who are going higher value companies. It just needs a better appetite to actually invest and try out newer properties. That's one. But why we started out was one very simple view as outsiders of the industry coming from an end customer perspective. It is a very simple question. I do not understand things well enough in what ends up being the most critical financial decision that most people make in their lives. Having said that, when it comes to impact, what we have been doing, right? First is just better engagement, right? When customers, as I talked about, right? And there are things that go into each step of the way, reinforces the brand. So the improved experience that happens as the first order of development and immersion. we believe that in itself, and that's how tech had been for the longest while, as far as immersive experiences was concerned, where it was a frill, right? It was a good to have in the larger scheme of things. The true meaning for us that we feel that now we are on the right path is when decisions can be made better, right? And this happens in two parts, right? So I'm just taking an example. When a builder is able to sell out properties without building modern slab, that is when I would consider it to be a true win. Similarly, in subsequent projects, as the sales workflows evolve, depending on how like the first project with technological adoption give results, and then you sort of start making it a de facto part of your organization. These are some of the wins in the early days of our journey, that we see. The primary one being where the money talks, right? So if someone is reallocating marketing budgets, if someone is deciding to spend more in one kind of experiential setup versus others, I think that's a win. Second is, as again, a lot of folks covered, right? The market itself has evolved, right? COVID, post-COVID, remote selling segments are emerging where people are looking at challenging the notion of having to come to a site and then it goes on a transaction. So this is where again, as more immersive, because people still want to, me not coming to a site does not mean I might not want to know or understand what I'm doing. And that's the gap. As these journeys get pushed more and more, that the immersive tech and other things like even understanding profiles, right? If I'm looking at a 2 BHK, we just show me 2 BHK. So that's our data experiences, and most importantly, even builder teams, right? So as people who provide technology, we can build great products. That's our responsibility and job to do. But beyond that, also hand-holding and taking the builder organizations through the change. I think it's also another equally important part of adoption. And where we are at is, we are seeing that saturation, right? Where if a field level sales operative is asking for a experience for the project, I think that's the economics we can figure it out.
So immersive experiences are going to be a true catalyst or enablers for the developers to kind of get understood. So I think the key message I'm understanding is the tech is improving, the penetration is improving, the benefits are there. I also see still there are leaders who have taken tech to an extent, and there are people who are yet to kind of catch up. There are some young faces in terms of the way that the industries are adopting that. Now let's look at the past over 2035. I see that one thing is I think clear in the entire narrative is that tech is no more a choice left. It's not an option anymore. Has to be kind of done, be it the brand development or be it in automation stage or be it facilitating sales. That's what we have talked about, right? So okay, let me start with you. How do you see 10 years from now? One, if you can throw some numbers in terms of how you see referral loyalty today as a channel, how you see that evolving, and how you see your platform evolving in terms of driving that, and second would be in terms of customer engagement. Are there any metrics that you have been using and how you see that shifting, and how the platform is going to enable that journey? You can talk to that in briefly.
So last few years we see some growth, right? So where there is specialization, like in customer engagement, that how do you convince a customer that to extend their trust to their vendor brand, right? Because that's the kind of what you're doing. So gifting a 1% discount and getting 1% needs is it cannot be said again and again to the same customer. You need to create a way to keep advertising this to the customer without actually giving like a you have to add value. That's what gets people. So last year we did 2,000 crores of revenue sales, 30 people, and now it was about that there will be down for this. We are like despite the industry slowing down, we are seeing this as why? Because we work with big brands, right? So we typically work with a large consumer. Hence, the reason why we do this is because they are the ones that can leverage this trust. Right? There was a strategy that we took years ago. What we realized is that's not a place that adopts technology. That's not a place where builders have that scale to be able to penetrate or in my system. Now, what's happening in large companies is that I see this becoming a 30%, right? In the next decade, this is going to become one of the, it's going to be a precondition to talk to a friend and get a web check on the builder so that you can get a referral. Right? So far, what we were focusing on was the booking to possession, right? So that the builder was responsible for taking care of this. The builder typically didn't want to get in. Now we are seeing a complete shift. See, I'll zoom out a little and explain why we did it. All of product evolution in real estate has happened by looking, right? So we make a better solution, a better chip, lobby. It's got to replicate, right? Like it's something that is not catching the fancy of a customer that is now looking at buying 800 square feet BHK in my area for 5.5 crores in Bombay. It's ridiculous, right? Like the tower park of all things. So if the product is getting objective, right, that in a living space, is objective, are we still solving for the human living experience that I spoke of? Right, that you still need to solve for the living experience. Now, what is your living experience? Today, all of us on this panel spend 6 hours, right? Phone, laptop, have a CD, 6 hours of the very minimum. The evolution of the living journey is happening. Food gets delivered to us. Cabs come to the bottom of our lower kitchen. But are buildings adopting to these kind of things? Right? So today we take a mall. Depender going very recently came a delivery boy, and I had to take deliveries out and realize that one mall we had to climb up. So did we look external at that external evolution to improve the building design? Right? That's the question that developers need to ask. And the next decade is going to get crazy because we are going to see drones become a regular part of it. We're going to see humanoid robots become everyday part of our lives. We're going to see AI take over in a lot of different functions that is running my day to day. Right? If AI is ordering for me, I'm just saying that for the salary. If AI is ordering that, how is the building system talking to that AI bot for that delivery? That's going to be the day, right? If people are living on a screen and developers are still selling an 800 square feet apartment because of all the constraints that exist, we need to make the living experience better for people to sell.
So living experience is what is going to define the platform tech, and that's the way the developers also need to look at what.
Oh, absolutely, right? I can probably have a developer like one of the largest, but they're famous for having smaller apartments but larger livings, right? Like so, what is it that they're selling? They're selling their rent, they're selling their living experience in their homes, right? So people make that choice. They are the largest, one of the largest developers.
Sure, sure. I think we are seeing that tech has already changed the way customers are buying the data, talk about prediction, you talk about the way it is impacting brand. 10 years from now, where you see the maximum impact happening of tech? Will it be pre-sales? Will it be sales? Will it be your experience? Would it be your post-sales, your sourcing? Where do you see tech really redefining your entire customer journey life cycle? And maybe a second point would be in terms of the entire customer lifetime value, even post-production. I think people did talk about post-production. Is that also going to change from your real estate business model and how tech is going to help them?
So firstly, I see 2035 is future, and all the positive and optimistic people will think it's an exciting period it will be. So for us, I think it will not just impact from sales, pre-sales and all. I'll give you an example, kind of stuff that we want to actually do, partnering with someone. So for example, starts at the land acquisition stage, right? So for us, if I put certain parameters of it, for example, if it's not 300 crore profit, I don't want the land parcel. If it's not within the city limit of an hour by drive, then it's not a tick for me. If it does not have the low social infrastructure, it's not a tick for me.
the minimum transaction value should not cross more than 500 crore, then it's not big for. What it will do is that there are a lot of people who are working on with aggregators who are basically aligning with landowners, JVs, and people who want to sell. They are putting everything on one system. What it does, it gives you a like a proper access. You put your filters, then you exactly get the kind of land parcels available, AD, outright, society redevelopment. So it eases out the entire process rather than going the whole journey and then finally realize it doesn't work because the guy is asking an outright and you are. Second, from there you go to product development finance, right? So today, what happens, we rely on a lot of data which is past. And yes, you should have past data, but past doesn't predict future. Trends change and suddenly you realize there was a wave of affordable housing in India promoted by the government. I have not seen in the last 4 or 5 years anything affordable. In fact, pre-COVID, the average age was 500 square feet. Now the average carpet area is 850. People are looking for 3 and 4. 1 BHK, I don't know. When I have last seen the ad, it was the big one. All 2, 3, 4, larger area, larger carpet areas, So if you are able to put those inputs and it predicts you to saying that in this micro market where you are planning to buy a land parcel, this is the migration that has happened. This is the industry that is moving up. This is the kind of lifestyle connect that we hub from here to that place, like BKC and Nerul example. Then you should know that it is not this particular thing, and it reflects the psychology that will work for you and the area government. So it eases out the pressure from the developer because it's not just looking at past, because past was built 5 years before planning was done, and 1 year delay, so 6 years before the whole cycle has changed. Now what you're seeing, so it gives you far more predictability in product design. A lot of times what happens is the builder, it was more seller's market. Now it's buyer's market, right? So are going to give what the consumer is looking at with the infra and development. Like Atal said, with connectivity to the other part of the world. I realized last time it takes me 3.5 hours to go to a hill station. Now it takes 2 hours. So now the person is willing to spend that, and hence project development, second home, farmhouses, in a lot of parts of the country. From there you come to pre-sales. Now when you come to pre-sales, the AI chatbot, now it's still, I would say it is 95, 90. Not, you can still identify, we clearly know that it is human or it is a machine. I think it will refine and be evolved over a period of time. By 2035, and I will make sure that it doesn't happen. It is 100% that, yes. Another thing that is also important is that in pre-sales, there is a lot of predictability that can happen. The even productivity is limiting to what the CL is saying and the data points that happen. Now, if I have selected large group of people at one time and I have identified, the AI will then predict that 9 to 10 is the worst time to connect to people of this group. I should not connect during that. Which means at that time the working should come planning and distribution and scheduling. So when 10:30 to 12:30 is the most prime time, I should connect to all the hot leads first, then the warm leads, and then the cold. That doesn't happen really in a call center operation. Third, from pre-sales, come to actually site visit, which is key. Or a lot of times you see channel distribution, some of the portion of direct walking, just walking through and the channel partner. Now, the brand is leading twice, spending on digital and branding, and equally you pay the broker. What the channel partner, very important distribution network. But equally, you want your brand to grow. That's the reason you're investing a lot more on branding, tech, and all stuff. I have my marketing head here, keep fighting with on this only. That you have a QR code, but the customer is walking, the channel partner look. So a lot of tech like QR code system is there, and SMS customer, the SMS comes. Yeah, there is the intervention of manipulation. We have tried to eradicate through tech, right? So that becomes far more easier. The customer also knows whom he has to meet. Like today, what happens is scheduling. All of us are busy, available. But last time I was the one who was interacted in scheduling. There is a connect and bond built already. If he means, I will have to explain the whole story. Where is my office? He'll ask me questions. What's your interest? What's your family detail and all? That's schedule. From there, the other question which is post sales. I think I completely believe starting when I was group, and we had a first loyalty system. It contributes almost 30% of the group. Loyalty will play big in real estate. As rightly said by you also, real estate is the biggest emotional and financial decision of a person can take in his life, whether it is a money or whether it is one or whether it is a common. You buy a watch, then you don't like it, you will not buy a phone, and you don't like, you will sell it and then you buy a home, you don't buy a home for yourself. Buy a home for your kids, wife, parents, everyone. One wrong decision can impact the larger life. You can't say, it's okay, I bought it, I will not leave it this now, I'll take another loan and buy another apartment because this is wrong. If a tech in post possession allows the customer's because he was promised and made to believe as king in the pre-sales process, right? But once the sale happens, the ball drops actually. Good brands who have understood the power of loyalty, they basically look at post sales really well because of three reasons. One, clear. All of us are people of parcel of like. I know you, I'm talking that I'm looking at this brand and you said, no, boss, I had a bad experience. I think you should not touch it. Because your suggestion is valuable to it will put a dilemma in my mind whether to buy it. Third, most importantly, what happens in post possession tech usage is like rightly said. So your life of consumer is same. You want smart homes, you want app, you want automation, you want 2-minute delivery by them. So, but your infrastructure of the post sales is not managed by the developer. Then it's like this who wanted to be some place, but to reach their place is no road. So your desire is there, but your ambition to reach there, the infra is not. So if that is taken care by developers, it will have a great.
So we clearly see tech playing a role right from business development to design to launch to pre-sales to sales, post-sales, everything put together. So great. When I'm coming to you, I think we clearly talked about there's a very clear impact happening. How you see the CRM journey evolving, and if you can just talk about some of the areas around the Gen AI co-pilots around that, how do you see that kind of taking shape in the
So like we have seen that CRM journey starts at inquiry first, and it was ending at possession. But if you look at today's developers, they want to also manage the property, and they want to get into the life cycle of ecosystem of the entire the property management, the rentals, the repurchase, and then refinancing bit of it. So for us, it was ending at the booking until now. Now it has gone beyond the booking, possession, and even the property management. So developers today are not just building and exiting, right? They want to stay invested until the life cycle of the property. And that's where a lot of property management apps and like the loyalty, uh, uh, the loyalty member mentioned. Right? So that's where like the entire end-to-end management developers will start this as a consumer brand and not just like a builder build and exit. Right? Today, if you look at most of the builders, their target is to build and exit, then like acquire a new land, right? Find new customers, then exit, acquire a new land. They don't look at like how my existing customer is going to be my revenue stream, right? So that's where like the CRM journey won't end at the booking or the possession. It will be much larger, and developers will stay invested with the customers. Now there is one more asset class that is coming in, which is fractional ownership. And there is one more set of buyers that is coming in, which is Gen Z. So today, if you look at Gen Zs, they want to live, they are working, they want to live where their office is, but they won't buy where they want to live, right? That's where this fractional ownership concept will come into. It is already there in the Western markets. If you look at in Dubai, right, there are residential fractional ownership companies like Cisco, where you can buy a piece of villa at as low as 2000 USD, right? So similar trend you will see happening. In that case, the CRM journey will look completely different. So for them, the CRM journey will be, am I giving the right yield to my investor, right? It will be as easy as buying a home in Mumbai. Somebody sitting in Kolhapur or Raipur or Jharkhand, Ranchi, right? They can buy a piece of home in Bandra by doing this fractional investment. Now, how they are going to see if that investment is actually paid off or not? For that, developer have to manage the property, rent it, and then like give the yields and build those technology platforms. So this is what we see the trend shifting as the newer generation, right? They are not going to buy second homes like as big as like 2 crore people. They will buy in chunks in different cities. So they will look at real estate as another asset class. Today, it is an emotional decision. I think there is still 30 million homes. There is a gap of 30 million homes for the first home buyers. So first home buyers will, the journey will not change as much as it will change for the second home buyers. Like Vavi said, right? The next generations are more risk takers, and they are taking more loans, right? So they are not worried about debt, but they will be taking debt not like for one property, they will be taking debts for multiple properties, and it will be a fractionally only in the real estate asset, and it will be truly regularized by SEBI. We have seen commercial real estate regularized with SME REIT. Now you can invest in the smaller office spaces. Similarly, you will see the regulation coming in from SEBI that you can also invest in residential assets.
So fractional ownership and the post-possession is going to be the key drivers.
Today, we have seen that a lot of adoption already happening until like you hand over the property. So if you look at, and still there are gaps, like a lot of developers do not still have like handover. You have to like, you have to give that customer that like, what you have delivered and take a sign off. Still, it is done on paper if I'm not wrong, correct me if I'm wrong. And if there are any changes, right? If customer has asked any changes, I want to get this style change, right? There is no law. And that's where a lot of friction comes in, where the tiles are already laid. And the customer comes in and says that, like, hey, I have asked to change my tile, right? You accepted my request, but developer doesn't have a log of like what the change request has been made. So these are the smaller things like which are still there, which need to be truly filled with the technology. The gaps truly filled with the technology, and I think a lot of technology platforms are easier to build technology platform. Yeah. So a lot of developers will be PropTech first companies. Even if they are not PropTech first, they will be working with one of the PropTech companies to build this technology platform.
Let's see, coming to you, I think your sector would be grown multi-fold from a co-working space and commercial space as well. How you see what the key driver, be it tenant experience or whatever key driver, what will have its impact on the economy?
I think most of it, all my peers have covered today, but right from, even in commercials, speak about developers, co-working spaces. Like he said, everybody's now looking at and not just developing and selling, even office real estate. They're all looking to rent out, create that experience, and take advantage of the customer life cycle versus just, a one-time thing. So I think I see technology right from land acquisition, like we said, not just in terms of your analytics, but also using drones to map the land first for all the marketplaces to give him the data of what is available, not available, what makes sense. So live inventory, right from land to once the property is developed, all of your office units. While you have a bunch of CRM systems right now, you need to pay to live inventory with your different channel partner portals, your broker portals, where there is hyper transparency is what I think will be future, since we're speaking about 2035. The customers will have a complete understanding of the entire chain of sales. That is one thing that I think will change. Second would be probably where technology like Vibrant evolve into creating digital twins of your assets, right? Where you're able to monitor everything that's happening once an asset operation, right? From your sales to your energy efficiency, to your tenants, to your guests, to everything, right? So you need digital twins, which will then give you use cases like to be able to give data on things like fractional ownership, or so you need that base. So that is where I think a second involvement, which will really change the game across the industry, commercial, residential, all asset classes within.
Clearing transparency and trust is what is going to kind of be the key driver for it. So, Sagar, 2035, immersive experience, do you think they'll have to make show flat, or do you think it's because it's still believe that what Bobby said, it's still an emotional touch at the end of the day, so at least in India. How you see that changing and how you see immersive experience of the market?
I will say something a little out there. I think I personally get it, and I believe if things were to go in the way I see, as then customers are getting demand for more agency, already a generation are now over publishing segment, and then see also. One view would be this is an artist's presentation, the end result. I really hope by 2035 we can I think most of the panel of it. But customers will demand more because I don't believe I am not to advise customers. So what I understand, they are very versatile, follow the market because that's what it requires and the market gets. I think buyers will get like today sales like brand building is important because sales happen on trust. But let's be real, right? It happens on trust because we cannot get it. Challenge. But that is probably as so, yes, that's what we
So no artist impression is what you'd want to look at. Absolutely.
So, yeah, but just to add, I think immersive experience will definitely it will grow for two reasons. One, it will be a combination of tech and artscape. But what it does, that when there is a lot of competition, everyone is of the same language, there needs to be a immersive experience will take 50% of the money towards your for your project. Because when there is the same location, same connectivity, same amenities, same pole, same club, and take at brand, there is a reason someone goes there. That's where I think immersive it will get a lot of positive cues from the consumer of the family, not the end user, but not the channel. So that way, immersive will definitely.
So I think in the time, very quickly, we want to understand from each one of you, we talked about a lot of trust, transparency, build, and automation happening by technologies. What does that developer need to evolve to embrace this? We said it's no more a choice. We clearly see disruption is there. We clearly see a lot of changes happening because the environment is also changing. But what is that developer? We still believe that their adoption is not that great. So what do you think are the key traits which developers need to think through to embrace this technology? And second would be, what are the changes in the operating model which you foresee? Is it like no pre-sales team, no CRM team, no marketing team? Is that the future looking like? So we can just throw some light on it.
I think everyone on the panel has spoken about hyper personalization, shapes and forms that every customer is. Now, all of this, the fundamental need for this is customer intelligence, right? That predicates it. The problem is that they don't talk. I mean, I'm putting it very bluntly. When I started this, right, like I was shocked to know that builders don't talk. Like you elevate them to a king during the sales process, and then you just drop the ball and stop talking to customers. The only outreach is demand phase one, which is not a great customer experience. Now, think of it this way from the customer's side. Right? The customer's approach this with an emotional, it's an emotional purchase. For the builder, it's a mechanical system. Right? So I'll sell 1,000 things a year. I'm not really invested in one thing per se. So there is a large difference, and that difference is captured by from the customer's perspective, the builder is very large. he's like a government. He has all the power. He holds my largest asset. He's taking 35% of my monthly income every month for 20 years, right? So for the customer, it's a larger life institution. The customers are always fighting, right? So because customers are fighting, builders are withdrawn. Builders don't want to come, right? They don't answer that just having them on this contribution can go a very, very long way, right? So one line is your direct line of communication that, okay, there will be one project which is problematic, absolutely understandable. But for others, you have to create proxy indicators. Are they engaging with events that you're supporting? Are they engaging with offers and promos that you're supporting? Are they engaging with two project launches that you're right? Creating those proxy indicators is sort of another way of building that customer, right? So, as we spoken of earlier in terms of how much time is being spent on that immersive experience and whether I can personalize my marble or personalize my walls and personalize or that itself will create a resonance, right? That's how so my advice is talk to customers, be open to receiving feedback. Don't like if your ticket is delayed, send 1,000 rupees, right? Like one minds of free. Right, and that's one of the things that we start building towards that we can automate.
So listen to the customers. Listen to the people. So, Avik, will there be a pre-sales team? Will there be a relationship management team?
Sourcing managers, with the design, with the data, far more easily with the technology. How you see the 2035 developer operating model?
I see Chaitanya that it will coexist, but it will be a mix of both. Human intervention is required because what to analyze, what to predict, and what to ask for. So you need someone. What I see is the tech and all will far more refined, far more accurate, far more better, and less consuming time so that we can get a lot of this stuff. For example, currently on AI calls, we still need a bit of time to look at it, how this, whether the analytics are right, to say it's wrong, that because it is built over experience, right? Number of questions asked, right info there at the back end, right? So it's going to be evolved. To answer short, because of the time, I think both will coexist. The life of the person who's going to manage it become easier because of the far more use of tech platform. And someone as a brand developer who is ambitious, who is both mind oriented, and who thinks that by no choice or by choice. If by choice, you get a lot of satisfaction, but by no choice, you can only enjoy that.
Vinayak, how you see the spend happening on technology changing from today to 2035? Ceci said that a lot is changing, a lot is going to happen. So how because the tech spend is not very high, how do you see that changing?
I think currently real estate, if you look at the revenue to tech spend is around 0.4 to 0.1, and that will accelerate. It is not going to add up to the spend, it will replace some of the human capital, like how you mentioned. So you will need more thinkers in your team than doers, and these doers work will be done by AI. So if you have, let's say, 100-member pre-sales team for a large developer, you will probably need only 10 who are monitoring, changing the scripts and analyzing what's happening. 90 will get replaced by AI. We have seen almost 70% reduction in our AI calling bots in the cost. And the time to scale, like time to train is like literally 1 second or 2 seconds, right? You just need to scale up the number of bots that you want to like deploy. It is scale up, scale down, right? You don't need gig workers and all. So there is definitely going to be adoption challenge, but that is not going to be a technology challenge, it will be a mindset challenge by the developer.
The mindset challenge, and he's saying 90% reduction in the
And that's why like so the mindset challenge can also be solved like showing the ROI, right?
absolutely.
If the developer sees that like I'm getting 70% cost reduction, right? Without like with technology deployment, they will definitely want to see it in action. At least they will experimenting. Now today, if you look at all the AI calling bots, right, nobody has shown the real value, right? They're all experimenting. And in 6 months, you will see the acceleration happening where a lot of pre-sales team actually getting replaced with bots.
So very bold prediction, Vinayak. And so, Princy, any final comments or thoughts in terms of, again, 2035 developer perspective and the shift happening?
I think currently there's a little bit of inertia as the generations, the leaderships are changing from maybe boomers and millennials to Gen Z. However, like you correctly said, as there is more and more tech adoption happening and more data which is proving the value of the spend or for particular area of ROI, I think more and more people are becoming open to it. And also, I think eventually all the spend on tech will get passed on or gets passed on to the tenant in some capacity. And as the behavior patterns of the tenants are changing, where they're willing to pay a premium for the experience, they're not just paying square footage anymore, they're paying lifestyle, like we spoke earlier. So with all those changes coming in, I think the adoption is, deemed to increase, and I don't see a big challenge in technology adoption across the chain as we move.
You see, it's a easier journey going.
Brilliant.
Sagar, final comments and any change in operating models, especially from a buying, which you see, purely from an operating model perspective. Efficiencies, whatever cost, that's going to come down because that's the proper over.
I think, but beyond just the mindset, I think external factors, so visionary folks, and page, right? Right. So are doing things that might become mainstream, but today it is a that someone adventurous is high. So the pull is already there. ROI is the one thing that will probably cement saying that okay, let's now do the ROI. Now we do want it. But I also feel that there is from the bottom and that has to go like there are even it's solved with what trust back into it. But today, what regulations are, I feel what are very different. And I'm not saying so. How does our customers trust not get eroded, and how can handle how can upward? So the visionaries are already put. I think as a market overall, the push should probably also come requiring that the certain standard.
So regulators, market change, everything is going to get up. The key, I think, is we are all saying that it's going to be there and it's only going to drive profitability at the end of the day. Thank you very much. We could find slightly more. Thank you very much for the panel for the discussion.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. May I also invite, as our panelists are here with us on stage, Dr. Advocate Harshman Savla. Please join us and help us in giving a token of appreciation to all our Indian panelists. Let's give Dr. Advocate Harshman Savla a warm round of applause as we welcome him on stage. And of course, allow us an opportunity to now present the token of appreciation, starting with Akhil Sarab. Akhil, if you can just step forward, allow us an opportunity of a picture together. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Akhil, for joining us today. May I request Bhavik? Bhavik, thank you so much for your valuable inputs. Bhavik Bhandari, everyone. Let's give him a big round of applause. Akhil, please stay with us on stage as we like a photograph at the end. We'd also like to thank Princy Goyal. Princy, thank you so much. Let's give our lady a big round of applause. Thank you so much, Sagar. Thank you for joining in. Mr. Sagar Patel, everyone. Thank you so much, Vinayak, for joining us and being a part of our conversation. Let's give him a warm round of applause, Vinayak. That's good. And of course, to our moderator for doing such an incredible job. Let's give it up for none other than Chetan there. Thank you so much for being with us and giving us such an excellent opportunity of getting some great minds talk on this incredible topic. May I request all our panelists to please come together in the front and allow us an opportunity to get you all in one frame. We just request all of you to step forward along with our presenter as well, to please give us the great opportunity of thanking from the audience members to them. Let's give them once again a big round of applause. Thank you, Akhil. Thank you, Bhavik, Princy, Sagar, Vinayak, and Shatanya for joining us, and of course, to Dr. Advocate Harshal Savla for helping us with the token of appreciation. We request our panelists to now step down as it is now time for us to move ahead to our next conversation. Well, let's talk about Mumbai metamorphosis, redevelopment, and future urbanism. May we request all our speakers to please proceed directly outside. The conversations need to continue, and for our audience members to please remain seated. To moderate this discussion, I'm going to be inviting on stage Dr. Advocate Harshal Savla, Doctor of Literature, developer, best-selling author, world record holder, and TEDx speaker. Well, of course, being the managing partner of Realty, Suvidha Life Spaces, and joint secretary of TREDA and NCHR, he holds the world record for maximum books authored on real estate sector, having written and published more than 18 books. Let's give him a warm round of applause as we welcome him on board. I'd also like to have the opportunity of introducing our speakers. May we request our speakers to be seated as per the creative in the background, which can help our audience members identify with them. Starting with Amit Wadhwani, partner real estate, Khaitan and Company. Amit brings over 17 plus years of experience in real estate matters, specializing in title investigation of land and premises. He's somebody who frequently advises on RERA matters and on those regulations and guidelines issued by government bodies. Thank you so much. Please, gentlemen, please may be seated. Let's give them a big round of applause. We also have with us Lalit Lahoti, Regional Head Mumbai Sobha Limited. Lalit brings over 3 decades of comprehensive experience across real estate and construction, including the experience of working both in India and UAE. He's been a part of the Sobha group for the last 8 years, handling different responsibilities. Let's give Lalit a big round of applause. Thank you so much, Lalit, for joining us. May we also have the opportunity of calling upon Milind Chandani, co-founder Stallion Buildtech, LLP, and partner CY Corp, and architect member Loretco and CMDWA, co-chairman Redevelopment NCHI Mumbai. He's somebody who brings more than 20 years of experience of running 150 projects, working with brands across the residential development, schools, and commercial projects. Thank you so much, Milind, for giving us your valuable time and joining us. May we also have an opportunity of calling upon Nitesh Rangaramani, Managing Director, Naisha Realty. A visionary who believes in building beyond structure, he builds trust, relationships, and communities. As Managing Director of Naisha Realty, he's redefined the real estate landscape with projects that stand for transparency, innovation, and sustainability. Under his leadership, Naisha Realty has embraced redevelopment as an opportunity for transformation. Let's give Nitesh a big round of applause as we welcome him on board. We'd also like to invite on stage Sanjay Dada, founder and CEO of Annex Advisory, the driving force behind the enterprise with expertise in CA and law, with the esteemed companies of Puravankara and Rundwa Developers, where he commanded as the COO, and before that as a business head at Kalpataru Limited for 9 monumental years. Well, his influence has transformed the industry. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's give Sanjay once again a big round of applause. And to complete the panel, of course, I'd like to have the humble opportunity of calling upon Sanjay Kalale, the founder and managing director of True Realty. He founded the company to solve the core problems of real estate sector, the lack of transparency and accountability. True Realty creates an ecosystem benefiting the community at large by leveraging IT and tech-enabled products, thereby delivering superior products to the end customer by fostering the healthy competition through the stakeholder aggregation. Thank you so much, Sujay, for joining us. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, I'd like to hand on the opportunity Dr. Advocate Harshal Savla to take forward with the proceedings of today. Once again, let's give our panel a mighty round of applause, please.
Super. So redevelopment is the
buzzword in Indian real estate right now. I think full of action, the frenzy just doesn't stop. I think every year we think that the steam will go out, but new benchmarks are set. Double the area, 100%, 155%. These are our common offers which are out. And pre the panel, we had a very interesting conversation. Fortunately, we have a good mix. We have solicitor, we have an international brand, we have local brands, we have a design and a liaison architect, and consultants as well. So it's a good mix to discuss redevelopment. I'm going to straight away comment for common question for all the panelists. Since we have a diverse profile, the idea is to get different perspectives. The way Mumbai redevelopment is going, it's all over the news every second day. How do you see Mumbai evolving as a city in the next 10 years? And I'm sure with equal push from infrastructure as well. So overall, how do you see redevelopment shaping up? Is it a bubble which is in the making? Are we making ghettos? Are we making too dense projects, high rises, 3-floor buildings giving up shape to 21 floor buildings? That like they before. So what is it? Are your thoughts? We'll start in this round and then we'll go to specific questions. So what is it, Sujay? Your thoughts are?
Thank you, Arshul. I think it's a great question to start the discussion. I think one fundamental change that we have seen over the last 5 years, and which will only increase the trend over the next decade, like you mentioned. Historically, Mumbai has been a very linear city, with southern Mumbai, South Mumbai markets dictating the price. And as you go away from South Mumbai, the price benchmarking towards South, the northern Mumbai prices getting benchmarked to South Mumbai. With the infrastructure, coastal road, metro, and upcoming projects shaping up, now we see more circularity in the pricing. So now lakh rupees per square feet, for example, is no longer domain of only. We saw project on Turner Road crossing 1,11,000 rupees in the registered thing. Recently, there was a transaction in Borivali where a 4-bedroom was for 2,500 square feet was so transacted at 8.5 crore, which was something great. So no longer I feel prices would be benchmarked to South. Each micro market will have its own pricing and partly driven by the infrastructure developments of the coming decade.
I think very valid point. At least there are 6 micro markets where 1 lakh is common. Central Mumbai rates are now very great. Good observations. I think this is pretty much where Mumbai is going. One city, one price. What are your thoughts, Arjun?
Good afternoon, guys. I completely agree with what was said. Infrastructure is really to the redevelopment of the city. I see a lot of things happening in the last few years, which will take Mumbai to the next level of metro city or a financial capital. Basically, because now the connectivity, which was the biggest challenge for the city's growth, has been addressed. And now already the city is landlocked. There is a scarcity of land, and we see a lot of redevelopment happening with the development potential being given as bonuses to develop vertical. That's where the city is taking the next level of growth, which is properly supported by the infrastructure. So the concept which was there before of staying in suburbs and working in CBDs is going to go away shortly, and there will be a walk to work concept coming up in different micro markets of the city. This is what could be evident, especially in western suburbs and central suburbs, where earlier the office spaces were centralized to Nariman Point, Kotaba, etc. Now these are all getting centralized because of the affordability issue as well as for the walk to work concept, where always the biggest challenge in Mumbai, but with the metro still road, the other ring roads infrastructure 10 meters. I see a lot of development happening around and people going into the concept of walk concept. This is what I see, and I see city going into a right direction under the leadership of course the political parties as well as the development authority. Hopefully the prices should get sustained and the demand and supply is matched. We don't get a mismatch in demand and supply. So I think every micro market has become a serious, absolutely the theme with which Mumbai is evolving. And rightfully so, MMR is almost one third of India's real estate in terms of organizing. What are your thoughts, Nitish, on the ground reality?
Well, first of all, very good afternoon to you guys and thank you, Harshad. Well, I would say Mumbai, in terms of scalability, is about 6,238 square kilometers. We have a population of about 226 million people who live in Mumbai. Now, redevelopment, why it's a must, I feel, it's been 76 years of independence, which India got, almost 76, 77 years, after which there have been buildings which have been 40, 50 years old, where I'm a structural engineer by profession. I'm a civil engineer as well as I did my MBA from Manchester. I have visited sites. I have seen that the structures are unsafe. So I personally feel that way looking beyond first redevelopment is a necessity, but there are also challenges. So the place where I grew up in Vile Park, it's a property which was made in 1979, and still from last 10 years, I've been challenging to convince my people there to go for redevelopment because there are some emotional constraints where my grandmother doesn't want to move out of her house. She says my grandfather passed away there. So I feel it's a need of the hour that we need to have some counselors, we need to have some people sessions to educate senior citizens that it is necessity, it is something safety for you. In the same society, which is 6 acres near and Vile Parle, there was a slab collapse on the second floor of the building, and it is something as a threat. Now, coming to Vision 2035, under the honorable leadership of our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi Sir and our Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, we are thankful for the coastal road. I never used to go to meet my lawyers in town. Now I make a point that I meet them in town because of the flexibility of coastal road. There is Virar Alibag corridor coming. There is Borivali Mulund corridor coming. There is again Sivri Worli connectivity coming. So I feel the way we look at Hong Kong and Singapore, I don't find there is no looking back for Mumbai in the next 10 years to be as beautiful as Singapore and Hong Kong. Only thing what I feel is sustainability and environment is something we need to take care of because this is the future and redevelopment is a necessity. It is not something where we have an option. We need to get these buildings vertically built and optimize spaces. There was a concept before where people used to say, I have an office in BKC, I have an office in Nariman Point. Now, if you ask me, we are coming up with communities where in cluster development, we are planning a commercial building, we are planning retail, we are planning affordable housing in the same vicinity so that the travel time is being cut off. There was a saying that in Hindi, my due respect to you all, Niche Dukan Upar Makan. I feel that is something which we are looking at in the near future. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, Niche Dukan Upar Makan is required to make the project visible also. So from that sense, but I'll tell you, you spoke about Coastal Road, and there's an amazing fact. The stretch from Burley to Nariman Point is actually fully funded by a premium which real estate developers pay called the fungible premium.
Absolutely
The
true.
developer just contributed towards the making of that. But of course,
But sir, I'll tell you one thing, sir, with due respect to you, being a businessman, time is money. For me, 1 hour of saving of time is equivalent to X amount of wealth, X amount of expertise, which I can put on some projects. So definitely the money has gone into of huge premiums in the projects, but as long as it adds value. And see, I have been in Dubai for about 8 years. I have met His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, and I have seen the kind of vision he has for his country. The same vision I can see in the eyes of our Honorable Prime Minister. So trust me, I think 10 years we are going to be in again in Hindi. I want to say word Sony ki chiriya. I pray God that everything falls in place.
great. Milind sir, you've seen from close quarters the way the whole development story is playing right from boutique projects to cluster, the way it is shaping. How do you see redevelopment shaping Mumbai, and what are the present threats in your side for redevelopment?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Ashok. So, boutique projects are very individualistic projects. They deal with micro level. And what we don't realize is हम लोग आज सोचते हैं कि बिल्डिंग यहाँ बनेगा, next day next बाजू में दूसरा बिल्डिंग बनेगा. So our solutions are very localized and they're not holistic in nature. Whereas cluster development, I think the challenge is at a very macro level. You are thinking of not just individual planning, but you're thinking of various land parcels coming together, various stakeholders coming. You're thinking of vertical transportation, horizontal transportation, lot more challenges. And as we all discussed, livability, whether sustainability, I think cluster is one thing. So if there are lead consultants present here, they can vouch कि भाई अगर 10 individual project के one cluster के the waste generation is 60 to 40 to 60 over in a cluster. If there are developers, they know that the cost in cluster is 30% lower than the individual cost for any project. If there are architects, they know that now they're going to design in a holistic manner where you don't have to overlooking of flats, you have better light ventilation, you have better amenities, you have better facilities. Livability is better in a cluster. So I think if Mumbai has to move forward, we are getting vertical, we are getting denser, we are going to be much more complex. Infrastructure, even though it's there, I have a personal feeling that it's not sufficient enough. It needs at least 8x boost from what is being currently happening. Otherwise, we're going to crumble down to a certain extent. It's good to transport from one point to another, like coastal and extend it further down. But internal circulation also needs much more thinking and out of the box thinking from the government and at the policy level. And now is the time. I think we are poised at a redevelopment boom. It's not going to stop. We need to move forward with the large scale development.
Sir, I would like to add on infrastructure. I have also in the past been associated as an infrastructure contractor. We did a project in JNPT, which was an SEZ project. You will be surprised to know that Prime Minister of India, who is busy traveling for so many days abroad, he's been busy with so many agendas. PMO was specially monitoring JNPT Pune Metro projects. I had PMO team monitoring from Delhi, coming to JNPT every month and ensuring that timely delivery of projects. So, sir, I would say that being a contractor now, there has been a change after BJP has come into force, and with the new government, I assure you that in the next 8 to 10 years, you will see a big boom in the infrastructure. Because I have personally experienced. So this project was for 42 months. We delivered it in 36 months. There was a project NBCC Gujarat Bhavan, which was for 38 months. We delivered it in 31 months, and we were awarded by Mr. Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It was inaugurated by Narendra Modi Sahab with Delhi Lutens. So, guys, Mumbai is changing, India is changing, India is shining. Let's have faith in our country. Recently, my friend was in London. I don't want to mention his name. He was at Ninth Bridge. He was wearing a Rolex watch. He was being robbed and he was stabbed. It was there in the newspaper. Luckily, he didn't die. He reached the hospital. So we are fortunate and thankful to Mumbai Police and Fadnavis Saab that we have governance, we have safety, security. This country, after Dubai, I feel, is the safest city to live. This is what my opinion is, sir.
Absolutely fine. But I think we need to keep challenging it. Absolutely. We are extremely excited to see Shobha on panel and to see Shobha come in Mumbai. Mumbai was extremely excited for DLF. We've seen the best of corporates, whether from corporate India or international developers and pan-India developers coming into Mumbai. And Mumbai, the beauty is welcomes everyone. And there's a lot of excitement. So I would like to know from you how Shobha sees Mumbai redevelopment. What are your thoughts personally on the way Mumbai is seen?
First thing, thank you everyone. We are very happy. That's the way it is. Redevelopment is a necessity right now. There's no second thought about it. We feel it's a little too ambitious right now, the way it is shaping up, but it's going to be transformed. It's going to completely change the horizons that the city sees today, coupled with the kind of infra commute which the panel already has say. I think it's also going to help probably 10, 12, 15 micro markets, whether it is the rate per square feet or whatever measures and yardsticks we talk about, it's going to have a good level, and thereby the kind of pressure we had in particular pockets of the city is going to reduce, and that's the benefit. So I would say redevelopment coupled with a huge boom on the infra, this is what is going to be the decade ahead.
I think that's a very valid point because we just Mumbai witnessed 3D traffic recently, three levels of traffic jams. The SCLR bridge opened up, and now we have three levels, and all three were packed. So I think the point Milind made that we need ATEX infrastructure is so true because all this redevelopment that comes, although government's really doing fantastic. Before you jump in, Nitish, so
Sir, Rome was not built in a day. Please, it's been 2014 from the time our Prime Minister has come. Give him some time. Everything cannot be built in a day, but I trust that things are changing because I have, sir, with due respect, I used to run an infrastructure company. I used to run an PMC company by the name of William and Jones. I had an architecture and interior design company. Now I'm a developer. I've also been past developer in Dubai. So I have worn different hats, and being an engineer myself, the reason of coming to India back from Dubai was I find that there is a big change. Well, we will just wait for the right time to come. But I'm with you. There are challenges, but if we are one, if we are together, we can make this country proud in the next 10 years for sure.
Amit, you've observed redevelopment from four quarters. Society members, developers, lenders, tenants. What is your perspective on the way? And the biggest challenge right now is the legal contracts because they are so very important. Uh, because that is absolutely the first step towards fructifying. So, what is your view? And give me a stakeholder perspective on real estate redevelopment right now and the way things are that comes to your table.
So, at the outset, thank you for on to discuss these issues. Taking on from the tug of war with Lynn and Ali, I'm sure they'll agree to one thing that the reports we don't have to create a cloud like Dubai for water scarcity because we see a 7 crore building being constructed into a 40 crore building that's about going to come in future. Thankfully, God's have been great. On the infrastructure, one thing we should be proud of, if we see the skyline over here, we see the skyline there. If you come from the ceiling, it's a very proud moment to see. It is very close to what you see in Singapore or in Dubai. They should agree with that. I mean, we used to see from the skyline only Palaya as one of the huge elephants sitting over there. And everything was uneven. I'm talking about 2014. I think that was the only giant structure stand. Today you come from the bandar ceiling too early, you will be proud of the kind of brands.
Thank you for this.
I really enjoy traveling from my office in Lower Parel. It's beautiful seeing the skyline. So that's one proud thing. Infrastructure, yes, should be created because if my office is in Lower Parel, we have India Books, all the mill line we have the power. We have Birla Yard coming in. We have Asia Artemis. There's too much of density. There's only this one patch which will take it to the ceiling. How will that
look at Manhattan? I look at that in the future 10 years to be like Manhattan. Honestly.
So that is one. Now, that's all on the lighter note. Coming back to the legal aspects, there's a lot of excitement on redevelopment. We've seen tenders being filled in by developers at the cost of 25, 30 tenders for a society at a size of 620 crores. The excitement is there. The developers want to enter into redevelopment agreement. A decade ago, if you enter into a redevelopment, it was a niche practice because there was some land, there was SRA to be built, one-way was building up, and nobody thought of so much land going on because that's the chief minister and see we have a metro project coastal line. It's because of that everybody wants to see a beautiful skyline. When you travel from the metro, you travel. Fingers crossed if we see a show us board also through the skyline. That's what we wish for. And so if the excitement 10 decades ago
a decade ago was pretty different. One-sided contracts. The developers would have their say in the contract. The leading developer used to come. Societies would have a tier 2, tier 3, or tier 4 law firm with them to represent them. Usually, it's easy to convince them from a developer's legal team to agree to this process saying, "Bharosa rakhiye, will be good project." And definitely they do mark up. But now these societies and even the lenders have become very smart. We represent in Tetaning company at least 12 to 15 societies ourselves. And they're happy to engage top law firms. Many other law firms that are engaging with societies also. So it's not that easy for developers and the DP to negotiate a contract. And it becomes worse when a developer wants to create a lender for the redevelopment project. Because the ask of the lender would be, I need a mortgage on the development right of the developer, receivables of the free sale component, and I need the society to even mortgage it. Because without that, I may not have a full security. I may not be able to chain up the society if there is an enforcement procedure. Societies refuse. They plan their right to refuse. They're saying it's just time. They're all middle class people. They really don't want to plan. Under an IPC or a service. So they refuse. This is how we come into the picture to explain to the developer, for stakeholders, as I said, to the developer, to the society, to the lender, and the pre-sale buyer, that how we structure the document. You cannot go ultra legal. If you go ultra legal now, by RERAs, consumer forums, your high court, your NCLTs will fill the cases the way it is. There is no roadway to any of the stakeholders and what's going on unless someone comes out of the court. So what we advise, if I'm representing a society, I will not try to impress upon the society that you have these robust laws. Have a very strong termination clause. Have a good event of default. If the developer goes into liquidation, if there is funding issue, if the developer matches the milestone of construction. Earlier, there used to be you have a good robust termination clause. Now, consequence of termination, the developer only has a license to enter the property. Please terminate that and let them be at pay. And you enjoy having a but now attacks coming. It's very difficult for us to advise the society to have these focus clauses because the society acts upon the termination clause. Pre-sale buyers will come against the society because the RERAs are giving mixed views today on whether society steps into the shoe of the developer as a promoter because they are also meant to be a co-promoter. Even though they declare themselves on the website as promoters, they become a co-promoter under from MOFA and even from RERA. So there we fall into a problem. We are seeing a lot of cases where pre-sale buyers have no choice to believe, but they love society for claiming refund of their money or directing the society to give possession of the flat from the society of the flat. So there we say, please be very careful. Then if there is an event of default, the lender will also create an event because they have cross default provisions. That if there is a default between the society and the developer, there's an event of default in the financing of the between the developer and the lender. There again, society is in a big array of issues because lenders will try to enforce the security, will try to take the property into service or into RTC. Society is stuck at there. So society faces issues from the developer, litigate for the developer. They face issue from the lender because there's a tug of war between there. Lender will force all their rights to not let the society terminate the developer. The core security of the lender then vanishes. Then you have the free sale buyer. Society terminates and it's very unjust for free sale buyers will come against them. High courts are supporting society, saying that you are not considered as co-promoter. You have to go sit with the association and find a new developer. So from all these angles, we actually are advising a lot of them or developers or societies to say that if there is a competition, please sit across the table, give 6 months to 1 year period to all of them to do and direct the lender or the developer to get a new DM development management or get new funding and revive the project. If that is not happening within that pure period of 6 months or 1 year, then automatic termination and then let the law takes it over. Successfully, I may not name, but there's a project in Bandra, and there are 2 clear examples we have where structured in a manner where the lender has attempted to initiate an action against the existing developer who was defaulted. And somehow the society developer lender came to and they found a good developer. The project is up and running. And through the development manager, everybody, but it needs to be structured. Everybody should not have the ego.
Super. I think that was an absolute masterclass about the legal do's and don'ts. Great. Milind, I'll come to you now. We'll go in a rapid fire format, 15 minutes and quick questions. Hyderabad is a city unlimited FSI. And now it's sort of seen because you can't gauge what really is the potential of the plot. 5.4 FSI across the city is now well known to even the kid in the family. But there are certain provisions within the DCPR which allow you to really go up in double digits also if you really the plot has the potential and the commissioner agrees to what you are proposing. Given this frenzy of FSI, and we've observed that when FSI grows, actually it's the landlord or the society which really gains, although media believes the developers stand to benefit, but not the case really. How do you see livability going in Mumbai as a city? Because everyone's just there to maximize FSI instead of optimizing FSI. It should be the base case really to start with.
So financial feasibility is the most important. Nothing goes against that. But as designers, if you stop looking at the financial and do not look at the design aspect or the livability aspect, I think you will create only work and nothing else. Also, designers have to be conscious for simple things like even ACs be done there, at least create spaces properly. Otherwise, the city is going to look quite shit. So it is a challenge, but it is also a solvable challenge where you can use sustainability or you can use livability aspects, and cluster does play a major role in, to be honest. Compared to individual developments, when you go for cluster developments, you have all the amenities, facilities that make it much more livable. Your clubhouse sizes, I was talking about in the discussion that one of our projects, the clubhouse size itself is 65,000 square feet. So imagine, if you're doing a single project, you're going to create a gym at the moment. But you start creating a cluster, you start having amenities, facilities from 20,000 square feet to 65,000 square feet. And these are not spaces just inside the club, but these are outside, which are make it more livable. And that's what the city and the whole redevelopment fraternity needs to do.
Okay. I'll extend this thought process to Laliji. Shobha is known for its quality globally. And given the kind of scale and density that Mumbai redevelopment requires, because you remember you also have a redevelopment angle. So you have a rehabilitation component where people with 150, 200 square foot go as high as 600. So they get almost 3 times the area, especially in the cluster. And plus you have an equivalent proportion of resale component. So how is Shobha looking to address this mix, especially in cluster, where you get the land, don't really get the density that you desire?
So basically, we don't see a challenge in terms of the quality part of it. Yes, the density could be very high. We do understand that. But quality itself is a function of how you want to design that. Like we believe in something called as a backward integration model, where our entire design and engineering is with us. We have our in-house workmen, we have our in-house factories, and we have even our quality assurances, which are all in-house.
So this is something, sorry to interrupt, but even I have it's a case study of Shobha's backward integration in real estate. So I would really want you to spend some time explaining this.
Maybe I can just take a minute to explain that. So yes, it's a case study with Harvard Law School as well. And what we typically do is we have designed the entire construction canvas into 28 different activities. So I would say if we have to look at a book, it has 28 chapters. So there are 28 activities. Let's say tiling is one of them. Now each of the activity is further subdivided. There is of course a procedure, so how that tiling has to be done. But the tiling mason who does it, so that is where it actually starts. He knows what kind of tools and equipments are required for say 200 square feet to be constructed. So that is also part of the manual. The manual also talks about what will be the methodology for the
quality inspection. So the mason knows very well that whatever he does, these are the things they are going to check in terms of quality. The third aspect is what are the lab tests that will be done. So that is also a standard. And final thing is, yes, there are checklists. So there are 72 checklists and 1456 checkpoints each of the project has to do. This pretty much is our culture. So we do as rigorous as we can think about. And there are 4 snags that happens in the entire lifespan of the project. And that's the way quality comes. I think it's a bit on this kind of an answer.
Mobile is set to get pampered with this quality. Why customers are known to be the most tolerant ones. Just expect a home in time. I think the way benchmarks at these levels, but super, it's absolutely an study really admire this kind of approach. Slightly changing the tone from redevelopment, there is also self-redevelopment discussed. And recently we saw a plot in Bandra. Akbarji is over here. He was instrumental in doing that, seeing self-redevelopment. And that's got a lot of momentum forward as well. Sanjay, you interact a lot with society, with developers. What's the thought process, ground reality on self? I don't want the media answer, I want the ground reality on where really self-development is.
So, self-development is a preferred option with the society, but gets stuck because finances available to them for kicking off the project in terms of meeting the mobilizing the site, etc. So there is another concept which we have suggested for those societies who are willing to look at self-development is to look at a management model being carried out by the societies where they appoint a development manager who has the responsibility of bringing in processes which are required initially to kickstart the project as well as for the approvals and then later on meeting the cash flow requirements through the sales, etc. So this is what we are pitching to the societies who are looking at self-development. Whatever surplus remains at the end of the project gets distributed to the members over and above the area which is being bought by the members at the initial stage. So honestly, this is a vertical which needs to be looked into in terms of making finances available to the societies who are looking at self. Right now, only the cooperative banks, that too with a limited corpus, is funding those projects against the mortgage of the land type. So again, getting the approval of the general body to mortgage the land is the biggest challenge with the society who is looking at the self. This needs to be looked into by the government and the authority how that can be promoted, especially for the societies which are in the category of 600 to 1200 square meters, where for them to get a reputed land to take the redevelopment is not possible, not feasible also for the development, but very well workable for those societies to get into the self.
That's your experience and an extremely practical solution. DM model with developer putting 25-30% equity is the best way out for these smaller layouts which are 600 to 1000.
So absolutely, we advise our all clients, societies of redevelopers. Any redevelopment opportunity has to be taken. It has to be financially feasible and fundable, and then it has to be finally commercially safe. Then only it makes sense to get into the redevelopment. Just not the rent offers or the additional area what they are looking at is the sole criteria to get into redevelopment.
So at a recent CREDA event, Honorable Chief Minister said that Mumbai has the potential to even overtake. Nitish, I'm going to bring you in on this one. We all look up to Dubai for a lot of things. There's global benchmarking, quality, branded residences, standard, of course, whatever city provides in terms of infrastructure safety there. But from real estate, it's really a case study, and from infrastructure, you spend sizable time in Dubai. What are the lessons, from the shortcomings of Dubai, which Mumbai should keep in mind? And if policymakers were really listening into this, What would you share from your Dubai should lessons from there which Mumbai should?
So first of all, I would say that Dubai is a one-man ownership rule wherein Sheikh Mohammed is the final decision maker. With due respect to our country, we are a democratic country, so there are multiple stakeholders involved. There is different finance ministries. The same is the goes in Dubai. But Dubai, Sheikh Mohammed, his idea when in 1981, when he thought of Dubai, had a dream that he wants to make a world-class place for the entire world, people from Singapore and other countries to come and live in Dubai, wherein it's a new city which has been planned in a way where they had an option to hire the best urban design. My own cousin sister works for SOM. SOM has done Burj Khalifa. My sister was a part of Burj Khalifa. When it comes to Bombay, see, Bombay is a place which has evolved over time. There has not been an urban development properly which has happened. We have been following the same roads from last ages. We've been following the same road widths what we have from till today. So Mumbai being a place like central London where already there have been developments, so there are lots of challenges. So to overcome those in terms of Dubai, what I feel is that we will have to have, first of all, Dubai is going for sustainable construction. They are going for thermolite blocks. We are planning to introduce thermolite blocks which will reduce energy carbon emission. When it comes to being Dubai, Mumbai becoming Dubai, I feel that there is a lot of education required towards platinum LEED-rated buildings, gold LEED-rated buildings, because future is going to a zero carbon emission. If I look at my daughter who's 5 years, Naisha, the name of the company is, she can use my iPhone, she can use my iPad, she knows to use Chat GPT, she knows to speak on Chat GPT, which is something I am really shocked. So if you see the generation, the mindset is changing. So coming to Mumbai, I would suggest that Dubai has a single window system where all the approvals of CRZ, of MOFA, of PMC, premiums, all come in a single ticket window. So that reduces the time. We are working on a project where I have got an IoT, I'm waiting for an IoT past 6 months where I have still not gotten CRZ approval, wherein CRZ has been already ready. So I feel we need to work on these parameters. Secondly, we need to work on community living, like what Milind Chagnani Saab said, that cluster development. So in my cluster development, which we are planning to do in Warsaw, it's about approximately 12,000 square meters, where we are planning to have an integrated hospital. We have, clubhouse for children. We are planning to have everything under one roof. So my suggestion to our honorable Prime Minister is that we need to have, first of all, grading of developers. So we need to first categorize the developers based on the scalability, based on the volumes. So if some developer has done 5 lakh square feet or more than 5 lakh square feet could come in a grade A developer. There needs to be liquidity. So I am doing a luxury residential project in one of the prime sea facing properties where I am furnishing 100 crore bank guarantee as a liquidity for 18 months, showing that I have the sufficient investor funds to do the project. So I personally feel that even finance plays a very important role, because lots of new developers who are coming, by offering extra area, they are planning to take these projects. But guys, listen, these middle class, lower middle class, upper middle class families, they have been living in these houses for 40 years. This is something which is their dream, where they have lived for ages. We need to build trust on them. We cannot have, any chances of letting go that any project not being built. Today morning, I will share a message with you with one of my friends from Dubai, Mukesh Legwani. Unfortunately, he has invested 3 crores in a project in Sion, and there are 70 investors from Dubai. They've been struggling for 3 years with a very reputed developer, and he called me and said, Nitesh, can you help me here? Because it was my hard-earned money for years. I was living in Sion. I'm doing a job in Dubai. All my money is at stake. So I personally feel Devendra Saab needs to look at the framework of grading of developers, seeing their network, seeing their liquidity. If people don't have liquidity, I feel don't get into this game. There are, I would suggest, Wadhwani sir can suggest that termination and legal causes of RERA. I feel imprisonment also should be put into place if the timelines are not being met, because this is not a joke. We are talking of lives of hundreds and thousands of people. So this is what my opinion is. And when it comes to Dubai, sir, I don't find that in the next 10 years, we won't cross Dubai, but at least where we are today, we can be at least 50-60% of Dubai. This is what I personally feel.
Great points. Just like banking has KYC, know your customer, we need to have KYD, know your developer, and there are actually licenses the project, it doesn't license the developer, which Dubai actually has. So we have our own private limited and then partnerships, own proprietary concept, which is why it comes up there. So I'm going to move to a closing note. Sujoy, at this point of time, Mumbai redevelopment is seeing a very interesting trend. There is a family office which is taking up the job of cleaning up the plot, and then there is a corporate balance sheet which is actually coming in and completing, from vacancy. It is actually proving to be a good formula basis for the cluster redevelopment, which Mithil and Lalit and most of the finance stock really had about. And that seems to be the perfect solution of the missing leg, because the corporate balance sheet is not able to do the job which is pre-vacant, and the family office is not really able to do the job, which is post-vacant. Nitesh made an emotional appeal too. So, you had a corporate bank. You also have an entrepreneurial bank. So this is the most apt question to close our panel with. That how do you see this chain of activity shaping the larger developments going forward in Mumbai City?
So, as you rightly put it, the main difference between corporate background, entrepreneurial background, or mindset is this ability to take risks, which, and obviously in a corporate setup, you are more time, you are more short term and medium term in vision. So your vision, long term vision, is more for a family office, like you mentioned. So this was pretty prevalent till 2010 for slum redevelopment projects also, where we had many types. The earliest being Uptown and DLF, Unitech and Uptown and others pre 2010. But as you rightly said, this is now becoming a trend instead of being a one-off. Some of the risks and the time it takes to clear these and bring from being inhabited by people to making them plain playgrounds per se are some of the risks that family offices can easily take, and then handing it over to a corporate post that seems to be a trend going forward. So absolutely.
On this note, we will wrap up the panel. Thank you everyone for all your insights. I think redevelopment should not be looked as an activity to multiply your family's net worth. It should actually be an activity where you get a good experience, good living style, a green building, and something which is more livable and enhances your standard of living. I think if that approach is followed by the stakeholders, and this is across the board, then Mumbai will not be saddled with stall projects, but we'll see actual quality of life come back to the city. Thank you, everyone.
Harshal, so I would like to add that if you see recently, Blackstone has bought 66% equity in Conclave Party and developers. I find this as a very positive move. We are also tying up with a very, very big fund which has a value of about $50 billion, where we are working on a business model of structuring how the fund and the developer can work together on a business ratio where they come in as an equity partner. We put in the seed capital and we work on a minimum interest to be given to the fund. Plus, the coupon, after the coupon is being given to them, then the residual profit has been shared. So the idea is that I feel finance is the key, approval is the key, many other things which will fall in place, plus sustainability in terms of the material, reuse of materials is also the key. Of what kind of materials are we using in development of the building, considering the carbon emission factor. So thank you, Harshul, so much for your time. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our eminent panelists. Of course, A key topic being discussed, and I'm sure all of you were gripped right to your seats. As you can see, it's a full house here with Mumbai. With that, if I may request Rohit Kedia, founder and CEO of Park VRA, to please join us on stage and help us in giving a token of appreciation to all our panelists. Let's give Rohit a big round of applause as we welcome him, and we request all our panelists to please step forward. Starting, of course, with Amit Walwani, thank you so much for joining us. We request the both of you to step forward in the center, allow us an opportunity to capture our dignitaries in one frame. Your applause is truly supported at the background. Let's give them a mighty round of applause. Thank you so much, Amit. Thank you, Lalit, for joining us. Truly a pleasure hearing from Lalit Lahoti. Let's give him a warm round of applause. An incredible leader right there, Lalit. Thank you so much. May I also request Milind Chandani to please step forward. Milind, always a delight to have you on the platform. Let's give Milind a big round of applause. Nitesh, what an honor it has been. Truly a passionate speaker right there. Let's give him a bigger round of applause. Nitesh Kandaramani, thank you so much for joining us. We'd also like to invite Sanjay and Dara, thank you so much for joining us. All the key inputs by Sanjay, let's encourage him with a big round of applause. Sujay, of course, we'd like to humbly thank you towards the end, and his closing notes were so fantastic. Let's give Sujay Kalave a big round of applause. And this conversation wouldn't have been complete without our session chair. Let's give him a mighty round of applause, Dr. Arvind Kaushal. Thank you so much for curating such a wonderful conversation. May I request all our panelists to please step forward along with our presenter, allow us an opportunity to capture you all in one frame. Second mega panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, it's full house here in Mumbai. Let's give you a big round of applause. What a great 17th edition of the Realty Conclave right here in Mumbai. And we'd like to humbly thank all our panelists for joining us. And with this, we'd like to humbly thank all of you for staying with us so far. We'd like to invite you now for networking and lunch. Let's resume back in the next 30 minutes for yet another engaging discussion scheduled at 2:20 Indian Standard Time. Thank you so much, and we'll see you shortly for yet another engaging discussion. This time, let's talk about the commercial and retail real estate on the other side. Thank you.
Yes.
नहीं, थोड़ा सा म्यूजिक रखो। थोड़ा कम करके। हेलो।
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin. We request all of you to kindly be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin. May we request you all to kindly be seated. And if you've just joined us, start a reminder, keep your phones in the silent mode. Thank you.
Check. Hey, check on.
Very good afternoon, gentlemen. Welcome back to the 17th edition of Realty plus Conclave and Awards West, where we're talking about right here in Mumbai. Well, we've had a great start so far, two incredible topics already discussed, and now let's gear up and speak a little bit more on the commercial and retail real estate, the domestic reset with the global strategy. Let me first take the honor of welcoming our session chair on stage, the Executive Director and Head Tenant Advisory Group Mumbai of Cushman and Wakefield Limited. Let's give it up for Rahul Tatya Jain as he joins us on stage. He's somebody who has over 18 plus years of experience and leads the office transactions and investment sales business for Mumbai. Rahul, if you need a question, will be seated as per the creator. With deep expertise in front office markets and portfolio alignment, he's somebody who's successfully led complex transactions, built lasting client relationships, and we hope today he's going to be curating this excellent discussion for us. I'd also now like to welcome all our eminent speakers, starting with Bhavik Vora, partner Grant Thornton Bharat. Let's give Bhavik a warm round of applause. Well, Bhavik has over 19 years of professional experience, including last 17 years covering transaction service assignments. He's somebody who's been focusing on the real estate sector for almost 10 plus years and is involved in significant number of transactions on both strategic as well as financial investors, covering both debt as well as equity investors. We'd also like to call upon Rahul Kanungo, National Director, Office Space Solutions Limited. Rahul brings over 16 plus years of experience in the real estate industry. He's been recognized for his expertise in property acquisition, disposition, market analysis, feasibility studies, and portfolio optimization. We'd also now like to call upon Shrivals Kumar, founder of MyGC Legal. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Somebody who brings over 30 plus years of work experience in in-house legal counsel, general counsel. Last 10 plus years specializing in real estate sector post-RERA, be it clients like Rustomjee, Raheja Universal, or Suntech. Well, he now, through his boutique legal advisory, provides legal, strategic, and regulatory advisory support to various ventures. Thank you so much, Shrivals, for joining us. And on that note, I'd like to leave it in the able hands of our moderator, Rahul, to take it forward.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We have an exciting session ahead of us, post-lunch session. So it's a dreaded session for us, but we'll make sure to keep it as exciting as we can. It's an interesting topic, commercial, retail, real estate. We've all been doing that for years now. A lot of action. Just 2 days ago, we saw Knowledge Realty list on the bourses, very successful, oversubscribed. So the theme generally seems to be extremely positive. We're seeing a lot of demand. All reports suggest that even this year we're going to see record numbers on the office leasing side. But what I'd like to start off with, maybe like a quick 35,000 square feet sort of feet view right from the top. Let Bhavik come in, understand how, in this sort of an environment, how is global capital sort of viewing India, both from a risk and an opportunity perspective, just a high level perspective.
Sure. Global capital, hi everybody. Global capital is viewing India very positively. The amount of interactions or sort of visibility which India has in the global capital market in terms of the real estate space is very important. It is the third largest market for large private equity players like Blackstone and Brookfield, apart from the New York or London, right? So overall, global capital views India very positively. They have most of the global capital funds who are into real estate have their offices in India and have a significant exposure in India. Recent trend what we have seen is most of the funds are looking to now sort of raise a real estate, India real estate specific funds or India specific funds to cater to the need of the global investor community to be investing in India and taking a specific exposure. So in early stages, 2010 to 2015, most of the funds were global with a sort of exposure to Asia. Between 15 to 20, there were Asia-focused funds with an exposure to India, China. Now there are India-focused funds which is being sort of thought through and launched. So global investors are looking at India very positively. Lot of steps which has happened over the last 4-5 years, listing of 5 REITs, right? And the blockbuster listing of Knowledge Realty Trust, which was oversubscribed 13x times, is a testament that global investors do look at India positively. There are avenues for them to exit as well as enter in the market successfully and sort of generate the high teens return which they are looking at. They are very optimistic. The little bit of risk in terms of the time taken to sort of develop a commercial real estate park or sort of a retail mall and approval process is something which they look at, how do they sort of mitigate that risk. But overall, the perspective is very positive and we will see many transactions happening going forward.
Great, some great points. I think you touched upon risk, right? So I just build on that and maybe bring Shrivals in, given his experience on the legal side. What could be possible reforms, that could fast track this momentum that we see into Indian real estate from let's say global players? What are some of the possible reforms that you see that can help us?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to Realty Plus for inviting us for this good panel discussion. As I would start by saying, land reforms and labor reforms are two major things that need to be done. Land reform, because if you look at the World Bank study, 2/3 of the litigation today in courts pertain to land or real estate. And if you look at the journey, at least 20 years is taken in getting a dispute resolution done. So I think the starting point for any real estate is the land or the land bank. So having said that, the most important challenge which we have to do is to look at bringing a certain amount of land reforms. To say that, to start with, I think the first thing, whenever you go for approvals and the pre-phase of zoning change or conversions, you have to deal with multiple people, multiple levels of bureaucracy. So as you know, land is a state subject. So you have to, again, every state has a different. So what we need to start with, a centralized approach, even at state level. Maybe later we can look at a national approach, so the starting point should be that. Number 2 is digitalization of the land records. So today what happens is, land you have to check. There is no provision like today if you go for a RERA, and I think as you will all know, once RERA came nearly 9 years back, things have changed in terms of transparency and documentation. Today, there is a QR code, you scan it, you know which project is happening. Similarly, I believe that land records need to move to a level where QR code and digital land records should be there. That makes it very easy for anybody to understand. And the most important thing there, which I believe would be, it will enhance the transparency and reduce a lot of corruption at the state level. There's a faster speed to it, and there is always a lag which is there. So I think these two are most important. And some years back, I think around 10 years back, there was a major thrust, what was called as a conclusive titling system. So basically it was the central government would declare what the land is, and thereafter you don't have to. Today, your title records and your possession determines your ownership. Whereas in that system, which we are speaking of, a conclusive titling system, the government records will say, it's the government record says, you are the owner, that's it. And a national land bank would be there. So I think the biggest thrust which we need to see is to have land reforms. And I think digitalization and simplifying the laws, which already this government is doing, so things are moving the right direction. The second major thing which we need to do is, as you are aware, that construction and real estate gives you the second biggest employment after the agriculture. So I think we have a sizable number of people. It's a low-skilled and semi-skilled people. So the land reforms have always been an issue because of the way the curbs and have to do compliances. the new forecourts that have been launched have made it flexible and compliance has come down. You have a portal-based compliance. You have small, fixed-term employment allowed. You have a lot of schemes where the compliances and scheme for the workers and others are there. There's a construction cess laws are there. So I think there is a balance. Things have moved in the right direction, but there are still much more to do. If you are looking at a scale of, how, like the previous session said, Dubai is going at I think 5x level. If you have to build up the speed and to be ready, I think that has to happen. And the last would be providing infrastructure, for which I think we'll discuss in the subsequent segments. But I think infra, how we'll do that, connectivity will make a lot of game for us.
Absolutely. Fantastic. Some very, very relevant points. Sticking to sort of global capital, because I mean, for real estate, capital is, of course, oxygen. You can't just survive and thrive without that. Bhavik, just back to you, how do you see the pattern of sort of deals evolving since you sort of work on a lot of these large real estate transactions, right? Particularly in terms of, what kind of developers, are there certain qualities that these funds are looking at before they deploy or partner with local developers here? And is commercial or retail real estate now tilting towards more patient sort of global capital with sovereign funds, etc., coming and buying in? So what's your view on that?
Right. So, two questions. I'll answer the first one. All the global investors, including the sovereign wealth funds, are looking at developer partners who can show consistency, who has pedigree of developing the large projects and developing a projects of a certain size. Earlier, a sort of a 1 million square feet was sort of a project where people would sort of look at investing and building a sort of a risk capital and creating a portfolio of malls from or sort of portfolio of commercial assets, and then sort of selling it in the to a private equity investor, then offloading in turns to eventually sovereign wealth fund. Now the theme has moved to a larger, bigger spaces. So 2 million square feet, 2.5 million square feet is the new 1 million square feet in terms of the size, in terms of investable capital which people are looking at. People are looking at thorough diligence, the developer partner which can get through. People are also looking at ESG as one of the important metrics in terms of how the developer is building the building, how architecturally green shoots or sort of green parameters are sort of looked at. Also, whether developer can have a sort of a inbuilt source of green power to supply a certain bit of green electricity. That is one of the critical criteria which currently the investor community is looking at. Investor community is also looking beyond the CBDs now into sort of peripherals and suburbans, which is an sort of an important criteria where a lot of commercial buildings are sort of coming up and successfully sort of been able to sort of raise funds and develop. In Mumbai, if we speak around, right, Goregaon, Jogeshwari belt, where you have Nirlon, Nesco and Oberoi Commerce, is sort of a very successful belt which has come up with lot of investments and sort of global customers also coming in. Similarly, in the early development, it was sort of Mindspace which had sort of come up, which was also sort of pretty important development. Similar thing or the story is sort of being built out in sort of Noida, similarly in Whitefield in Bangalore. So suburbans is the next sort of green zone where the funds are sort of looking at marquee buildings where they can sort of look at investing and do co-partnering with developers. So it's a sort of a very important thing for developers now to look at peripherals of the city once till the time new CBD zones or new developments are being encouraged by government, who were the initial sort of builders of this CBD. Was initially developed by government for government offices, and then practically the developers and the investor community look at. One of the key things which sort of Rahul touched upon in the initial part is a sort of a new CBDs coming up or new development which would greatly drive this sort of demand generation as well as investor community. GIFT is one which is sort of being developed, but there needs to be a lot more green shoots there. On the second question, which was more around any other sort of peripheral activities which we can look at. I've already sort of mentioned ESG is one of the criteria, but also market closeness in terms of residential zone, in terms of, infrastructure availability will be also very closely looked scenario for developers to sort of come in and for investors to sort of partner with those developers.
Perfect. Yeah. So I think now that we've sort of got a high level view of what capital is looking at, in this sector, we'll take a slightly sort of more constrained look at, where the markets are. So I'll bring Rahul here. What are some of the sort of inherent strengths that you see, in the office and real estate, sort of retail market as well? And where do you see the white spaces for growth in the next sort of 5 to 7 years? You yourself represent office, which is, growing tremendously over the last sort of 5, 7, 10 years. Even in your business as well as overall larger real estate themes, where do you see the white spaces for growth? Bhavik did touch upon a few of them, like peripheral markets. But otherwise, what do you see as the big white spaces in the next 5 to 7 years?
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Realty Plus. Thank you, Rahul. I think it's been one of the flavors of the market right now, the white spaces, right? And fortunately enough, close to around 75-80 million square feet was transacted in 2024. And we are very, very keen that I think it will come up to around 3 digits very soon now. Now, out of that, just a few numbers, I think approximately managed office was doing around 15 million square feet odd spaces out of that. The GCCs, the white spaces, typically is doing around 8-9 million yet, but that growth is phenomenal for India. And that's what I think all of us from a real estate perspective have been eyeing overall, and Rahul can equally vouch, I think, from that aspect, that definitely a great infrastructure which is getting built in India and cities across. Hyderabad, Chennai, Bangalore have been the primary focus. Pune, Bombay, Delhi is catching up, Noida is catching up too. So that's been the major focus where the GCCs are setting up their shops. Again, it's not been a story of a 5 lakh or a 4 lakh. It's been now million square feet that have been transacted. A lot of jobs being created. Again, a great manpower, I think, from that aspect that India has been able to deliver. That's what really accounts for that. The second is, I think, even the price of the real estate. Still the rentals in these cities are way more better compared to any other places in the world. So I think that's what been another focus here. Adding upon the retail aspect too. I think post-COVID, we've seen a complete shift, a 360-degree shift that has happened from an Indian mindset, from a buying perspective. All of us, for that matter, I think the malls and the retail part, not just online, offline, I think both have been growing tremendously on that aspect. Especially coming back on the white spaces, I think what we see, the tier 2, tier 3 cities are equally seeing a lot of shift other than the main 4 to 5 metro cities and tier 1 cities. But yes, tier 2, tier 3 cities has been another focus. We at Office have been really similarly vouching for it. It's been around 8-9 years. We were pioneer in venturing. We're right now in 19 cities, and out of which we see 19 cities of our portfolio is in tier 2 and tier 3. So cities like Chandigarh, Kochi, Indore, Jaipur, Bhubaneswar, major cities are coming up with great talent inside. Again, great infrastructure. There's been a lot of support from government also. I would definitely give for it. A lot of government policies have really helped. I think adding up to the points, I think from a real estate, land perspective, a lot of reforms are yet to be done, but the overall help from government as well as I think the multinational with the talent coming in, it's becoming a great eco space overall, which is making a right 5 to 7 years horizon for Indian real estate market to boom a lot.
So does sort of hybrid work or work from home also help these tier 2, 3 cities, in terms of talent being able to work closer to where they're from? But some of the challenges that we see are, lack of sort of quality developments in that market, and of course, from an infra perspective, power is not as consistent. So are those some of the challenges that you see as well at Office? Or, are you all seeing consistent supply coming in these markets? What's your sort of take on that?
So definitely, I think challenges are there, but good part is I think they're getting addressed also. They are understanding that yes, these mainstream challenges are very important for business to come in and the companies to come in there. I would just take an example of Indore as an example of a city. Been a lot of focus near the airport, not just from government. I think a lot of big Infosys, say Wipro, and all of these guys are setting up their shops. I think they're encouraging the local developers, telling them how it's built and how it's done. And eventually it's bringing the graph up. So yes, challenges are there, but equally I think it's getting proportion. It'll take another 2, 3 years, 4 years down the line, but we are on the right roadmap to, I think, position us in those cities also equally.
Just to add on that point, I think the smart city project has done a lot of flip to the tier 2 cities. I think that's one place where I think the multinational companies and GCC would like to see a setup for their, quality of life for their employees is also one important factor.
And just to add, at Grant Thornton also we have significant number of employees sitting in Indore and sort of Dehradun, serving global as well as local client. In fact, the size of offices would be sort of equivalent to what we have in Mumbai as well as NCR. So that's a sort of, though you highlighted in terms of power supply is bit of a challenge, but it has been managed during at least the work hours. They have not, these tier 2 and tier 3 cities have not moved to a 24/7 culture, but they are in the zone from 9 to 6 culture where at least power and everything government is being able to manage, and there is an encouragement there with local authorities also to make sure these cities keep on growing and thriving and surviving. So facilities are being provided and it's been catered to, and there is a push from the state governments at least to sort of make sure that the next wave of GCCs and sort of actually look at tier 2 and tier 3 cities to sort of help them also grow and sort of accelerate their growth journeys.
Yeah, I mean, just to sort of build on that, I think Shrivals, you were speaking about, infra. Is there anything that we can do that can sort of turbocharge this this momentum that we're seeing, be it tax, be it infra, consistency in those regimes, anything that can help us there? You did touch upon a few things earlier from a capital perspective, but from a demand perspective, do you think there's something?
I think tax has been one of the most important challenges. I say two aspects to it. One, the timing when the change happens. We always see a GST change or a tax change happening midway down the year. Why can't, like an example, airport industry has a tariff regulation wherein a tariff is done in a 5-year bucket for it. So they are planned to know what's going to happen. All stakeholders know what's going to be a tariff over there. Similarly, for this, any industry, GST comes as a surprise. If you look at the online gambling, the typical gaming industry, suddenly a 28% hit them out of the blue. So I think tax, I will say consistency in terms of what's going to be there when they make their business plan is one of the most important thing. Number two, interpretations from the courts sometimes make or change the issues. And the last big challenge which I saw is interpretation by court on environmental issue. Last 1 year, we have not seen any construction activity starting because the approvals are pending because of a matter going from an NGT Bhopal to Supreme Court pending, which recently, week back, we got it through. So I think challenges are few, but I think overall, as we see, the economy has certain positive factors and real estate is supporting those, so things are moving up. But certain most aspect on tax consistency, in terms of understanding the policy change not happening, at least over a 5-year horizon when you make your business plan. As you know, real estate sector and construction industry doesn't have a 5-year plan. They usually are with a 10 or 15 years horizon. So if you today cannot predict the assumptions correctly, it's very difficult for any business plan or investor to have it. Having said that, two other major benefits that happened, adding to what Bhavik said, is number one, 10-15 years back, we do had the vanilla project finance, construction finance. Today, you got real estate funds, REITs, you got, different types of models that are coming, which see a lot of benefits to you. So I think things are evolving for the good. So you need to, as a stakeholder, work together to see where we take it collectively to a larger growth. I think that is the way I will see it.
No, fantastic.
And just to add, see, developers and funds are partnering at a pretty early stage where they have a tie-up or sort of an understanding. So even at the land acquisition stage, how the project will be developed, the partnership is there and the financing is available, which will accelerate the commercial and the retail development in forward.
Yeah, and you did touch about, looking at it from a 5 or 10-year horizon. And I'll bring Rahul in here. Today as an occupier, when you look at buildings, the earlier sort of way to look at it was just maybe location and cost, right? Are there more dimensions you're adding to it now when you look at it from a 5-10 year perspective as, let's say, AWFIS or as a corporate occupier? Are you looking at it slightly differently now?
Yeah, I think that perspective has completely changed post-2020, if I'll be honest. Yes, there was a slight thought given on it pre-2020 also, but that angle has, and the dimension has totally changed post that. Sustainability has become very, very crucial now. I think all of us have been hearing that, your ECG norms, well certificates, your certifications and all. I think that's very, very crucial part of any kind of buildings that you are seeing. Yes, the new development itself, also I think you'll see a lot of developers are making those LEED certified gold, I mean all of that sustainable buildings, not just across Bombay and I think across the country now that you're seeing. So the focus definitely is, all the companies are wanting that. So you will always pick up a building from that perspective, what kind of ESG norms, sustainability norms, LEED certifications the building has had. Obviously, I think the metro connectivity is now, with the metros coming up in all the cities in India, I think the connectivity becomes equally important from that aspect. Further adding up to it, I think the building management system, how the AI and the tech has been enabled in the building operations now, because all of that transformed into a much better building management, so your parking management, your building management. So I think a lot of prop tech is also come into place. So, and technology is taking over the coming years. So I think a lot of integration of technology with sustainability and the quality of the building that has been made, I think all puts together. That's where the funds come into picture. Funds like Brookfield and the Blackstones and all of those, Hines, all of those guys are making way better buildings. They're bringing in those technologies from internationally, and I think we are growing that path now. So those are the factors very keen and crucial now to pick up the
Yeah. And so I think just to sort of bring Bhavik in as well, right? So is the industry now sort of moving away from the traditional strata sale model to a more patient, sort of long-term view of the asset model? Is that what you're seeing as well, generally?
Absolutely. Industry, at least with the large developers and developers with the capability to develop, say, more than sort of 1 million, 2 million square feet of buildings, integrated buildings, they have moved away from strata sales altogether. They are looking at leasing model, pre-leasing it, and then looking at sort of their own set of listings, like the recent enablement of small and medium-sized REITs also. So that strata sale model is sort of at least gone from the tier 1 developers, and in most of the city centers areas or CBD areas. It's still there in sort of the smaller locations, which Rahul sort of touched upon in Indore or sort of other area. But again, those are being sort of looked at part of the building, where they are looking to own the majority of building and sort of lease those, and how to create their value. Upfront financing, which has sort of helped developers hold on to those building and not strata sale, because strata sale initially was looked in a way as a replacement for construction financing. So that is one of the critical things, with the financing being available from the global investors also. The model has changed completely to the long-term leasing model.
Just to sort of on financing as well, right? So bring Shrivalsan, is sort of green financing, green leasing, is that just a buzzword still, or are you sort of seeing that becoming a reality? I mean, we just recently saw Mindspace refinance a large portion of their debt with green financing, almost a 50 bip benefit on terms. But you think it's still early days, or is still some way to go?
So I believe that green financing and green leasing has been buzzword for some time, but as responsible citizens and with our own government looking at certain sunset date by which we need to have zero emission and bring it down, I think it's time for everybody to take it up. And I think we see a lot of trend happening, changes happening. So green financing and green leasing is, where there are clauses meant clearly saying you need to have some ESG goals or sustainability goals inbuilt. As of now, it is not mandated. It's more an endeavor to do it. But over the period of time, there are many benefits to both the sides. So whether it's energy efficiency, waste management or waste monitoring, or even in terms of, I will say, usage of materials that are used which are environment friendly, they in the long term, or even in terms of quality of air indoors in a certain setup, these are very good points. And over a period of time, the efficiency ratio gives you a lot of savings in terms of cost also. Having said that, I happen to see a report, and I need to quote that grade A certified buildings have moved from close to 228 million square feet in 2016 to 418 million square feet. And there is 83% growth over these years, which clearly shows that there is a value addition. And if I look at the important thing from a financing perspective, World Bank, when it comes and funds a platform, these are important integrants. It is not a feel-good factor. It is a mandatory. So I think from there, if you start it, the type of funding you get at some substantial concessional rates, you definitely would like to take one step forward. Definitely the pain point is there because we are not used to it. So starting with that, and I think if you look at majority of the major players today in the market, all are today looking at a basic requirement of being a LEED certified or IGBC certified, and that's a basic requirement. If any major corporate puts a mandate in the market, I think that's a precondition for that.
Are you seeing that some of your clients asking for that as well as part of the release?
Major RFPs, major international clients, I think he was rightly saying, yes, those are the major prerequisites now that you have to, as a part of their submissions only, you require it, not just for building, I think for us also. When we are making the spaces, I think it's very important for us also to have those well certificates, IGBC certificates in place, so that not just externally from a building point of view, I think internally from an office point of view, all of those green initiations have to be done, and those are a definite prerequisite that everybody is needing for sure.
To add that, I think if the REITs are going to hit the market or you're going for an IPO, these are the extra premiums that will drive your price up.
No, absolutely. And we're seeing that, across most of the top REITs today. I think they're putting that right up in center, in their sort of marketing materials as well.
And there are disclosure standards also being introduced by SEBI to sort of, actually inculcate an habit or sort of disclosing what are the SEBI sort of green requirements which the building or sort of the REITs are sort of looking at and sort of converting. So this gradually will also, have a wider implication on the market, because anybody who's looking at a potential listing or potentially sort of, a REIT would have to look at those green norms pretty closely. But again, just from a market dimension perspective, and I will just building on what Rahul said, like international tenants and international clients are looking at green certified buildings and positively, and one of the key factors they look at in terms of leasing. But at least from a domestic client perspective, that the theme is yet to pick up, is what I see in the market.
Yeah, but it's moving in that direction. I think increasingly that sort of fissure between international and domestic clients is kind of narrowing down. I think a lot of the parks that we work in, will have a fairly equal split of international and domestic companies. Aspirationally, that's where they want to be from a talent perspective as well. So, I mean, just sort of taking cue from the time, final sort of comments, right? I think just a little bit of crystal ball gazing, a minute each for each one of you maybe. What do you see as, sort of the biggest opportunities and risks, for this commercial/retail real estate over the next sort of 5 years? Just 1-2 opportunities maybe, or 1 or 2 risks that you see, whoever wants to go first.
So I think there is huge opportunities. I always say you have to look at the silver lining in the dark clouds. So today I will say the biggest threat would be geopolitical stuff happening around. You don't know what may happen. Number 2 would be the way the technology is booming up. I think AI is coming up. You don't know how the industry would be 2 years, 5 years down the line. So these are the dark process. But the opportunities, I believe, is that we will move to an ecosystem where the residence and office may be next door. It could be a full eco space of social space and the office space, residential, entertainment zones all together. You will be like living in a micro mini cities. You won't be anymore living. The hospitals would be there, the schools would be there, the restaurants, the malls, everything will come together. I think that is the biggest one. And infrastructure needs to go. The mixed use development needs to change. I think these will happen. And to finish on a note, I will say that if you look at the Indian market, it's a very complex market, but it's a very, for a person to win, it can do that. So we have Lenskart in the retail space having both offline and online models. We have a Zudio working along with Tata Click as the same entity. And lastly, we have events where we will see that multiple opportunities come. Like a DMart is there. It's a walk-in retail, but there is a DMart ready where you can go and get it also. So I think there are complex. How you analyze the market and take the opportunity will make all the difference.
Yeah. Rahul?
So definitely, I think opportunity is tremendous that we're talking about. I'll highlight a little bit about us, that we were around, say, 3.5-4 million 3 years back or something. Last year when we got listed, And we've seen that major points coming in. So all the sustainability points definitely came in from that perspective. But right now we are standing at 9.5 million, and this is why the Indian companies, the growth that we are seeing is tremendous, which is happening. Opportunities, I think from that aspect, a lot of major campus integrated are yet to be made.
Yeah.
Not just in tier 1, I think the major other cities are yet to develop like that. Possibly, I think integration of government with the bigger landlords or investors or developers can come in together and that catch up that opportunity, because the talent pool is immense.
Yeah.
The shift from the West as well as the East to coming to India has been tremendous in the last 1.5, 2 years. So I think it's an opportunity to cash in for India for the next 4, 5 years, 6, 7 years. The social infra is coming up. The overall infrastructure from a road to metros to everything else is, I think, building up. So it's a time to encash, I feel, to integrate. From a risk perspective, yes, I think these tier 2, tier 3 cities are yet not there. I think it could be electricity, it could be other infrastructures. I think government should have a little bit more focus there. It can become up. Technology aspect, I think it's yet to come the way it has to really be integrated. We are still on that line. So a lot of technology integration needs to come in, not just from real estate aspect, I think overall aspect. Last, I think the retail part of it. Possibly, again, Indian consumer has been open about a lot of online and offline both. But I think that openness and spending power has been increasing from an Indian customer market. I think that's the place and space that retail is right now. I think equally retail should be growing furthermore. I feel a lot of opportunity from that aspect. Yes, risk is which location, where. I think always a doubt between offline and online. I think that will still go on, but people will still go to malls, right, guys? We'll still continue buying online too. So I feel retail is yet to grow much more in India. I think that it's been a slow growth because of the COVID, but I think post that it's been phenomenal. Lastly, I think coming to managed office, we've seen a lot of managed office getting listed. The space is getting much more wider and better. I think from our aspect, not just Indian companies, international companies, both are opening up to that concept, and that's going to grow furthermore. And we are, likely to see a double-digit space take up in that too. So, yeah.
Fantastic.
So I'll just talk about opportunities, right? Risks are there, but that can be mitigated and sort of come up. Opportunities is huge. The biggest mega trend which India has is the huge booming sort of population and the consumers available for your commercial space in terms of talent to sort of occupy, GCCs to come in. So that mega trend is here to stay, which is a huge opportunity for sort of the commercial office parks as well as retail. Second, in terms of retail, it is still baby steps which we have taken. It's only one REIT which has got listed. There's one listed company, but more needs to be done. Integration of the residential and retail and sort of say commercial is happening slowly and steadily. One of the unique examples is sort of the entire Oberoi vicinity in Goregaon, where you have now the commercial park. The mall and residential was always there. Similarly, the Sky City, again, it's a sort of an integrated mixed use, and this is a trend which I see a lot in terms of people sort of occupying those space, and those space will be sort of from a residential, commercial, retail, all three taken together would be a huge opportunity for India. The only enablement is availability of land and having those land clusters being freed up from say encroachment, etc., where government can help and sort of fast track this development and the investment cycle for India to sort of grow and progress in the next 4-5 years and sort of together sort of achieve a Viksit Bharat plan. But huge opportunities and risk, I will sort of, just sort of say that those can be managed. It has been managed successfully, and enablement is the key for driving growth in this sector.
Fantastic. I think very exciting times for all of us in this room, I think associated with office, retail, or alternate asset categories. I think a great time to be in the country, great time to sort of invest here. So on that note, I think we've sort of hit our time, and if there's any questions that anybody has for our panel, or maybe we're at the end of our discussion then. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Thanks, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks, Rahul, for the nice session.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. A big round of applause for all our panelists. May we request you all to please stay with us on stage. May I call upon stage Vinay Katkar, co-founder of Cell .do. Let's give him a big round of applause as we welcome him. And Vinayak, we request your presence on stage and help us in giving a token of appreciation to all our eminent panelists, starting with Bhavik. Bhavik, thank you so much for joining. Maybe request Bhavik to join us in the center. Let's get both of them in one frame and a bigger round of applause from all of you. Bhavik Vora, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, now we'd like to humbly invite Rahul Kanungo. Thank you for joining us. We request you to join us in the center. And let the applause continue as we encourage all our speakers. May we now invite Shrivals Kumar. Shrivals, thank you so much for joining us. Let's give him a warmer round of applause as we acknowledge his presence. And of course, this wouldn't have been possible without our session chair, so let's give it up for Rahul Tatya Jain. Thank you so much, Rahul, for joining us and curating such an excellent discussion. May we request now all our panelists to step forward along with our presenter as one frame. And they say that when a group is on stage, you need to give them a much more louder and a bigger round of applause. Thank you to each and every one of them for joining us on the stage and, of course, being a part of the 17th edition of Realty Plus Conclave and Awards West right here in Mumbai. Well, now it is time for us to move ahead to our next conversation. We're talking about real estate investment pulse. What's fueling the capital in India? So let's go ahead as we invite all our speakers, but as the stage is being set, allow me an opportunity to introduce all of them. Our first speaker is Mr. Amit Goenka, Chairman and Managing Director of NISIS Finance Services Co. Limited. He's somebody who leads NISIS, India's first BSE listed alternative asset manager with 1,700 plus crores AUM and has expanded it to Gift City, Dubai and Mauritius. Soon Amit's going to be joining us. Allow me an opportunity to also talk a little bit about our next speaker, Ankur Gupta, Managing Director, Head of Investments India, Mumbai, Heinz, India. He's somebody who leads the Heinz business growth and investment management, including driving the firm's expansion into new asset classes. He's been instrumental in Heinz residential and commercial business and has led capital raise of over $250 million by building strategic joint ventures. We also would like to introduce Nitin Idnani, Managing Director, Real Estate Advisory of JM Financial Limited. He's somebody who brings more than 23 plus years of experience across research and industry coverage teams with his expertise in real estate, REITs, consumer, tech, retail, and hospitality verticals. Prior to this role, he was an integral part of the Access Capital and INAM and has spent a decade in institutional research covering various sectors. We're also going to be joined soon with Shubham Pandit, Principal Investment Officer of Swahim Fund at SBI Ventures Limited. Shubham brings in close to 2 decades of experience primarily in real estate and allied sector investments across India. Prior to Swahim, he worked with the Xander Group and Yes Bank Limited and managed the entire spectrum of the deal life cycle. We're also going to be having Srinivasan Gopalan, CEO of RS Infra Solutions Limited. Srinivasan brings in more than 25 years of experience, over which 15 years is in the real estate sector. He's been at the forefront of leading the real estate development business across all asset classes. We also have Vimalendra Singh, who is the Chief Business Officer, Residential Mahindra Lifespace Developers Limited. Vimalendra, along with the full P&L accountability for the MMR and Pune, leads the central sales and service functions of the company. He also oversees projects in the north and has had extensive experience across US, GCC, as well as India. With this, may I humbly invite all our speakers to join us. First, let's give it up for Amit Goenka, Chairman and Managing Director. This is NISIS Finance Services Co. Limited. Let's give Mr. Goenka a warm round of applause. Joined with Ankur Gupta, Nitin Idnani, Shubham Pandit, Srinivasan Gopalan, Vimalendra Singh, along with our fabulous moderator, Vamshi Keki, Nakira Kanti, Senior Executive Director and Head, Valuation Services India, Head Consulting and Valuation Southeast Asia of CBRE. So may we request all our eminent speakers. Ideally, if you could be seated as per the creative would have been better. Mr. Goenka, we'd love your company right from the start. So that our audience can, of course, though they know you, but we just request you to be seated as per the creative. Starts with Amit, Ankur, then Nitin, Shivam, Srinivasan, Vimalendra, and then, of course, towards the end, Vamshi. Thank you so much, and with that, over to you.
Thank you so much. My questions are not in this order. So I think warm welcome to all of you for this 17th Realty Plus Conclave, Excellence Awards West. I think the topic is very interesting and rightly so. India is at that inflection point. Real estate investment pulse, what's fueling capital in India. I think over the last 8 years, I mean, Nitin will throw a lot more numbers at us slightly shortly, but I think 55 to $60 billion in the last 7 to 8 years is the capital that has hit real estate sector. And I think from a point where pre-COVID, where the markets were to where it has reached now, at all-time historical highs on most of the sectors. Office is doing well, residential is staging a historical comeback, and alternatives are like data centers and student housing, everything is seeing light under the sun. While we have seen a lot of capital inflows over the last 2 decades, I think, and in the last decade more so from global funds, what is interesting is the amount of domestic capital that is hitting the real estate sector. I think I'm sure you all want to listen to the speakers, so I'll just bring in the first theme on the color and nature of capital. Nitin, I'll bring you in first. You know, there are a lot of sources of capital available to the real estate sector today, right? Global, domestic, debt, equity, structured. What kind of structures are becoming more acceptable in today's context for both developers and investors? And also, there's a lot of activity in the public markets, right? REITs and IPOs. So can you throw some light on that for the audience?
So when it comes to real estate capital, I think there is a lot more available today than there ever was. And all kinds of capital, right? I mean, capital, different kinds of capital gets attracted to different kinds of risk. So it really depends on the kind of risk that we are talking about to determine what kind of capital it'll attract. And you can cut that in so many ways, but let me try and do this maybe just by, very simply, there are 2 kinds of risks according to me. One is at the asset level itself. And there, a lot weighs in on that. Real estate is about location. So is this a mature location? Is it an emerging location? Then at what stage of the project life cycle are we talking about investing? Is it at land stage? Is it at approval stage? Is it at development stage? Is it a ready asset? And the third differentiator at the project level really is that whether is this an annuity asset or is it an asset that you're building to actually sell? And somehow we've seen some of the larger investors, Ankur, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but they've been able to wrap their head around an annuity asset a lot better than they have been able to do it with, a build to sell, which is largely just residential. Because the perception of risk in residential from an investor's point of view is still very, very high compared to annuity assets. So one kind of risk really is the kind of project we're talking about. And the second sort of way to cut risk really is in terms of who's the developer who you're funding. Now, this was always really important, right? Because you need a good partner in real estate, but I think it's become even more so a key criteria for investors to decide what kind of capital and at what cost. Now, within the who's the developer question, you have your tiering, right? So you have your stronger brands which are able to sell better, acquire better, have got a balance sheet that is a lot more stronger. Not only is the availability of capital far better for the stronger brands, it also comes at a much lower cost of capital. And in my mind, that differential between a tier 1 and a tier 2 developer now has become extremely large, so much so that it has become a moat in itself. Because these larger developers have the luxury now of going out there and attracting this capital, any kind of capital, debt, equity, structured. I mean, there are guys on this panel who know debt and structured more than me, but if I was to just talk about equity, in the last 2.5 years, I think we've raised close to about 55,000 crore rupees of equity in the capital markets for the real estate sector. And when I say real estate sector, I am clubbing your residential, office, retail, hotel, flex space, and the like, right? But still, 55,000 crores of monies has been raised. Out of that, 20,000 crores probably is just residential, follow-on offerings from existing listed developers. Which is why I see that this differential of being able to go out there and raise equity is what is luring so many developers today to sit up and ask the question, can I list my company too? And as bankers, we are extremely busy today just answering that question for the maximum number of prospective clients that I've ever seen. And that's really what's keeping me most busy. So you have the capital markets, which have got today a lot of depth, are attracting investors, institutional, as well as family office and HNIs. Now, a country of Indians who love real estate really is in your blood. If you do a top-down sort of maths in terms of how much money goes into real estate, it's humongous, right? I mean, we are a $4 trillion economy. Even if I take a savings rate of 25%, which is lower, it's actually higher than 30%. But even if you take 25%, that's $1 trillion worth of savings, of which at least half goes into physical assets. And again, I'm being conservative. That number's pretty high. And so out of $500 billion, probably 50%, if not, actually it's closer to 70, but even if you take 50 or 60%, you're talking about $250 to $300 billion worth of money going into real estate in India every year. And this is supposed to hit what, $1 trillion by 2030. So there is enough money and more. It is just a question of whether there is enough of money for a particular developer or a particular project. And that's where the tiering actually sort of happens.
That's a lot of capital, by the way, but taking that as a segue, I'll bring you in, Ankur. While India is large and pretty large by the numbers that we talk about compared to Asian capital, and Heinz, of course, you're one of the largest global investors, developers, and asset managers. Barring the first wave of global financial crisis, most of them have been broadly successful in India. But when you compare India to other Asian markets, where do we stack up? And what does India need to do to attract long-term capital? And what are the concerns that are holding back allocation decisions?
Thanks, Vamsi. You made a very careful caveat over there about institutional investors who have survived post the GFC. What I should add is that out of the 100 investors which were there pre-GFC, probably only 5 or 10 exist. And these are the guys who have buckled down and have had the tenacity to go through whatever investors have had to go through. And I think, the 90 investors who burned their fingers, it's still scar tissues for us. I'm sure for Nitin, I'm sure for Amit, as we look to raise capital and, as we look to bring more institutional investors into the country. Look, for meeting the real estate capital needs in a structural way for the long term, you need institutional capital. There is no two ways about it. And yes, in the last 10 to 15 years, the institutional investors who've been there have experienced India, have got good returns, and hopefully this becomes a gateway for more and more capital to come in. Coming to your question about how India is stacked up against other APAC countries, look, forget APAC, I would say compared to the world, we are a shining beacon in so many ways. There are obviously a lot of macro tailwinds, and we could spend the next hour just talking about macro factors for India, but I'll just touch upon a few more important ones. GDP growth, we have been in the top, we've been a top growth market for a long time, and data suggests that for the next 15 to 20 years, we'll continue to be amongst the top 3 growth markets in the world. Domestic consumption, Nitin spoke about it in terms of savings and money moving into hard assets, but consumption, we're not as dependent as other countries on incoming, on exports or other sectors. Our working age population is amongst the highest, and if you actually look at a 10-year trend, APAC ex India would actually have negative growth in the working age population. And we are the only people, we are the only country who's actually taking that number to a positive territory. So there are lots of tailwinds, and one of the most important tailwinds in my view has been the stable government and the policy reforms that we've seen. Be it GST, be it RERA, the bankruptcy code. I think all of these have been, and this has led to our rankings in the transparency index going up. And all of these makes big difference when a new investor or a capital source is looking at India at a macro level. So, very strong macro tailwinds compared to APAC. Coming to sectoral, tailwinds or what makes India stand out. If you look at housing, for example, we are going to have more than 350 million Indians going to come into the urban, the urbanization theme that's playing out. More than 300 million people are going to move to urban cities in the next 25 to 30 years. Imagine the demand for housing because of these urban consumers. The average household size in India, which used to be fairly large earlier, is structurally reducing over, there's a structural downward trend. So that means even more houses. So there is going to be clearly demand for housing. Office. India is probably one of the lowest per capita office consumers in the world. Our capital values are the lowest. Our rents are the lowest. Tier 2 markets are still largely unorganized and untapped. So, there is no dearth of demand. So these are some of the reasons why India stands out and will continue to do well. In fact, India probably accounts for more than 60% of APAC level leasing. And that is something to, really take note of. Coming to what can be better and what is holding capital back, I think execution risks and the approval risks and the government-related risks are still very high. We are an investor and an operator ourselves, not as good as some of the other colleagues that I have on the table here, on the panel here. But between a municipal corporation rule change, between a state law changing, between a central law changing, and if something gets left over, then the judiciary coming and imposing something, and even after that, if something gets left over, then someone like an NGT comes and puts a ban, and you don't know what to do. So I think those risks are big deterrents for somebody to think long-term investing in the country. I also think liquidity in our market can be better. Yes, we have 5 REITs, but there are probably 10 more REITs which can come up. We need to see more logistics REITs. We need to see more retail REITs. I think, purely speaking as an investor, that would give one more comfort. So, yeah, that's a few points.
I think I was there at a online event on Asia Pacific, and one statement stuck with me. You cannot ignore India, despite all the risks that India poses. But one interesting statement there was about the yield to interest rate negative spread, which is not there in any other Asian markets. So that is one thing that people keep saying holds back institutional capital or global capital. I'll bring you in, Amit, here. I think you have been driving the domestic capital story to a large extent. Of course, you have now capital raised from institutional global players also. You've been working on different platforms to finance real estate. What's the larger play for Indian developers, right, in this, and what's the way forward? Is domestic capital is domestic institutional capital, pension funds, insurance money, HNI, family offices, are they stepping up meaningfully? And will they fill in and capitalize on the opportunity, or it will still be largely dependent on global capital?
Thank you very much, Vamshi, and my friends have already spoken a little about capital inflows. And thanks to Nitin, there's too much money in domestic markets for real estate. He's been doing a great job of selling real estate to family households and SIPs, which is amazing. They've stayed away from real estate for a very long time, so I'm happy to see public money come back to the sector. Of course, Ankur is doing a phenomenal job of getting global capital to commercial real estate and now other asset classes. But now let me put everything in context. So first of all, I think there are tailwinds for India as a macro story, but headwinds when it comes to the US policies, the entire geopolitical environment, and people being cautiously optimistic, which has reflected also in the H1 FDI inflows or total institutional inflows. Typically, where we saw close to $4.5 billion, the first half only saw $3 billion, of which the foreign institutional contribution has fallen by over 40%, which typically has been 60-65% of the total contribution pie, today stands at close to 50%, which has been made up by the balanced domestic institutional investments. So increasingly, our reliance and resilience will come from domestic capital. Whatever be the macro story for India, nobody's going to come in a hurry. I think there are enough opportunities globally for special situations, for growth opportunities, etc., at scale. Finding opportunities in India at scale is a big challenge. I mean, we saw that the total market cap of all the REITs put together would be what, $10-12 billion, and we had $15 billion, and one REIT in the UAE comes with $8 billion. So the scale is a challenge. So if I have to put large sums of money, and if I have a $500 billion or a $300 billion fund, I need to put out at least $5, $10, $15, $20 billion in one geography for it to be meaningful. So I see that as a constraint, and therefore domestic capital becomes even more relevant. If you can bring in the way SIPs have brought in money, now we were, like you mentioned, APAC, and we were in London, and they said, why do you need money when you have $3 billion of SIP money coming into capital markets every month? You have $36 to $40 billion of equity money coming into your markets. Where do you need foreign money? But that is not available for real estate because it is not democratized to that extent. We have maybe a REITs, maybe we have a few public issues. To that extent, there is some participatory interest, but it is only limited to that. We still need to open up the gamut of opportunities much larger for the overall demographic engagement with the sector. So to that extent, yes, there is no dearth of capital provided we can open it up. Barring that, there will be a dearth. For certain people, for certain opportunities, for certain asset classes which are emerging, capital will be constrained. We need close to 6 lakh crore rupees of developmental capital over the next couple of years alone. We don't have that money readily available with all of us put together, which means there will be a deficit. It will go to the more capable players, and the other players will suffer, or they will have to find alternate means to make do. So that is a real challenge. And foreign money is not coming to fill that gap either. I mean, they're chasing yielding assets. And again, you mentioned the right problem. There is a gap or a delta or a spread, negative spread. I mean, who wants to play a negative spread game in a country which is then only based on cap gains or upside appreciation, which we don't know in the current rental environment where there is headroom for rental growth. Maybe there is, maybe there is not. It's already seen a significant uptick. Now, we have seen a significant amount of interest in residential, which is very heartwarming. So far, residential has not seen global capital. It's been largely for the purpose of stable renting, core plus. But fortunately, last year, 45% of the money went to resi, which is great. We saw a recent announcement where HDFC announced that $1.5 billion has got committed by a multilateral organization in a $5 billion resi fund, which is phenomenal. So I think the core demand driver of real estate being resi at 80-82%, being able to draw global capital is amazing, because that capital is likely to stay and get redeployed for a longer period of time, right? So I think, and it is far more therefore spread out across players. It is not going to 6 CRE developers. It's going to potentially 600 players in the country, which is great because then the penetration of capital is greater. And therefore, domestic capital engagement is getting larger. As we know, he runs an AIF, I run an AIF, he runs an AIF. AIF is today becoming another largest source of domestic money. Almost 43% of all credit funds raised and mopped up are going to RE. 15% of all AIF, debt equity combined, largest sectoral allocation is still RE, which is fantastic, right? 74,000 crores of capital within AIFs come into RE, which means that this is a sticky asset class where money is getting raised. And even if people are raising a credit fund without putting money in real estate, they cannot get the yields, right? They will still be in a, and therefore they cannot meet the promises to domestic LPs. So I think that is great. The constraints of raising domestic capital are several, which is more structural, not liquidity, but structural. There is a caveat for now banks to invest into AIFs, which our friend has struggled for 1 year, found a temporary solution and fix, and started to reinvest. So the government itself is axing its own toe, saying, I started a $2 billion fund, but I want to not allow banks to invest anymore. So there are these flip-flops which are a problem. And by the way, now there are no other DFIs which are willing to come forth, who've only been allowed to invest into REITs in a specific way. That's it. So they cannot come into AIFs, they cannot come into any other structure largely. So the DFI participation itself is a problem, which means now you have to finally end up depending upon HNIs. So that's a very small segment of capital in the country. It's a very small segment. So that becomes, so while India has the potential to raise money, India is the only option honestly for developers and real estate to raise money with foreign capital withdrawing. But unless we open up our regulatory frameworks to allow larger and broader participation of capital, we will struggle with a capital deficit. So while Nitin has a lot of money for a few people, but a large number of people are still struggling for money because they are not qualifying on several counts.
Yeah, that's a great point. And sorry, Nitin, you want to say something?
No, just to add to what you're saying, and I kind of agree with you, but just a pointer in terms of this domestic capital and how it's really stepped up, right? And I'll take the REITs as an example. The first REIT product, not well understood, as always it happens, right? It's a new product. The first REIT, 90% money in the IPO, foreign, domestic 10. The last REIT, 95% of the capital, domestic, foreign 5. And out of that, 44% was HNI money. So that's how you've seen domestic capital really step up. Now, I agree with you on another point that you said, that the structure needs to change, because when you present even HNIs with a well-structured and understood product, they are more than willing to invest. Unfortunately, in residential, right, and the smaller developers and tier 2, I don't think the product has been put together in a structured manner for them to wrap their heads around. And once we get that right, you will see even them being able to access this very deep pool of capital.
I think great points, yeah. And I think all's good now, right? And investors are seeing their funds being utilized well. There is capital, there is return on capital, and expectations are better now. And the markets are strong, so the deliveries are happening. But all was not well a few years back. And Shubham, I have to bring you in here, right? It was a much needed intervention and impetus to the sector a few years back, right? It probably pushed the real estate sector in the right direction, at least leaving the larger, like you said, that small pool aside, the larger network of the real estate ecosystem. What is the role of such capital now, now that it's out of the woods? And do you need India, do you believe India needs a permanent mechanism for last mile financing?
Right, thanks. So I'll start off with an analogy first, right? So if you see healthcare, right? The average life expectancy has increased, let's say from 33 to let's say 63 now, right? But have you ever seen an ICU of a hospital empty, right? No, right? So I would classify Swami Fund or any such structure, right, as an ICU that way, right? So I'll go back in time, 2019, when Swami Fund was conceptualized. the number of stalled housing units in the industry was pegged at 4.6 lakh stalled units. So Swami came in as a meaningful intervention. But the beginning of this year, we had completed around 50,000 units, and we are on course to complete around 90,000 units, right? But where are we today? So as per the last prop equity report of 2024 end, the number of stalled units, it's still 5 lakh units. So it's hovering at the same figure, right? So what it means is, because the nature of the industry is such, there will be many projects and many developers who will fall behind the curve because of host of reasons. And for those reasons, we'll need to have a separate session altogether, right? But because of these reasons, I don't think, be it Swami or be it any such platform for last mile financing, especially for providing relief to home buyers, it cannot be a stopgap arrangement. It has to be systemic. It has to be institutionalized, right? And I think, seeing the pivotal role played by Swami, government also realized this. In Union Budget 2025, they have announced Swami 2, right? So while it's still in the cards, in the planning phase, I think the stakeholders have also realized that. The industry has also realized that. So this mechanism or this need will remain till the industry kind of changes structurally.
But then you're a social impact fund. You're not a for-profit. And that is why only the government can plug that problem. I don't think private capital, either in India or foreign, can solve for that. I mean, we run a special situations fund, and trust me, finding good last-mile projects is impossible today.
Right. Agreed.
Whatever had to be solved is solved, and whatever has not been solved cannot be solved.
So that's what the problem we are solving. I agree that the normal market forces may not be able to help, but we are together working on few projects together, right? So you are getting your return, I am getting my return, and I am getting my social capital or social impact getting created. So I agree we need to participate. I agree that only maybe a government or a public stakeholder or someone from a social impact initiative can look at this part of the piece of the jigsaw puzzle and kind of bring that intervention in place.
I think it's a much needed thing. Like you said, it's social impact, and not many people can step in and work at that cost of capital. But that said, I think the crux of this whole conversation is...
no, but I think, I would request Realty Plus to one day call the entire Swami team and felicitate them. I mean, I am not kidding you. I am not kidding you. The kind of work, and he alluded to the work we do together, the kind of work, the kind of effort. How many? 200 projects?
Funded projects would be 135.
135 funded projects, boss. I mean, and the kind of people that they're dealing with, the pressure to turn it around and give people their homes is absolutely extraordinary. And I think it is important to understand how capital, not just capital, but the engagement of capital to solve that problem, understand it and solve it, can create such a massive delta. So I really would compliment Shubham and Swami for what they're doing.
Thanks for the kind words.
And one more word for that. And they've very hawkishly managed that capital. Where is it going? Who is doing what with it? And we've been involved in our own little way. But I think, like I said, the crux of all this is the developers, right? They are the ones who are building. Capital wants its return. Home buyers or occupiers want their spaces, but developers are the ones who are building, who are facing the brunt of everything, right? Everybody wants things from them. I'll just bring you, Mahendra. So, how has been the access to capital for developers, and what challenges do you face? Everybody is a fair weather friend, but what happens when things don't go well? And how have your conversations with investors evolved over the years?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's wonderful to be a suitor, right? I'm the only developer here on this panel, and everybody has a lot of money. So which is actually a good position to be in, firstly. So thank you. But I totally agree with what everybody spoke. I think there's a lot of money, there's a lot of liquidity available. But yes, partly what Amit said, a lot of capital is chasing very few players, and not necessarily everybody who needs money.
But to a very large extent, and very candidly speaking, I think the people who provide capital are also to be blamed, because sometimes, from a developer perspective, if I say that I want probably 1,000 crores and go to a particular player, and obviously, no, it's not an NGO, right? Everybody is here to make money. As developer wants to make money, so does a private equity investor or anybody else. Sometimes the conditions which are provided are actually not very friendly, let me put it this way. The structures are seemingly equity, but it's quasi-equity. In a sense, you want guaranteed coupons, which a lot of the people are doing, a lot of the funds are doing. And that is probably one of the hindrance, especially for a tier 2 developer. I mean, as far as, say, a tier 1 developer is concerned, they already have a lot of access to capital, both domestic and international. And I totally validate with what Amit also said. I think in last 2 years, a lot of the capital has come into reality business, and especially the residential sector. Earlier, it was all chasing the commercial data centers. Warehousing obviously has been the pull, but in residential, specifically what we have got now is amazing. And 2 regions specifically, one is from Japan and the other is from GCC. And that's a lot of patient capital, that's what is needed. So a lot of money chasing tier 1 developers, unfortunately, who may not really need a lot of the capital. Somebody like us at Mahindra Life Spaces, we're a zero debt company. We have a parent who is very strong, who is having enough and more liquidity available, for us to tap into, or the intercompany borrowings or intercompany deposits that we can go and take. So for us, it's a very different thing. The cost of capital is coming down significantly. I think for the listed players, for the corporate players, the cost of capital has come down significantly. Gone are the days when, people used to talk about 12%, 13%, 14%. Now, you'll be surprised, the rates have come down as low to 8% or sub 8%, even on a pure debt. And commercial papers are even lower if you're looking to bridge the gap. But essentially, what I have seen as a developer, for any investor, what they're looking at is obviously, other than all the financial metrics, financial parameters, is the governance factor, which I guess nobody touched upon here, but that's understood. A lot of the foreign capital that comes in is very hawkish on the governance, is very hawkish on the transparency that you bring to the table. And that is the reason, and that is where I think there's a lot of work that Indian developers, which even may be listed, but say promoter-driven companies, but listed, still have a long way to go. Because unfortunately, for varied reasons, not everybody is very, very transparent. It's not very easy to, open the books completely. And that's where the corporate developers who are listed, somebody like a Mahindra Life Spaces or other names that you're well aware of, I think are able to get let me say, are spoiled for choice, because I think there's a lot of capital chasing us, and then we are in a good situation to be in. They spoke about the market, and I guess the market is very, very robust. Just before this session, I was speaking. I said it's last 4 years, touch wood, have been wonderful. The hope is that another 4 years will continue to be great, and then we'll figure out post that. But so far, so good. We are all lucky to be in this particular era. I have not seen that. I'm not a traditional reality guy. I was in banking for 14 years on the other side. And the last 10 years, I've been on the reality side. I guess the last 5 years kind of defy what I saw in prior to that, 20 years prior to the last 5 years. So all in all, a good time. And I think in all this, the only positive or the biggest positive that I see is the Indian market is really maturing. A lot of negative noise or news you must have heard, the tariffs and other things. Fundamentally, the beauty about an Indian economy is 75% of it is consumed domestically, internally. So to that extent, it will remain to be very robust. And I'll just leave one statistics with you to think. Last year, we sold around 5 lakh homes, the top 8 cities. And we all clapped, right? Everybody clapped, everybody made money, the developers made money, the investors made money. China does 1 crore home a year. And this is when, they are in a rough phase. And we say, China is not doing well. And they still do 1 crore homes a year. So that's the kind of leap we need to make as an economy, as a country, And I think the future is all very bright. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I think that's a good dovetail into my question to Srini. I think you touched upon two things, the cyclicality of the real estate sector and the discipline that, and governance and compliances the investors demand. Now, Srini, I want to bring you in here. You've been, of course, been on the developer side for a long, long time, right? And what are the investors expecting now, right? Are they asking for more discipline, deeper visibility into execution, or are they more focused on exit timelines and monetization?
So, good afternoon, all of you. First of all, I think happy to be in this panel. We have spoken about money availability, we have spoken about returns, but there is a journey between the money that is getting put and when the investor is able to exit with whatever Excel sheet projected IRRs or whatever, right? So today, the biggest requirement is, let us look at it from a developer's perspective. He is sitting at the top and he's all alone. He's all alone there. For a project, if you have to put some numbers to it, he has to deal with at least 500 to 600 touch points from him to start acquiring the land and completing and handing over to customers, right? What is he good at? He is very good at identifying land, conceptualizing a product and getting approvals. After that, he gets bored. It's like that shopping, window shopping, dekha, acha laga, Gucci ka bag hai, le lo. Uske baad, how much you use is something which is not really known. That is where it is very important that there is a complete transparency to bring in from that approval stage till the handover stage. And that's the only way for anybody to make money, whether it's an investor or whether it's the developer or whether it's the consumer or an investor who has invested in a property. So from an investment point of view, even today, even if I invest a lakh of rupees, I want to ensure that the end use of that lakh is exactly where it has to be. And that is where a lot of work has to be done. And that is something which every investor will look at. Today, a lot of money is available for listed companies and grade A kind of developers. The grade B kind of developers need to up. It's not that they are not able to do it, nor it's not their ability or something. It is just that we need to give a pep to these guys where there is a lot of transparency, projects gets completed on time, and that is the expectation of an investor. I don't want to be repaid by someone else giving me the money. I want to get repaid from the project the way I had anticipated that this project would get completed in 3 years and 3 saal mein mere ko project mera khatam ho jata. Adding to what Swami Fund does, Swami will always be needed. Our business is cyclical. 5 saal acha tha, we have seen from 2011 to 14, a great time. 2014 to 19, we all struggled. Sales were not happening, prices upar jane ka to chhod do, right? We will always see those kind of cycles. The second thing is what is to be learned from Swami Fund is project first. Forget how much profit they are making or not making them. It is this monthly interest coupon, what he mentioned, that kills. Because before the month starts, you are already at the month end to accumulate money, and you accumulate money the last 15 days only for the interest and the principal to be repaid. So you are working on the project only for 10-15 days. After payment, you are rejoicing for 5 days, 10 days of work, and then you are again working for the banks to repay. So some kind of flexible capital is very, very important. For flexible capital, governance is the most important, because since you are not seeing money on a monthly basis or on a periodic basis, you need to understand, and that's what you said, the hawk's eye, right? Swamis will need a lot of hawkeye agencies which actually does this. So in my opinion, the most important thing for them is the project to get over on time and as scheduled for them to get their returns.
Yeah, whether it's an Excel sheet or a project in live, if it gets delayed, the IRRs fall. So anyways, that's I think a good round on the color of capital. I'll just now get the sectors in. We talk a lot of residential and commercial. I don't know how good we are on time. Just go with the flow. Beyond residential and commercial, Amit, I want to bring you in here. Logistics, retail, a bit of hospitality is gaining traction. We see some action in some of the other sectors, but largely capital revolves around predominantly residential development and commercial. both operational and income generating and development assets. How do you expect these sectors to capitalize further, and will exit options like IPOs and REITs give other developers who don't have that access and give their investors enough avenues to exit?
So the challenge is the challenge is that there is no legacy of new assets, new asset classes. So effectively you're betting on certain demand drivers without having any history of what works and what doesn't work and who can operate it. So I was speaking to one of our friends and he said it's no longer a opco-propco play, it's an enterprise play. I can no longer sit as a data center owner and say I'm only going to earn yield. I have to now earn EBITDA. So it's no longer, so it's now an operating asset class, like a hospitality or a healthcare or a hospital or whatever, right? Now, because it's an operating asset class, do we have operators to make it work is the moot question. In terms of demand, demand is humongous. When you talk about senior citizen housing, we're talking of potentially 20% of India's population qualifying in to stay in senior citizen housing. That's a very large number. It's a very large number, right? We're talking of. We don't have even 4% of that available today, of the total demand of that 20% population, which means there is 96% of senior housing which is yet to be built and operated. And there are people getting into it over a period of time, which means that it is a startup ecosystem. It will have to be funded as a startup by promoter capital, bootstrap, and a use case develop for institutional capital to come in. So I am speaking to one of the largest GCC developers stroke investors. He's saying, I love student housing and I love senior housing. Tell me how I can do 100,000 homes or 500,000 beds. I said, I don't know. Because unless I can do 500,000 beds, I can't really go and scale it. Now, that is the problem, right? Is that there is great opportunity, but it will happen in packets. It will happen modularly. Okay, it will not happen overnight. It took us, I remember starting looking at warehousing in 2006-07. It's taken us almost 15-16 years for it to become mainstream, where almost 23% of entire capital inflows are going to logistics and warehousing. 28% has now gone to commercial. Commercial is seeing a bit of a downward pressure. Absorption numbers are amazing. But new capital formation is becoming a bit cautious, given the total footprint which is getting established and the pressure on increasing rents, right? So, of course, Bangalore, Mumbai, NCR, favorite markets for commercial. So, there is obviously a need for developers of very large capabilities like Vimlendra to say, now can I try? I have built a huge industrial city. That was a startup ecosystem effectively. And it took 10 years for it to become mainstream, whether in Chennai or Jaipur and now in other locations of the country. So you need somebody of that industrial size and scale to be able to say, I am going to now create the new asset class, whether student housing or, I don't know, senior living or, co-working or whatever. I mean, unfortunately, co-working is getting listed. Power to those guys, man. I mean, they were bootstrapped for so long. It's amazing. It's becoming institutional, thanks to a friend here. Right? So it's amazing. So I think things come of age. It takes time. There is potential. We are putting our capital behind them for sure, but we will have to demonstrate the operatability of those asset classes. Potential exists.
No, I think that's great. I think stay put, keep investing, keep building, and at some point the capital will start chasing you. I mean, that's probably the way to look at it. Vimalendra, from your perspective, I know I'll just bring you back to residential. Everything about residential now is premium, bridge to luxury and luxury. Suddenly affordable is not so affordable anymore, right? And, what are the models needed to cater to these two ends of the market, right? What measures are required for capital to chase affordable sector?
Yeah, no, it's a great conundrum to have, because the biggest market in terms of volume is affordable, unfortunately, right? In the Indian context. But that's a segment where, as a developer, we just don't make money. You know, frankly, Mahindra had a brand, Mahindra Happiness Developers Limited, and we tried to do affordable, and we have publicly called out that we will exit affordable, you know, like many other players across the country. The reason being, you know, you just can't have an affordable housing, which is, say, 3 hours from the city center. Because, you know, the guy can't stay 3 hours away and then travel to work. Unfortunately, the way the country is structured, your employment locations are pretty much at the center of the cities. It's just not going to work out. And, you know, we took a leap of faith, like many others, and we did projects which were, say, 2.5 hours away from the work locations, and it's just not feasible. Why 2.5 hours away from the work location? Because that's where you'll get cheap land and you'll be able to construct. Now, in today's scenario, you know, if you look at Mumbai, if you look at NCR, and we're just speaking about the prices in Gurgaon, prices in Noida, prices in Ghaziabad, right? Where is the land? Where is the cheap land? Let me put it that way. In Mumbai, there is no land. But wherever there is land available, where is the cheap land available? If your biggest raw material is not available at a reasonable price, you just can't make the economics work. You can, you know, do anything that you want. You can, you know, we have tried various combinations. It just doesn't work. The cost of construction, you know, that's a reality. Unfortunately, it's hitting us. Development may look very easy, but it's actually a very, very complex business. When I tell my friends, you know, the banking days were much more better because I used to sleep, because everything was black and white. Here, everything is gray. I mean, very, very little black and white. Right? Because, you know, anything can happen. The commodity pricing can change. The steel prices can shoot up in a couple of months. The latest is the labor rates. Now, you go to anybody and ask, you know, what is the labor rate? It's just gone over the roof. And how much can you plan into a business case? And that's what they were telling, that, you know, how do you deliver probably a commitment that you have made to an investor? It's actually very, very difficult. It's always very, very dynamic. So unless actually government comes in as a partner and they say, hey, the land that I have, I'll give it free of cost, if they really want to make affordable housing work. There's a lot of BPT land available, right? They can simply come and say, hey, this is the 50% of this is for affordable housing. It's a 99-year lease, if not outright sale. We are your partners, go ahead and develop. Yes, probably that is the only model which is going to work. Otherwise, unfortunately, Vamshi, affordable is going to be a challenge. I don't see it changing anytime soon.
I'll just add one limited point. Fully agree with him. I think for a developer, the amount of risks he carries in the development cycle, the margins in affordable are just not there to justify carrying all those risks. So without the government intervention and the government support, it's impossible to cater to this segment. It doesn't need to be, in my view, 3 hours from the city. Affordable could be very much within the city as well. But without the margins, the risk profile doesn't justify. And that's true for developers or any investor looking to back a developer.
Just to add one small data point to supplement that, and of course, I think these are fundamental supply side issues we are addressing. So Vimlendra is talking of a supply side issue, and you also talked about a supply side issue, that can I supply affordable homes given the constraints? But the problem is not just supply side, it is also demand side. In the heart of Bangalore, I have sold out everything except 1 BHKs. I have 2 projects. One is a 1.5 BHK, 600 square feet. I have the other one which is 2,000 square feet. 1.5 BHK ready apartments, no sales, under construction, fully sold. The demographic dividend has changed massively in favor of more luxury products. So people who have prided themselves that hum to like happiness and several others, that we will do it no matter what, desh ki seva karenge, profit baad mein aayega, have also given up because demand itself has mellowed significantly. And I think that is a larger fundamental paradigm which one needs to be aware of, that what is the consumer really wanting, what is their ability to pay, including in the heart of the city. So when you talk of SRA development, Mumbai can provide all cost points. You can develop BDD Chawl, you can develop SRA, you can develop Dharavi, you can sell the same product for 28, 30,000 square feet and the same product in the vicinity, not same product, in the vicinity for 70,000 bucks a square feet also. But the demand for that small unit does not exist.
So Amit,
that's my experience.
So Amit, I mean, you're right. City ke andar I give a 1 BHK and charge the same price, including full land and thing. नहीं होगा. उससे अच्छा I'll say 10 लाख ज़्यादा डाल के और एक room ले लेता हूँ, right? But I completely agree कि raw material cost ही अगर इतना ज़्यादा है, तो how is it possible for us to really participate in the I mean, affordable housing? Affordable पहली बात तो defined नहीं है. So right from there are a lot of structural things that we need to resolve on that. I mean, like we have an RG, right? There are reserved plots. We could have reserved plots in which you need to do this. So I'm sure ki, everything, as you rightly said, Amit, everything will evolve. And this will also have to evolve because people need homes. Roti, kapda, makan is 3 basic needs that anyone needs. So ये सब evolve होगा. I think we are in great times. We should enjoy these times. क्योंकि 5 साल के बाद क्या होगा real estate में, we really don't know. There is a lot of money. Keep the head over the shoulder and let us concentrate on delivering. I think that is something which will take us to the next level is what.
Just one point to Amit, what you said, and I'll share my experience, not that it is maybe universally applicable. I think on the contrary, if we are able to solve the supply side, there is a huge demand for affordable. Of course, we can't define affordable if it is 75 lakhs. We can't say, center of the city, 75 lakhs. Then obviously, where the income levels per household is still 7.5 lakhs per year, they'll not be able to afford. But if we can provide a home which is sub 40 lakhs, say in Shivri, say in the mill land, which is no more existing in the BPT area, right? Then you will see tons of people coming. I'll give you an example where we launched a project in Kalyan, which is say roughly 1 hour, 15 minutes, 1.5 hours from say BKC effectively. We had 1,400 apartments which we launched. And in 1 month, and they were all sub 35 lakhs. In 1 month, we sold 1,100 apartments. And to my mind, I think that is a demand which is there. Unfortunately, none of us are able to cater to that demand.
And I think affordable is a touchy topic. I think I shouldn't have brought it into this conversation. Our time's gone. But I'll just take 2 minutes. I know time's up, but I just need 2 bits from all 3 of you, right? I think sorry, I'll just get you. He alluded to senior housing, and that's what I want to bring you in, Shubham. And quick 2 sentence answers, please. But would Swami be able to really support on the senior housing play?
See, I completely agree with, I think Amit said that, right? That this senior housing or rental housing is currently, you have to treat it like a startup, right? So Swami is more brownfield, it will come at a later stage, right? So let the sector develop. Maybe the government can create incentives, right? Like we spoke about affordable, right? Stamp duty. For example, today, RBI had a specific risk classification for residential housing, right? Similarly, you can have something for affordable housing. Land you can reserve. Today you have, R zone, commercial zone, but you do not have something for affordable, right? If the raw material, I think you made that point. So raw material has to come cheap. It cannot be only you reduce the size. So you see projects where the sale unit is smaller than the rehab unit, right? So that is not affordable, right? So all those things have to come in together, and then only these so-called sunrise sectors can come up.
He will come in a matured one. Atak gaya, to main aata hoon bhai.
Sorry, very, very quickly. Ankur, student housing, senior living, would those entice you or interest you, or any of these sectors outside of the usual ones?
Look, there is opportunity in every sector in India. I think everybody agrees that execution is key. I think these need more scale. For institutional capital to come in, we need to see scale, we need to see operators. Srini spoke about governance, we spoke about operators. I think everything needs to tie in. It will take some time. And more important than anything else is liquidity. I mean, if I am investing, then how am I exiting? That is the #1 concern. And I think we are, Vimlendra spoke about 5 lakhs versus 1 crore homes in China, right? That is the scale of depth we are talking about. So I think long way to go, but very interesting sectors, and we're already seeing green shoots of capital coming in all these sectors.
Nitin, you didn't want bouncers, but because of shortage of time, I'm going to ask you one. Which sectors do you think will see as prominent ones in a decade from now, beyond residential and commercial, of course?
I mean, if I look at the last 5 years, we've had what, 5 office REITs, 2 warehousing InvITs, 1 retail REIT, 6 hotel companies, 3 flex space operators, all go public. So, I can't pick one sector. I think some of the other emerging sectors like data centers, warehousing, still at least from a public markets perspective, student living, co-living, senior citizen, all of this, I think there is enough scope and more for capital to chase these assets. It's just a question of time and, as Ankur said it, scale. Once they reach a certain amount of scale, that's when you find that the capital that actually can, you need patient capital for all of this, right? Because they pay off in a slightly longer run. And for that patient capital, unfortunately, you don't have small bite sizes. You have large bite sizes. Because it's the sovereign guys, it's the development sort of focused institutions that try and take a bite size early on. And for them, scale becomes really, really important. So its time will come. It's just probably early days.
I think well summarized. I think, sorry, we've taken a little longer than the allocated time, but I hope you've gleaned something from this conversation. So the message is clear. There's a lot of capital. Get your act right. Do the projects properly. Compliance, governance are right up there. And whatever sector you're getting into, bootstrap, get it done, and capital will chase you. With that, I end this discussion. Thank you so much.
On the asset class side, there is only one asset class, real estate. Invest in real estate. That's good for all of us.
Nicely put. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, if I may request the CEO and founder of Vibrant, Prince Goyal, to please join us on stage and allow us an opportunity to thank all our eminent panelists on stage with a token of appreciation. May I request our panelists to please stand up and give us your appreciation with your round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all our panelists. Of course, starting with Mr. Amit Goenka. Mr. Goenka, if you can just stand forward and allow us an opportunity to felicitate you. Let's give Mr. Amit Goenka a big, big round of applause. What a fantastic key insights always he presents. Thank you so much, Ankur, for joining us. Let's give him a bigger round of applause. Truly a pleasure having him on the 17th edition of the Realty Plus Conclave. Thank you so much, Nitin. Thank you for joining us. Let's give him a warm, warm round of applause and thank him for all his valuable and key insights. Mr. Shivam, thank you so much for joining in. Let's give him a big, big round of applause. We'd also like to humbly thank Mr. Srinivasan. Thank you so much. Let's give him a big round of applause. We'd now like to invite Mr. Vimalendra to please join us at the center stage and allow us an opportunity to express our gratitude to him. And of course, this conversation provided with a session chair. Let's give Mr. Vamshi a bigger round of applause for his key curation and holding the entire conversation with his insights. May we request our panel to please step forward and allow us an opportunity to get them all in one frame. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. Such great insights from all of them. The top leaders joining us right here on the 17th edition of the Realty Plus Conclave and Excellence Awards 2025 West right here in Mumbai. Do not go anywhere as we are all set to welcome our next speakers. May we urge all of you to kindly maintain the decorum, request you all to kindly be seated, our speakers to please step out and network, and we'll just give a 1-minute rotation time. Can we request our speakers of the previous session to please step out and allow the curation for the next session to happen? May we request our earlier speakers to please proceed outside for any further networking. Of course, we'd urge them to join us for the speaker bites, and we'll just give a minute for everyone to settle in, and maybe urge you all not to crowd towards the right-hand side. I think the communication needs to be a little stronger. Maybe we could have had a few more people standing there, but May we urge all our speakers to please step outside and continue with the networking. All right, so let's get set into our next conversation. Let's talk about selling smarter, real estate sales and marketing in a new era. Now, this is a not to be missed conversation. First off, I'd like to invite the moderator of this discussion, the CEO and Growth Businesses CPTO and Chief Strategy Officer, Anurag Property Consultant. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Mr. Sunil Mishra. Let's give him a warm round of applause as we welcome him. Sunil, if you could just request you to join on the extreme left. Sunil, of course, drives the strategy, digital marketing, and call center operations with over 20 plus years of experience in building those businesses, spanning sales and marketing, private equity, management consulting, and business. Thank you, Mr. Mishra, for joining us. Indeed, a pleasure. May we also now invite our speakers on the stage. First off, if we could invite the founder of ABC Brand Advisory, Mr. Amit Ved, with a big round of applause. A true veteran advertising creative director with a pedigree of defining major brands like Videocon, Manyavar, Mohe, Tata Housing, Anurag, and 250 plus real estate brands and 1,000 plus real estate projects across India. So definitely a lot of expertise which will come from Amit's side. May we now invite the co-founder and CEO of Insomniacs, Mr. Govind Rai. Well, Govind brings in over 15 plus years of real estate experience in marketing and technology space. He's built Insomniacs into India's leading AI-driven marketing and technology network, specializing in automated marketing, mix modeling, leveraging AI, data analytics, and machine learning. So ideally, Amit, you need to be seated on the extreme right as per the order. Govind here, Amit, the first one, yes. Thank you so much. Thanks, Govind, always very particular on that. Thanks for helping me out on it. May I also invite Deepak Nair, Head Marketing, JP Infra Mumbai Private Limited. Deepak brings over 18 years of experience, and as a Head of Marketing and Pre-Sales at JP Infra, he has led various brand campaigns with celebrities like Kareena Kapoor, Karan Johar, Sunil Shetty, Sanjay Dutt, and many more, blending aspiration with authenticity. Thank you so much, Deepak, for joining in. May we also now invite the Head Marketing of Arcade, Deepti Nair. Deepti, a result-driven brand and marketing expert, she specializes and brings in over 20 years of experience in marketing and more than 16 years specializing in real estate, in leveraging the data-driven insights for business growth. We also have with us Sarina Menezes, Senior Vice President, Marketing and Corporate Communication of Oberoi Realty. Well, Sarina leads the company's innovation and strategic marketing and communication efforts across the residential, commercial, retail, hospitality, promoter team, and education verticals. We also have Rohit Kedia, the founder and CEO of ArcVI, a certified CA. In 2021, he created ArcVI, India's first browser-based immersive customer experience for real estate marketing and customer engagement. His ability to translate industry challenges into innovative solutions has established him as a thought leader in PropTech. Well, with that, Sunil, we'd like to leave it in your able hands to curate the conversation forward. A true blend of leaders out here. I'm sure a lot can be spoken about them further, but we'd like to leave it in your hands.
Great. Thanks a lot. And this is the most regimented compare. Like she was showing the earlier panelists at the end of the panel. So guys, remember, after the panel, we have to just leave the room. Is it? So thanks for that. But that helps in time management, perhaps. So glad to be sort of comparing or moderating this panel, following the finance and the strategy sort of panel, moving from concrete to content and creativity, moving from the hard to the soft, moving from natural intelligence to artificial intelligence. And we'll talk a lot about technology and non-technology in this panel as we go ahead. But since I've got a mic in hand, and as I keep on reminding people about the color of my hair, I'm going to give a context of sales and marketing in real estate. I'm going to take a step back and almost go 30 years, 1995 onwards.
I've spoken about this in few panels, but I'll repeat it right now. I'll summarize it a bit. So clearly there have been 5 or 6 phases of sales and marketing in real estate itself, starting in 1995, which is 30 years back. When there was SMS and email marketing, remember? So the email was invented at that time. SMS got invented because mobile phones got launched. So that was the first phase of sort of a non-print, non-TV, non-outdoor marketing which started. And then thankfully India hit the road early with reality portals, right? Makaan.com, Magic Bricks, 99 acres. So the online search became online, which was a pretty momentous sort of occasion if you look at it sitting here at that time. So instead of going to the neighborhood Patil Bhau, you could go to internet and search for homes. That was the second stage of evolution, I would say. And then unfortunately, immediately Facebook and Google happened. If I think some of these portals had got some time to establish themselves as the Google of real estate, things may be different, like Zillow in US or Real Estate Australia have been able to establish. That was the third phase. Facebook and Google came almost immediately after the portal started. Digital performance marketing was born. The term performance marketing was really not lived up to its sort of full glory till that time. So performance marketing happened. Unfortunately, to my dismay, performance marketing has remained similar in the last 10-15 years. And clearly some of us here possibly need to pick that up and do something about it. So that was the third phase. The fourth phase was back-end automation. CRM came in, which is not so much visible in the forefront. There was a sort of missed phase, and Rohit, you sort of represent that piece on the AR, VR, XR sort of see homes and buy it online. I think that journey is still in the nascent phase, and I think it should still be given further sort of not a lease of life, but it needs more injection of some sort of smart movement there, because home purchase never went online. So we'll talk a bit about that. That is the fifth phase. And the sixth phase is what Govind that I have been evangelizing and speaking just before the conference on AI, predictive AI and generative AI. So AI existed before November 2022 also, while most of the people think that November 22 is the birth time of AI, but that was generative AI. There was predictive AI, ML driven AI before that. And to my mind, that could be the biggest innovation in other industries than real estate as well. But we'll talk about that as we go ahead. So that's a quick sort of a journey of 30 years, if it helps all of us to sort of almost launch ourselves into the discussion from that. So what I'll do, guys, is that I've got 4 or 5 topics which I've sort of scribbled down for myself. And I'll start off with a topic which all of you can sort of chip in for a couple of minutes, and then some of the topics I'll pull in 3-4 of you to sort of weigh in there. So the first one, and possibly we could go sort of in order. The first one is basically what are the new sales and marketing frameworks, systems, techniques, technologies that you have deployed in your business in the last 3 to 4 years that have resulted in smarter sales and marketing, since the topic is smarter sales and marketing. Rohit, you want to start, and then Sarina will go that way.
Thanks, Sunil. It's a wonderful question. See, there's a huge paradigm shift which happened post-COVID. So we have seen an era pre-COVID where people were searching property on Magic Bricks and any other PropTech platform, and they go visit the project. And they decide, they visit multiple projects, and the time period is also, they take 10 months to 1 year to decide which project they want to move in. But post-COVID era, people are digital first. They want to explore everything sitting at home, thanks to Swiggy, Zomato, where they have given an instant gratification that, okay, if I want to explore anything, I can explore immediately. They want to see properties sitting at the comfort of, at their own couch, in the office, the comfort of home. They want to explore the property. They want to filter out the property as per their basic needs, that what kind of property they want to move into. And like pre-COVID era, the pricing, location was the key factors which people look into before taking a decision. Now they look into amenities, they see so many things. They want to know in and out of every property, what kind of unit I am getting, is enough sunlight, is enough air coming in, ventilation is there or not, are there amenities for my kids or not? So they want to explore everything, and so that's where XR and all this new tech comes into picture. Where
XR, could you
AR,
expand?
VR, XR, where we give an experience to the customer when they're at the site or at the comfort of their home, that how their new home will be looking like. And they explore it, and then they decide, okay, out of 20 or 30 projects in a particular location, which projects they want to visit. And they take quick decision. Now this 1 month, 2 months is a time in which customer takes a decision whether we should go ahead with the project or not. And again, you talked about AI. AI is another thing which is changing the entire way people are searching. Now people are not searching on Google, which this project. They are asking AI that, okay, which are the projects which suits my requirement and within my budget. And
You mean
AI
LLMs? You mean ChatGPT or something?
ChatGPTs. These questions, and they're getting the answers.
Got it.
So AI is changing, and it will develop, it will grow. It will help developers as well. I'm sure Deepak, Govind can add a lot on it.
Thanks. Suraj. So AR, VR, XR and AI, you think are the new sort of technologies that could influence real estate marketing. Thanks a lot.
Customers' mindset.
Sarina, what?
So, like you rightly said, COVID was a great time to understand what kind of marketing you were doing, whether it was working for you, whether it will work for you in the future. As you all know, Oberoi Realty is a luxury brand, and the vision was to continue developing it as an ultra luxury brand. So we looked at what we were doing, and we realized, and as you all know, luxury brands were very hesitant to promote and market on digital platforms, because the whole brand experience wouldn't be complete on a digital platform. But we know all that changed. Post-COVID, the luxury brands realized that they would have to get into an entire digital transformation journey, and that's what we did. We wanted to be more relevant. We wanted to use digital platforms, whether it is performance or social media, to make our presence felt. We understood that what has got us here is not going to get us there where we want to go if we don't embrace our digital transformation journey. So what works very well for us is the whole brand storytelling, brand marketing, the entire brand experience. And you would all know that, or at least we believe, that this is the biggest check a customer will ever write in his life when he buys a home. And we have to be prudent of that and careful of that. Hence, you would write that check with a brand that has strong credibility, which has strong brand equity and brand strength. And that can be communicated. For us, our creative communication strategy is the biggest tool that we use on social media, on short formats and long formats. So most of our team members spend time creating content, telling you the real brand story and what you're actually going to experience when you buy an Oberoi Realty product.
Fantastic, Sarina. So I'm sure Ogilvy and Kotler would be sort of breathing easy that there are some people who are still talking about brand and brand building and storytelling. Thanks for that, Sarina. Deepti, you want to continue on what all tricks, frameworks, techniques, technologies have you guys used in the last 3-4 years, which are different from others?
So essentially, we all know where our customer is. It's so much easier to find them today because of the digital landscape. I guess today, even a consumer that lands on your website, the first thing that will pop up is the chatbot that allows him to, facilitate navigating through the entire system. So right from the time that he lands on your website till the time he's interacting with. So basically, it's like how you have an omni-channel kind of a setup. Here as well, you've got a customer interface as in a human interface and a digital interface that allows you to ensure that the experience that the consumer gets is very, very, all-encompassing and not just like technical in that sense. So from the chatbot, then the consumer interface that happens with the, internal teams, then right at the site where the consumer is having the privilege of actually even seeing what is the view that he is going to get of his out of his apartment. It's to that downline nuances that we take care of. So it gives the consumer a lot of understanding what he's actually going to buy into. All of this AR and VR, if I'm not mistaken, was possibly there even a decade ago. But now with the technology, a lot of advancements and a lot of fine tuning that's happened, it's become a lot more seamless is what I believe. So I guess the whole entire journey is very, very engaging for the consumer, very interactive for the consumer for his purchase.
So are you talking about an integrated digital sales journey that you guys have developed, right from the chatbot to showing different projects, showing visual assets and closures?
Absolutely.
Fantastic,
So there is no way that, if you've got a consumer, you're going to let him go.
Yeah, sure. Great. Deepak, any sort of the different magic that you guys have been working on?
Good evening, everyone. Thrilled to be with some of the stars of real estate here today. Yes, we've tried to be fairly innovative and tried to build an experience with all our customers who come at the site. Our approach has been from noise to relevance. I think, Sunil, you captured one very, very valid point. In the past 5-7 years, we've seen an abundance of display ads and the entire framework of performance marketing out there. But in the entire story, somewhere we've missed the part to stay relevant with this. We thought maximum impressions, and we've indulged ourselves and we've immersed ourselves so much in the CPA, cost per lead and the cost per walk-in models, that somewhere we forgot that roti kapda makan is still the most basic essential requirement of every Indian. How do we bring this together at the site is what we always thought about, and we've built a few systems, one of which I am particularly proud of is an immersive experience where the customer gets to virtually move around the project in the form of an immersive experience. So what you see in presenters and op docs and brochures and renders, you're essentially allowed to navigate every nook and corner about the project. Go to the apartment that you want to buy and then build your own apartment. Customize it to every possible way, including the flooring, the light, dimensions, whatever you want to do, you can go ahead and do that. That is from the engagement point of view. Also gamification, or rather if I would want to put it in a better way, mixing emotion with tech is what we really want to strive at the site. So most of our amenities are gamified into touch panels. They're not screens, but panels of different sort where you touch them and something happens and they come to life. So if you look at a butterfly garden, suddenly you see butterflies flying around and all of those things. What this is helping us do is improve a customer life cycle, and we've stitched it with a very smart, and that is where AI comes into picture. We've stitched it very smartly with our CRM base, where the experience is very, very personal in nature. So a few things that we've done that is working for us.
Fantastic.
Right now.
We were from noise to relevance, immersion, engagement, the whole sort of cycle of marketing. Thanks for that. Good words used. Govind, you of course represent many clients, but you service the best clients in real estate, and you have got a multi-client experience. Would you like to add on this, that what are the new developments for the industry itself and what you guys have worked on in the last 3, 4, 5 years?
Sure. So 3, 4, 5 is a large landscape. I believe every 2 years things are evolving. I'll come to a basic framework. I believe in our team we are always following this in the last 2 years. PCT, performance, content and technology, backed by a layer of common, which is data. Which is in performance, what is it that has changed? Previously we used to target things randomly, broad-based. Now because of the data insights that we carry about which location, what transaction happened, at what price happened, who bought it, what surnames, these are the new insights that we're able to gather and able to target the core and discovery split, which means that people who are buying from a 5-kilometer radius to the people who are buying beyond it. So how do we spend and marginalize and make sure that our budget splits are focused into this split? So that's where performance has really evolved with the data play, reading about the last transaction histories. The content is 2 ways. One, what Rohit is doing, let's say on the site, that's not something that we usually have a huge role to play. We partner with people like Rohit. But the other, what will get people to the site, is where the largest science happens. Both the kind of content pieces are different. And that's where we have tried to make a difference that, okay, what is it people would be clicking upon? What should we really design in the first 5-10 seconds? Or if they're not clicking, they should be really having a great recall of it, right? We can have something really, really memorable. Maybe they're not interested, but they has to have a great recall. That's of the, the proposition that we're solving for. And the last is technology, where how the data and technology comes together in all this ecosystem, where the customer data is not sitting in silos anymore, right? Every department should get the right value chain and attributes about those data points so that they can build right decisions, target things in the right manner. Because unlike other FMCG and real estate, we've always maintained we are a hyper-local play. 5 to 10 kilometers is where the most of the 70-60% sales usually happen. And that has to be very concentrated effort. And if done right, we really can work upon solving the customer acquisition cost problem in the long run. After the first 6 months, you'll definitely see a different drip if you are using the data in the right manner. So that's last 2 years we have been given with a much more value chain and support from the overall fraternity ecosystem, the government data coming in. And that's where we are harping the most so far to give the best value for the buck for the client that we are catering to.
Fantastic, Govind. Govind, do you want to take 30 seconds step back and just tell what Insomniacs does and what are the services that you offer? Because the business for these three was pretty straightforward. They sell homes and other projects. So,
Insomniacs largely caters to the marketing space, but technology is where we see that there are different value touch points where we have to build technology, where we have built it around 14 product suite, where different engagement data points are getting captured for the customers, and that gives us a larger value to create a sense around those customer behavior. And eventual idea is to create a value where the sales team can get a very targeted propensity rating around each and every customer who's engaging with you as a brand, so that you can treat them differently. And that's where we believe our end goal largely lies. Can we really give sales that kind of an insight about each and every customer because of their previous behavior? Right now, they just appear on the site and they have no clue apart from their phone number. What more can we give about them? What ad did they click? Did they like the swimming pool? Which creative really worked for them? What is it that they talked on the call? And what is it that they are really willing to carry? And what are the things that they inquired for? What are the other competitors they're talking to? If all that insight can be given to sales, our job gets done. And thus, we are keeping a right and left brain combination together when you're approaching marketing, which is great content backed with the best technology merged together to give the best data inputs to the sales team. So this is the landscape that we have been chasing. That's the differentiation we're trying to make.
Fantastic. You help us make look more intelligent. Words like hyper-local, hyper-personal, hyper-customized, guys. So see the use of each and every word in a different context. Thanks for that, Govind. Amit, we'll round up with you. You have been around the space and helping real estate builders build their brands and businesses. So what has changed in the last 4 or 5 years for you? What are the new things that you guys have done?
I think newness may not be equal to technology, and actually marketing is about understanding and connecting with people. So how deep we can go in that connection, I think that is a space that we need to look at. Technology is an enabler for that, but that is a larger picture. Say, when was the last time we used technology to gather buyer insights? I don't know my buyer well enough, so this technology should help me do that. So I think in the whole thought process in real estate, one thing that is missing right now, which should happen, is listening. Are we hearing our buyers? Are we listening to our buyers? I don't think we are doing that enough. Everything that we are doing is in the space of talking. We are trying to say this, say that. But I think once you listen, a big change can happen, and every real estate project almost is the same. It's almost from the same block or whatever. So if you listen to them, you will be able to create something that stands apart, and that will make it so much easy for it to be marketed and sold. So that's my thought on this.
Fantastic, Amit. So who is the customer? What does he want? Questions that you are taught in MBA schools. Where have these questions gone? Is it? And the cognitive overload of sort of looking at social media and trying to figure out what the customers want is possibly creating the noise over the relevance, if I may sort of marry the 2 points. Fantastic. I think there's a pretty varied smattering of ideas and philosophies in the group. So I think you guys are going to have some fun on technology versus not technology, or the left versus the right brain. Great. So let's change gears and get down to a bit of metric-driven businesses, since marketing has moved in the last 20, 30 years towards being hard-nosed, metrics-driven. So the question roughly is, what does selling smarter mean, right? And what are the metrics and KPIs that we should be monitoring for seeing the results? And can we have some examples of such metrics? So we will just pick up 3-4 people. Whoever wants to go with it, Rohit, Deepak, Govind, if you may.
See, selling smarter means, see, there are many ways where a builder can make a smart selling. See, it's more about like, yeah. So, like, how are we giving the, first start with the experience. So experience starts from day one of the buyer's journey, that it's big digital experience. Then the same experience should continue at the site. That when they're coming at the site, he shouldn't feel that there's a different experience, wow experience coming at the digital ads or the digital platform where they've came and seen the product or the project. And when they came at the site, it's a altogether different experience. So they have to continue with the same journey, so the customer feels, yes, they feel connected, digital as well as on-site experience. Then we, again in smart selling, there's a lot of data which we capture to filter out the leads, so that we spend more effort on we don't give a lot of effort on generic leads, but more qualified leads. So like AI, what Govind is building. So it filters out, narrows down the leads and give the more relevant leads for the sales team to focus on. So so these are the ways where, so I don't have KPI. I think Govind and Deepak and all can add on the KPIs and numbers, but these are the ways where they can convert the normal lead into a qualified lead without much human intervention.
So consistency of customer experience and some hard-nosed metrics around qualified lead is what you've been looking at. Deepak, you want to, Govind, you want to start off? Either of you.
Okay. So selling smarter, as I told, simple, जो हमारी कहानी है ना कि pen sell करके दिखाओ, right? What is the output of it? The output is ask the question, don't sell, right? So the most important part is how much do I know about my customer, and on that basis, what is the strategy or the communication I can play, right? And that's where selling smarter largely means. Now the metrics in terms of the marketing landscape, when we really judge, typically we all know it, but most important parameters, as we said, real estate has operated very differently than any other industry. Here the metrics are not the vanity metrics of the reach or the clicks or the CTR. The metrics are very clear, cost per booking, right? And that has to lie under 2% for most of the cases, depending upon the brand that you are, depending upon the space that you are in. So largest metrics is that. What follows is, of course, the lower side of it, the cost per quality lead. We do whatever that we do, but I don't think we can go past it. The branding journey at the same time parallelly plays a very important role. And we really believe we will be soon coming out with a white paper of a sort where we will show how the branding exercise that you did right affected and took your customer acquisition costs down, right? I believe that's a real case study in real estate we all need to carry. And that's one variable that nobody really traces great. But Deepak, Dipti and Sarina, they are the best guys to talk about on that subject.
Fantastic.
And I love to keep countering, but then that's...
Fantastic, Govind. So looks like you are talking about the dichotomous sort of existence of a hard-nosed CPB, cost per booking thing, along with the branding. Again, you threatened to bring a white paper on branding as well, much to the horror of some of us here. but great, looking forward to that. Raji, you want to top it up? So Deepak, you want to top it up with your experience on metrics, digital marketing, and Deepak.
So cost per customer acquisition that he touched is arguably the most sensitive topic for all marketers today. We've all been bleeding, but I think Serena touched upon it very loosely. Your brand health study and the way you position your brand has a direct relation to your cost per customer acquisition. If you've established your positioning really well in that micro market, or to your relevant audience base, you will see a drastic reduction in your customer acquisition cost. Your lead life cycle. Now, there's this huge black hole when it comes to a lead life cycle with differentiated views. It is extremely varied in everybody's opinion. But there is one common factor. It is everybody struggling to bring down this customer acquisition life cycle. The point where the lead is generated to a point where the site visit happens to conversion and then realization of the booking. I think one thing that really marketeers don't talk about is eventually your cancellations that become a part of every booking. And I can see suddenly everybody nodding. Yes, that's actually a pain. And the answer to that cancellation value is also brand building. Essentially, every customer, every person who's consuming the ad is a potential buyer, either today or 5 years down the line or 10 years down the line. Real estate, even today, is a milestone-based purchase. It's not something you step out of your home and then you end up buying. It's still a milestone-driven purchase. It will evolve, but that will take its own time. I think matrices are very, very variable based on the ticket size that you deal in. What is relevant for me today not necessarily be relevant to Deepthi or to Sajin or to Govind. Each of us have a different segment that we are operating in. And people who are operating across the entire segment are looking at cost of customer acquisition. Of course, your cost per lead, cost per walk-in, cost per campaign, all of these are standard. But eventually, it's about the lead life cycle that comes into picture.
I'd like to add something here.
Please.
So my digital marketing head is right here, sitting in the crowd. And she's the most happiest because we give her lots of money to spend. And in fact, she came from another brand to us and she was very conscious about cost per lead. And I said, why? There's no need to worry about that. You can spend as much money as you want, and Vikas is very generous about it because we understand that it has a far more effective reach in building the brand equity and in brand building. So we don't have a smart selling technique, but we have a smart selling strategy, which is, as a luxury brand, create anticipation, create scarcity. So you see, when you go and buy those very fancy bags, there's a scarcity. There are only those many number of bags, those many limited number of cars. You create a scarcity, you create an anticipation, and you will have people queuing outside your customer center 24 hours before, the night before, and you sell out on the day.
Fantastic lessons in
Can I add something?
brand building on luxury. Amit, I'll just come to you.
Sunil, I would like to add something.
Yeah.
I think good selling technique is where you don't sell at all. You don't need to sell at all. If iPhone were to happen to real estate, what would be the cost per lead? What would be the cost per quality lead? I think only when we are doing standardized products and then thinking about sales and marketing does all this come in. I have an idea, like when we think of a consumer product, why not first start with the ad? What will be my ad like? And how will the consumers or the prospective buyers respond to that? So instead of building the product first, designing and defining the product first, and then writing the ad, can we first write the ad and see and try to visualize how many people are going to respond to this? And then, so step one, listen to the consumer. Step two, define a communication for them. Step three, make the product. If you do it like this, just suggesting.
The good out-of-the-box way, and you should bounce it off on your...
You can't tell architecture how to make their product.
Yeah.
Sorry?
You can't tell the architecture team and your design head how to design a product.
I am doing that. I am just suggesting that.
Which realty company is this?
This is an agency.
Fantastic. Just wanted to summarize a couple of points which came out. One is the building brands may reduce the CPB, and I would love to discuss this offline a bit. Is the CPB cost per booking for Piramal versus a Puranik versus a smaller brand in Thane differ, and is Piramal CPB lesser than that? I'm not sure, but would be great to lock horns there on the side. But loved the conceptual discussions about the pull being created through exclusiveness, I think. So Serena, which you mentioned, which is a Mercedes or a Maserati sort of a pull campaign, versus an iPhone, like Apple must be spending zero on performance marketing possibly. So why not go there? And in the green room, Serena, you were talking about Oberoi being sort of the design pioneer. Do you want to talk about that? And then I'll move to my next topic on branding, on the lost art of branding, which I'll pull in Deepthi and then Amit after you with Serena.
So we are a great outsourcing company. We outsource our building, we outsource our PMS, we do everything outsourced. So what do? 80% of our time we spend in designing. So, and this is right from Vikas Oberoi to right down to people in my team, whether we are designing the product, whether we are designing the development, whether we are designing our communication, or whether we are designing brochures and our collaterals. Great thought, great thinking is extended to these activities at Oberoi Realty. So one of the things that I want to talk about was about 3 years ago, Vikas said to me that people are curious about how we design, how we think, how we incorporate design thinking in our architecture. And I want to give you an assignment. So I looked at him wondering what's coming next. And he said, I want you to brand our design at Oberoi Realty. That put me in a fix because honestly I'm not a designer or nor had I done something like this before. And but it was a great challenge and I wanted to take it up very seriously. And one of the things we thought was to come up with a design studio which would actually take the customer through the whole story of how we design their homes, how we design their space, how we landscape design, how we get into choosing materials that go into building a home. And one of the things that the team thought was to do this digitally and to talk about it on the digital platforms. I wasn't convinced because I thought this will just become a campaign and in another 3-4 months everybody will forget about it and it will be one of those things that came and went. I wanted something physical and something that would actually help people actually touch, feel, experience the whole brand experience. And the idea was to create something in our office at Oberoi Realty at the Westin. But I rethought about that again and I said, who really comes to our office besides employees and vendors? Nobody else comes to our office. So I went to our experience center. I mean, all the other developers call it sales lounges, sales galleries, sales offices. We call it customer experience centers. And I asked for a dedicated place, which was about 2,000 square feet, where my design studio would sit. We hired Landor, which is a WPP design company, and I gave them this mandate of creating something which will not involve technology. Not another screen, not another overstimulating sensory experience, but something that would talk really about how we build the whole experience of living naturally and building naturally. Their director from Singapore worked on this whole thing with me, and we've come up with a beautiful design studio at the Oberoi Garden City Experience Center, which talks about sustainability and how we develop landscape. So we've got real moss sitting on the wall. We have a moss wall. We have Vikas's tenets on the design philosophy on one wall. We have a materials library where we actually get people to experience, touch, feel the tiles, materials, stone that we're actually going to provide them, even the taps and the faucets. And on one wall would be the entire concept of that particular project. It came out so beautifully. It took us a lot of time. We now replicate it in every experience center. So if you go to Thane, Forestville in Kolshit is inspired by biophilic principles. So we have biophilia in our architecture, and we tell that brand story through the design studio. So on and so forth in Oberoi Garden City, Thane, where the whole concept is about building homes and gardens, where we tell you the entire garden story, and we build a garden there with a courtyard, and the whole experience is very beautiful and green.
Fantastic, Serena. Steve Jobs would be happy. But I'm
Really?
sure,
He must be turning in his grave then.
No, not at all. So why don't we take a segue into the left side of the brain and the lost art of branding and the three. Serena has spoken about it, but why don't you guys talk about Arcade and JP? How have you been building the brand? You can focus on the offline piece as well. I think we have enough of digital. And I'll come to Govind and Rohit again and then to talk about AI.
So when it comes to branding, I think occasionally in realty space, we tend to use this synonymous with product marketing as brand building. And I think that is a flaw. It's a thought process flaw where, in fact, brand building is something which is a continuous, ongoing process, and it cannot be done sporadically. It cannot be done at a whim, and it cannot be done because I need to sell right now. It has to be completely organic. It has to be done consistently, and you need to be on the top of the mind of a consumer. They need to know your brand for you to be a part of the consideration set if and when they are going to be in a buying cycle. So what does your brand stand for in terms of, and it's not just the logo or purely those tangible things, it's actually the value that you bring to the table and how you are going to be a part of the consumer's life. I think there's a lot more branding that needs to be done by organizations, by the companies in order to, essentially be a part of that consumer's life. It's, I understand that realty usually is like a one time or possibly twice in a person's life they're actually going to purchase a flat. But at the end of it, that's not the only lifetime value of a company, of a person. He could recommend your brand, he could build, references. That entire loyalty building is also a very important aspect of it. And all of that is going to come into the picture only and only when they actually believe in the brand and believe in what you stand for.
So corporate branding versus product branding, referrals, loyalty, all the sort of right things about branding. Thanks, Kriti. How about you on JP? What's your experience?
Essentially, who are we? We are storytellers. Everyone in this panel here is a storyteller. And we're all carrying either a product story or a brand story. And the beauty of telling that story is we can either make a good product sell faster or a bad product flop faster. So essentially, from the storytelling standpoint, and to take a little from what Deepti said, there is much, much more than just screens. There are, so one very essential aspect, and I'm sure you'll touch upon it later, are the channel partners. Now, we've all seen that direct business takes a hit, and at every discussion or every review meeting, there's always a point that comes about what are you doing to increase your direct business. What we've also done at one place is we've created a special team called as a direct assist team. Now, this team works as a consultant and an influencer to all these customers who come without a channel partner. So that has worked phenomenally well for us. We've been able to take our direct business up by as much as 47% in the last FY alone. Now, this is one small part. And now what these guys do, they carry the brand story further. They talk about JP, they talk about brand. And as a challenger brand, it is imperative that you build the right story in the mind of that customer. And how are you doing it? Who better than your employees who act as a potential consultant to these buyers? That's story one. So on and so forth, there are huge stories. In some places, we use the help of brand ambassadors. And the identification happens when the real story of that celeb merges with the real story that we want to talk about. When that synergy falls in place, and we've been able to mobilize the right levers, it's a beautiful story that comes out, and then we're able to do our magic around it.
Fantastic
Sunil,
storytelling.
what do you think?
Sorry?
I want to ask, what do you think? Because as a brand we spoke, as a marketing guys, you are there on the selling side as well. I want to know, what do you think? Typically, ghar bana diya, deliver kar diya, quality kar diya, that also is a brand building exercise to begin with, right? But you have witnessed it all across India. What is that your takeaways?
So, I come from a telecom / BFSI / real estate background. I've been building brands in the past. I was talking about building the Airtel brand about 10-15 years back, which was a different sort of world. As she pointed out, it's an FMCG world. So, if I were a real estate developer, I would really focus on building the brand much stronger than many of the players that I'm seeing around. And I would convert into metrics. Like 30% has to come from loyalty and referrals. 10% has to come from walk-ins without getting having to spend for that. So, but I'm a big believer on the combination of left and right, and the brand being the sort of foundation. Because even now, when I see the ads, if I remove the brand name, to be quite honest, sometimes I don't know, is it X or Y or Z? Yeah, so they look the same. Yeah, so there is unfortunately, there is a elevation, and there is a lifestyle given there. If I were to build a brand, I would really build it.
Templatized marketing.
I was going to say superlative. Everything is superlative.
Yeah, and yes and no, because the moment is now. So I'm not being derogatory of our own heart, what's been doing. But I think brand building in this industry has to still go many steps. And but I think that in the next 5 to 10 years, as the markets are, as the sector is consolidating, right, from 11% in the top 10 players has gone to 33% over the last 3-4 years. This will go to 50%. There will be big brands. There will be pull. There's already pull among all your brands. There's some sort of pull coming in, but that has to become more and more pronounced. So thanks for pushing me. But that's a 1 hour discussion that I do normally. So customer advocacy, brand ambassador. Amit, you want to top it up before I go, head into hardcore AI, because the next 5 minutes will be AI, and AI. There's oh goodness here. And guys, if you don't know, there is a font size 44 clock here, which says 655 and ticking. So we have got one more topic, AI, but Amit, on the brand versus, because you have built brands and you are a pure sort of blue-blooded marketer, looks like.
So if you were to talk about soaps, there's a soap which is a glamour soap, Filmi Sitaro ka Saundarya Sabun. There's a long-lasting soap. There's a men's soap. If you ask a prospective buyer of real estate, what does X builder stand for? It's impossible to get an answer in one word. So we haven't lost the art of branding because we never got it in the first place.
That's pretty tough, yeah. But yeah, we are listening.
So this is my take. I may be wrong.
Ouch.
So branding will not be defined by developers and marketing heads. Branding will be defined by the prospective buyer. If he is not able to say what an X builder stands for, then there is no branding in the first place. What has happened is that a lot of marketing, a lot of branding in real estate is about status marketing. So only thing that comes across is that I am a big builder. That's the only takeaway. What do you stand for as a builder? That the buyer doesn't know. I'm assuming the developers are clear, but the buyer doesn't know. So I think in terms of branding, real estate branding, the journey is almost at the start.
Tough.
I have I would like to add something here. I have a slightly different opinion in the matter. Real estate has been very apologetic about its history because time and again we've seen various cases come up, various stories come up. But at the end of the day, I have a slight disagreement at the point where we say that it is only the developer who's trying to say. Eventually, if the buyer believes कि तुम लोग अच्छे हो, तो वो खरीद लेता घर. So fundamentally, how you want to position yourself, or how the customers perceive you, or how potential buyers perceive your brand health study, and all of these will give you a very brutal insight into भाई तुम कहाँ खड़े हो और तुम क्या कर रहे हो. People will tell you if you're not doing the right thing, and they will be extremely brutal about it. We can expect zero empathy from potential buyers when they actually sit on the table. Eventually, बैठो जब धंधे की बात होती है, everything else goes for a toss.
Nobody is doubting that you're a great developer, and there are a lot of great developers on the panel and everywhere else. It's not just about acha and greatness and whether you're doing well. Of course you're doing well. But if branding is about having a unique signature, we are not there. That's what I'm trying to say.
So good. The word positioning has come in the 55th minute of the conversation, which is in itself sort of a bit of doffing our hats at what's happening. Guys, Govind and Rohit, what's happening in AI? AI kya hai? What are you guys doing? And what are the 3-4 nuggets that the audience should glean from this conversation?
Rohit, you want to take it first?
You go ahead, Govind, you start, and
Okay.
we'll add to that on his side.
Since we have limited time, I'm going to keep it bullet pointers. Anywhere you want to go more, please ask. Point number one, AI, the way we look at it, it's going to change everything from the marketing perspective in the next 1.5 to 2 years. What changes? First thing, a company like mine, suppose Insomniacs, as a digital agency, we will cease to exist. Simple. If you're not proactivizing our services at scale, there is no way 2 years down the line you will be talking to us in the same manner. Clear. Second, most of the touch points which we have today, one, the customer calls, no matter how much people want to fight, it will be eradicated, it will be agentic AI based, there is no way, because the evolution that we have just witnessed, it's just mind-blowing. The last 1 year and to now what's coming. Third, the marketing piece with the Google and Meta platform, they will automate every bit of it. You will not have to go to anybody. The creatives will get made on their own once you have masters given. The ad campaigns and bidding will happen on their own. So this is a future without doubt coming. Fourth, on the brand language, most of important part, as when you are running your company, you have 5 people, 6 people, 7 people with your team. One of the largest problem that you will always say, hey, I want to believe in this, but I'm not able to translate it to my team members. And when they are coming out and giving the brief to the agencies, they are not able. So there's a lot of leakages that is happening. Now, Google is launching their next platform, which will be very exciting, which will be working for the B2B platform, which all will be used by us. You put everything of what your brand is about when he was saying that what is our unique signature, think through it, put through it, and see it play in every marketing communication that comes out from that platform. So AI from the marketing perspective, there could be many things happening. From the real estate marketing perspective, these are the 3 to 4 larger changes that are going to happen. Trust me, it is all going to benefit you. The problem actually is here. Whatever that we are doing is just going to change at so much of speed. A lot of people are not going to catch up to it. Right? So, but there are few angles that we believe that we have found, which could be our moat. We are running towards it. But if we don't run fast enough, trust me, I will not be in this panel 2 years down the line. And I'm scared for it.
Fantastic.
Govind is specifically looking at me and saying that.
We've had a mentor before, and we're going to keep fighting. Don't worry about it.
Fantastic, Govind. A bit of a science fiction sort of thing, if we had spoken about it 4 or 5 years back. Rohit, before you go, I'll add to that a bit, because I represent both sides of the world. While you spoke about AI applications in marketing, my company is building a lot of applications on the sales side, since we sort of specialize in that. So we have got a suite of generative AI tools or agentic AI tools under the cluster name Genie, and a bunch of predictive tools under the cluster name Astra. So we have got B2C agentic AI tools which are talking to home buyers and trying to convince them to come for a project site visit. There are agentic AI tools talking to them and seeking referrals. There's an referral Genie, the first one is the walk-in Genie. Third is the home loans Genie, which is matching 30 banks to the customer and giving an optimal loan. One is the post-sales Genie, which is sort of assisting them after booking in sending documentation, letters, etc. And then there is a CP Genie, which is the B2B agentic AI, which is talking to brokers and encouraging them to come to the site. So it's a slew of a multi-agentic AI environment we have created, which is finally automating the sourcing part of sales. So it's increasing the efficiency there. And the efficiency increase in my mind is going to be 20-25%. It's not going to be 100% right now, which itself is pretty huge. And we are not talking about reducing people, but we are talking about increasing revenue, because India is at that juncture where, or time is up, it says, where, sorry, but I'll continue with it. Where we all are growing at 20-25%, and it could go to 30% in the next 4 or 5 years because of these sort of innovations. So just to add to your piece, the marketing
And
AI
I'll tell you
and
the
sales
beauty.
AI.
A lot of people believe that AI is going to replace human. Those are the different conversations. But imagine a scenario where the customer who is booked, the genie is able to give them the demand draft, the payment, everything is coming automated. You're not relying upon any mistakes. That's experience. And more importantly, I've always asked, a 4 BHK customer walks into your site and then he sees the same ad of 2, 3, 4 BHK. Why? It is needed that he should be looking at a 4 BHK ad, because on the sales conversation, the conversation was about, let's say, a rooftop restaurant that you have or a swimming pool that you had. The creative adapts for itself, and trust me, 3 months, you will see it happen. So that's where the customizations are just gonna add to the experience of the customer, and that's the most beautiful thing. The technology will be able to aid to whatever that we are doing.
Fantastic, Govind. Rohit, we have run out of time, so why don't you take 30
I
seconds
think you
and
have covered everything.
Okay.
Apart from that, we are working on an AI where like you have agentic AI who can bring customer to a site. So working AI where the AI will give the first virtual tour to the customer at sitting at home.
Fantastic.
So they will tell you, they'll understand your requirements. They will show you. See, what happens, why do people want to bring customer to the site? See, first site, they never close a deal. It's just to get the customer know about the project. Okay, this is a project and this meets your requirement. That's what we are building, that we believe next coming couple of years, people will not go and hunt hundreds of properties. They will scout it digitally, they will finalize the property and they will visit the property which fulfills their checklist. So our AI, we're working that it will showcase you, explain you, digitally show, okay, suppose someone wants to have a kid. So they'll show you what are the amenities your kids can experience.
Customized viewing as well.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
and they understand,
Fantastic.
they'll store all the data. So when the customer is visiting to a site, the salesperson have those data, he'll pick it up from there and he'll try to close the lead. Rather than he'll discuss like a very initial discussion, he won't have to do that. He will pick up his requirement, and where this product meets his requirement, that's where his role is.
Fantastic, Rohit. Super. This has been a great journey, starting from Ogilvy to Mark Zuckerberg to Sam Altman. I think we have covered the entire spectrum of marketing in the world and in real estate. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, can we take any questions, ma'am, or we are not allowed to? Guys, is there any one golden question?
Yeah, that's going to be the first question for today, but yeah, go ahead to the gentleman. Can we quickly get the microphone passed? The promoters?
He says it's loud enough. Is it?
Make up your mind, loud enough, not. Okay. Everybody loves the mic.
My name is Satish Dandegaukar, and I wanted to know about how are real estate developers investing into AI, or are they investing or not investing, either into sales and marketing of AI or into the development part? Like in Dubai, they are investing huge into AI. I don't know about what is happening in Mumbai in the AI part. If you can highlight any one of you, it will be great.
Thank you so much for that question.
I'm on the stage that shows that people are accepting us and they want to really talk about it. I believe that's the answer. So yeah, it is people, I got to tell, बाकी in technology में real estate late होगा, AI में they are really moving very fast. I can see that it is about saving cost, so developers know this best, right, most of the time. So it is aiding to the saving cost. So rest assured, it's a great adoption, one can say, without doubt.
So as developers, essentially, we may not be investing in developing applications and all of that. We're more into absorbing and, adapting into the new age technology to reach out to the average consumer who's anyways out there and all very, very, very digitally aware and learned consumer.
Sure. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, as our panelists are here with us on stage, allow me an opportunity to call upon Keshia Sirohi and Vikas Sood of Alpha Corp marketing team to please join us and help us in giving a token of appreciation to all our panelists. May we urge all our panelists to please step forward, allow us an opportunity to give them a big, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And may we request our presenters to give the token of appreciation, starting with, of course, Mr. Amit Baid. Thank you so much for joining in. May we request you to please join us in the center of the stage so that we can get you in the nice frame. Well, Amit is going to be right there. Okay, we're going to go ahead to Govind. Govind, thank you so much. Thank you for joining in. Let the applause continue, ladies and gentlemen. Deepak Nair, thank you so much. Thank you for joining in. We'd also like to humbly thank Deepthi. Deepthi Nair, thank you so much. A warm thank you to Serena. Serena, thank you for your valuable inputs. Let's give her a big, big round of applause. Rohit Kedia, thank you for joining in and giving us your valuable inputs. And of course, how can we not take the opportunity of thanking our session chair, ladies and gentlemen. A big, big round of applause for Mr. Sunil Mishra. May we urge all our panelists to please join us in the center of the stage, allow us an opportunity to capture you all in one frame. Please, all our panelists and our presenters to join us. And to all the audience members, the entire fraternity, let's give them a massive round of applause. Well, so much to learn, use cases coming in from the brands and the leaders here on the panel on the 17th edition of Realty plus Conclave right here in Mumbai. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere as we move ahead to a fireside chat on affordable to aspirational. Navi Mumbai, shifting market dynamics. As we move ahead to this, can we now cue in for an audio visual?
भारत दुनिया का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा एविएशन मार्केट बन चुका है.
Navi Mumbai Airport Influence Notified Area, NANA, aims for controlled development around the upcoming Navi Mumbai International Airport, driven by SIDCO as the Special Planning Authority. Hiten Sethi and Associates is consulting on the master planning, urban design, engineering and project management for NANA TPS 2 to 12, which covers 41.75 square kilometers. Messrs. L&T has been contracted to construct major arterial roads, 45 meters and 60 meters wide, along with 9 flyovers and bridges over key junctions in rivers, minor bridges over water canals, and integrated utility infrastructure within TPS 2 to 7. This includes an interchange at Vichumbe on the Mumbai-Pune Expressway, facilitating quick access to Naina from Mumbai, Pune, and the airport. Additionally, a large elevated roundabout at the junction of 2 major roads is planned to host a future iconic city centre, providing direct access to proposed 150-hectare growth centres, pedestrian underpasses for safe crossings, and street lights across TPS 2 to 7. NANA's infrastructure is futuristic, smart, and resilient, with a comprehensive mobility plan, while prioritizing non-motorized transport for better accessibility and comfort. The foundation stone for the first development package in NANA TPS 2 to 7, awarded to Messrs. L&T, will be laid by the blessed hands of Sri Narendra Modi ji, whose vision for India's new city development has been crucial in guiding this ambitious project.
Well, it's a true honor to call upon 2 legends in this dynamic 17th edition, ladies and gentlemen, of Realty Plus. Well, it is now time for me, first of all, to call upon a visionary leader with over 20 years of diverse experience. He initiated the real estate business in Navi Mumbai in 1994, and under his dynamic leadership, Arihant has become one of the prominent developer in MMR as well as Jodhpur. Ladies and gentlemen, let's call upon none other than the CMD, Arihant Superstructures Limited, Ashok Chhajjar. Let's give him a warm and a dynamic round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Chhajjar, for joining us. Maybe put the creative in the background so that we can guide him on the seating. All right, thank you. With that, it is now time for me to call upon the renowned architect which brings in 30 plus years of transformative practice and major projects across India, across the healthcare, education, civic infrastructure, transit-oriented development, industrial township, campuses, retail, housing, and commercial communities. He's somebody who's the founder chairman of CII IGBC Navi Mumbai chapter and has also served as the expert member of Maharashtra's State Appraisal Committee and on the CSR cell of Navi Mumbai Municipal Corporation. Let's give it up for the founder and principal Hiten Sethi and Associates, architect Hiten Sethi. Thank you so much, Mr. Sethi. A true honor having you join us on stage. And ladies and gentlemen, in conversation with our eminent guests, we have with us editor, Realty Plus, Sapna Srivastava, an architect by qualification and an editor by profession, an active architectural practice of more than a decade forayed into the field of journalism in the year 2006. She's been a regular guest speaker for a lot of real estate shows. Sapna, it's going to be fantastic that you have such great guests and only you could have done this job for Realty Plus. So over to you to take it forward.
Thank you, Bhavna, for those wonderful introductions. We just saw the AV about NENA, which is coming up in Navi Mumbai. Navi Mumbai itself is quite a well-planned city. Charles Correa's dream it was. And we have who better to talk about Navi Mumbai than the stalwarts of that region. They have lots of infrastructure developments, whether it is MTHL, connectivity or metro connectivity, which is coming up. But one of the most talked about infrastructure is the airport. So, I would like to ask both of you, is Navi Mumbai airport going to, be something what airport has done for Gurgaon and what it is going to set to do for Noida with the Jewar airport? Is Navi Mumbai airport the game changer for Navi Mumbai? Ashok ji, starting with you.
Well, good evening. Yes, everything is timed up very rightly. Though the airport was supposed to be on map around 1 decade ago, but right now it's coinciding with everything together. Airport is going to make a big change, and it is already turned everybody's heads in the direction of Navi Mumbai. I am proud that after 30 years staying in Navi Mumbai, as in Karma Bhumi also, I find today we have got a recognition. The head of the states already speaks about, Mr. Chief Minister speaks about Mumbai 3, that is the airport and this NENA region a lot. We see that there's going to be big change. And I myself also, when travel through those roads again today also, every 15 days I travel through the outskirts of the airport, I find something another coming up, some more structures coming up. So it's coming up very speedily. Right. It will change the definition of Navi Mumbai.
Fantastic. That was the developer's point of view. Hiten, how, as someone who's designing these cities, how do you see this airport impacting Navi Mumbai and its development? As Chachaji said, every day something new is coming up along that corridor.
Yeah, of course. I mean, airports have a purpose to sort of solve, and the performance of a particular city depends on many magnets, and airport is one of the biggest magnets which a city can have in order to give its success story. All these particular developments are not developments which happen overnight. These are projects, these are visions which take decades to happen. For the developers, I can say they have already milked the profit of the airport since 20 years. And but now, as he rightly said, everything is just it's like a jigsaw puzzle which is taking a shape, and the shape is very, very aggressive. It's not going to only help Mumbai, Navi Mumbai, but it's going to help Mumbai also.
Right. That is true. Another first where Navi Mumbai...
We have yet not melted everything. The cow is still ready, and the trajectory of the price rise is yet to see.
Yes.
Yeah, it is definitely now shaping up and becoming a reality, which everyone used to talk about earlier. But another place where Navi Mumbai is leading, and in fact leading across India, is digitization. With the property identity card. First in India to introduce property identity cards. Now, with this kind of digitization happening from both my experts, how is this going to, mean for real estate and mean for the consumers, the customers? You know, Hitenji, you want to go first?
So, we just had a session about AI and we saw the role, what automations and AI and digitization taking place. So I would say that this concept was introduced earlier. It's not just that, it's only Navi Mumbai is the first municipal body who has adopted digitization. So there's already portals, government portals who had already started digitizing these particular land-related data. Now, in fact, the way we are going, we are in fact going to from macro level to micro level. Since municipal corporations have started taking this initiative. Maharashtra mein already, I think, Pune has already implemented in Khadi, and but it's at the city level. It's a collector level, I must say. But at corporation level, I think this is the first time when we are considering this particular sort of opportunity. The good part is that this kind of transparency, this kind of moves will create more transparency. It will create more focus towards understanding of the titles of the properties. Because any consumer today faces major litigations and due diligences from the bank for mortgages, for purchases, and all those kind of things. I think those things get streamlined. And overall transaction period for any kind of businesses to happen definitely has a turnaround time. I was going through the data which I think was published a couple of months back, in which I read that mostly 31 states and union territories have already adopted this digitization for properties. I think Karnataka was one of the leading states which started it. And I think definitely, I think you see what Bangalore, the way it developed, because total gives confidence to your investors, it gives confidence to your multinationals who want to invest to the formatted properties and formatted place. So I think definitely it's a very bold step and a very important step, and a step towards good governance, definitely.
Like Hitenji said, this will kind of bring transparency in terms of land titles. So, this is something which developers really struggle with. So, आपके हिसाब से one thing जो is going to be an really a impactful thing for real estate or developers, that one thing that will happen.
Due to
with the digitization, with the property identity cards, now titles will become much more simpler because it's right there.
Yes, the searches and the due diligence we do will become more easier. It would be just under the roof, and it will give up an very first-hand report to the business development people, and it's going to help out a lot.
Less legal disputes.
Well, yes,
Hopefully.
at least it will be known. So now you know the devil, so you can tackle with them. You can understand the devils of the land sharks will never go away, and that is what acumen we as developers have.
No, that's good. More technology we use, I think it's better. It brings more transparency, more trust, more streamlining of processes. Now let's talk about the residential and commercial development that is happening. We just saw in the AV also the kind of development that is happening. Residential, we saw there was a latest report. Nerul, we had 7 lakh per square meter of land being bought, from SIDCO. We are talking about affordability and aspiration. So here, Nerul was known for being affordable. Now we are seeing these kind of land purchases. What's your take on this? How do you see the affordability and aspiration going for Navi Mumbai?
Well, Navi Mumbai, it's not confined to some of the older nodes, that is Nerul or Vashi, etc. But yes, it is, we would call it up, it is giving a correct identity to the city of Navi Mumbai also, that now it is not a dormitory city. It is not a city for only affordable people, or it is not known to be as a sasta or a second or a substandard product. So now you find out products which are top class today at 50,000 rupees square feet a carpet at Palm Beach, defines that it is at equality with the most of the well-known real estate spaces in the city of Mumbai. And when we call about affordability, yes, throughout the new Mumbai 3, which is 600 square kilometer, which Hiten Shetty, HSA are designing Naina City plus MSRDC and PMC. Today, as developers, today also we are able to deliver a 1 BHK at the cost of 30 lakhs rupees an apartment. And going forward also, this affordability will be there. Hence, the sustainability of the city would be quite longer. I see 3 decades, we did not worry about any housing shortage in any income group across the Navi Mumbai sector.
Okay, fantastic. We were also talking about townships. Prestige is coming up with the big one. You were saying township is the new format that will come in Navi Mumbai.
So Prestige, though, we are thankful to Irfan Razak. He has announced up 12,500 crores of investment, not in residential, but primarily into data bank and etc. This is what are the new formats of real estate coming across. And townships, yes, Navi Mumbai, Sidco never had seen up townships because the plots were allocated of in small size. And now when we see the Mumbai 3, the region of Panvel, it is able, all the big boys, the big daddies we'll call across are there with the larger land banks of townships, around 200, 300, 500 acres of land, right from Mr. Niranjan Hirandani to Mr. Vadwa to Adani's, Godrej's, ourselves also as Arihant, we all are having large scale of development. So what Navi Mumbai was lacking in terms of a texture of a townships, which we could see up only in Thane Godbandar Road, we already are seeing the phase change happening up. And going forward also, all the leading developers across India are eyeing for participation in the real estate, in the residential development too.
Okay, fantastic. So as per Mr. Chhajar, township is something which is going on big way. All the big daddies, he said, are now foraying in Navi Mumbai, and affordability is still there. So if you want to buy an aspirational home, yes, you have that. If you want to buy affordable housing, you have it there.
I think let me add to this kind of thing. So from time to time, there have been norms to promote affordable housing. 7,76,000 rupees a square meter is a case which has happened, but it has gradually happened. I think last year the rates were on that similar kind of plot were around 6 lakhs rupees a square meter, and so it's increasing 10% every year. But point is that these are going to be marquee projects. These are not going to be the projects which are going to be affordable. These are not going to be the projects which are for the general masses. Sidco, I'm a part of those projects. Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana had lots of 65,000 flats, apartments to be handed over under PMA scheme through Sidco. We are the PMCs also for that particular project. And you see from I think the time when the COVID started, 2020, I think we started the project 2025, we have already completed 30 to 35% handed over the flats to the Sidco. So there are various typologies which are happening. I mean, you see the trends of townships have changed. We did the master planning for Vadwa also. The thought process doing it in 2014 was different than what we are doing in 2025. Vice City, yes. So 2025 is different. The clarity or the transparency to promote these kind of townships is improving from year to year. So imagine the person who had started a township at 2015, which actually bled. You had conceived large format projects during that time, which actually bled because of non-support from certain policies which could have helped those developers to move. Marathon came in, Godrej came in, so many people came in. But I think this is the time when I think the holistic approach has been taken by the government, especially my appreciation to our UT department, where they have actually linked Sidco with the PMC, with the MMRDA, with everything. So everybody is now talking and synced with each other for all the developments.
That's fantastic, because that is the general problem. One agency or one body is not talking to another government body.
You see Hirandani when they started developing in Raisini. I mean, so you see the progress and the kind of construction which they came in, and the kind of development which should have supported them at that time. So it has taken years.
Okay, yeah. Fantastic. So another good point that the government, Sidco, MMRDA and PMC, they are all talking to each other. They are all on the same page. Another good thing for Navi Mumbai. That also brings me to another initiative government recently announced was 4 FSI for cluster redevelopment. Now, I'm sure there is a good and bad side to both of them. Some are very happy with the FSI, which is being announced. Ashokji, you have your viewpoint on that. How do you see that kind of FSI being announced for redevelopment?
Well, it is a need for some particular sector and particular section of the whole society. Undoubtedly, it has a bad side also. I would say that it will increase the congestion in the first phase planned city of Navi Mumbai, that was by SIDCO, the first 300 acres, which Sir, over being here, he has really, Mr. R.C. Sinha has already designed it up at that time. So it would be a skyline change, it would look good, yes. Coming days, we don't know, but at least I would put up to the authorities that it is not a Mumbai city today. We still have large land banks over there, 600 square kilometer of development to be taken. So if government can still eye to it that there is horizontal development which is possible, then why congest the city with higher FSIs and more congestion? Right. People will automatically take its natural route. It will go on the outer side. The style is changing. The style across the globe, we had seen that there had been downtowns and there had been county side of living. People drive right from San Diego to San Francisco to Pudong, Oslo, Paris, even if we see Dubai, we find high rises and villas also. Right. So now Mumbai is already seeing 600 square kilometer already to be done. So if this density is not increased, this part of the city also would be good, and the new development will also happen more faster.
From the development point of view, some say that transit-oriented development should be there, so that there is less infrastructure, less carbon footprint is, so that is one school of thought. One is, let's have a spread out, let's not congest the city. So how do you see that?
See, what you asked was specifically about the cluster development. I'd like to first clarify that. Cluster redevelopment has a specific purpose to it. New Mumbai is a very young city. It's having a cluster development kind of projects in Mumbai makes definitely more logical sense because of the kind of legacy it carries and the kind of inorganic product development which happened from years to years. So to rationalize all those particular things, this concept of cluster development definitely gives them a boost because FSIs have been overcost what is given new DCRs and all those kind of things. But happening in places like New Bombay, which are younger, and MMR area, which are younger, I don't know if it's the right decision to give FSA. But a friend like Ashok, who's in development, he gave a very good simile once, कि हितेन आज के दिन में किसी बिल्डर को मानना है ना, तो उसको FSI दे दो. बेचारा कैलकुलेटर करता रहेगा, फाइनली बनने वाला नहीं है. And see, what happens is that the project which were to be completed in 3 years, because of these additional FSIs, are taking 8 years to complete. So it's at the cost of the investors who are doing it. You are breaking the whole projects into so many phases now because you have FSI. Nobody wants to let go of their savings account, which is put in as a part of FSI. But overall, what happens is you have half-built cities, leftovers, and which are going to take ages to complete it. Now, surprisingly, a person who is organized, who is coming up with the townships, as you rightly said, in the suburbs, which are greenfield projects, you have limited the FSIs there to 1 or 1.2 or 1.1. And in the metro cities, which are already congested, which have a very defined kind of infrastructure in terms of stormwater drainage, solid waste management, water supply, you are loading it to 4 FSI without giving a DP. So in a couple of forums, I have also requested government to come out with the infra DP before they come out with the DP of space, built up FSI.
Very important, yeah.
So that is, I think, going to balance some things out because in Navi Mumbai, to be very frank, I mean, you are doing lots of redevelopment projects there. I do see there is a tangible benefit to the consumer because a person who was staying for 30 years in a 500 square feet flat is now getting around 700 square feet flat. But what I see is the quality of life which is going to have now will be worse because your parking is going to take 20 minutes to 40 minutes now to get your car because it's so highly congested and so much of parking is required. So I really don't think that we have the policy right now which has a balance of lifestyle and space. Space in a flat is one thing, but second thing is a lifestyle,
In one of our earlier sessions, we mentioned that while we are, developing very fast, but like you mentioned, the quality of life is not happening. So as per our panelists, this decision of government of increasing the FSI for cluster redevelopment is debatable. It's little, I think, short vision on their part.
I think it's evolvable. I think it's
Yeah, so let's see how it pans out. But now coming to the commercial development also. Now we are seeing a lot of commercial businesses. Recent transaction of almost 3 lakh square feet in Mindspace Airoli being taken up, being leased out. It is an indication that now even the businesses are looking at Navi Mumbai as a viable location. Again, Chajarji, how do you see it? Is it the next hub of commercial development?
Well, yes, still today, if you see Navi Mumbai, it's able to lease out the commercial spaces, which is $1 per square feet and less as a lease rent. That is the phenomenon across the globe. The time it crosses $1 per square feet per month as a lease rent is where then the affordability of or the economics don't function out. So Navi Mumbai, yes, this will increase the more occupancy, they will increase more jobs, and other than the current people occupying and taking up calls, all the leading financial institutions and the larger institutions, larger companies have already housed them, their places in Navi Mumbai since last 1 decade. Going forward, when we see the new development coming across, right from Mukesh Bhai Ambani, the industrial park, as well as the Aero City, which is coming up across, this will give up and one level up of an occupation level, that is from managers to the CEOs also, and that is where we see the change. It is going to happen. It is not stoppable now. The heads have turned towards Navi Mumbai. It's better you again look it over who is not looking.
Hitenji, what do you see? What are the things that are attracting businesses to now lease out spaces here?
Firstly, I think mobility. The kind of connectivity which has been created over the years to Navi Mumbai is itself a very robust thing. As I always joke around with my friends who have to travel from Andheri to Bandra, that I can reach faster to Bandra from Navi Mumbai than you will take time to reach from Andheri. And I mean, kudos to all the visionaries which over the decades have given that kind of vision and implementation programs to Navi Mumbai. However, I may beg to differ in one thing. A typical case like 2.65 lakh square feet which went on lease, and there are a couple of more deals which will be announced in coming time.
Correct.
In fact, I designed L&T Seawoods, and there 2008 when we did the commercial part of it, the 50% part of commercial retail, around I think 30 lakh square feet, 3 million square feet. It took us years to promote ourselves to a particular give an environment which was acceptable to multinationals, because such kind of projects need a very standardized kind of formats, some facilities and amenities which need to be provided along with these things. Till say a decade back, Navi Mumbai never had those kind of class of
Grade A
communities
office
which were developed, commercial communities which developed. Now, with Rahejas and all these new developments which are coming up, it's a very organized kind of sect which is developing, and he rightly said they're still available at 50 to 60 rupees a square feet, as compared to more unorganized sectors, maybe in Kolda and all, which are still charging 150 rupees or 120 rupees a square feet, and Bandra going to 200 to 400 rupees a square feet. So I think the affordability, the connectivity and all these things are going to give a very strong boost to think, only if it's a well-organized, designed projects.
Correct. Fantastic. I think what our speakers are saying here is that Navi Mumbai is the growth center. Affordability, if you are looking at affordability, whether it is a commercial land, whether it is a residential land, you still have Navi Mumbai as an affordable hub. Aspirations, we have all the big developers, we have all the brands which are going now to Navi Mumbai. So if you are talking about aspiration, if you are talking about luxury housing or grade A office spaces, as Hiten Sethi said, the Rahejas are coming in. All the branded developers and organized developers are there. Ashok Chajarji, he is there. He is building quite a grade A complexes. Township is another thing that we are going to see coming up in a big way. Some policies are debatable, as both our speakers said, that need to be viewed in a bigger sense of way with the long-term vision. Connectivity is one big booster for Navi Mumbai. Wrapping up this session, from both our speakers, those two factors that you feel are going to be, as the future outlook. Charjaji, what do you see in future for Navi Mumbai? Those two things.
Today, now people are being able to recognize that the lifestyle also requires the first factor, which is air quality index, and that is where we are finding this new 600 square kilometer of development, where AQI is going to be the first prominent thing which is going to attract people. The health life will be nice. It is like Mr. Arvind Kumar, the lung specialist in Delhi, wrote up an article last year that in metro cities and wherever concrete jungles are there no pink lungs even with and 4 to 5 years of a baby. So with the good air quality index dropping below 80, 50, whereas the Mumbai as well as the core city has 250 as AQI, this is going to be the most biggest factor. The design, etc., will be suit to build model. There would be villa style of living, there would be duplexes, there would be affordable housing. Everything is going to come for each sector, and it's good that city can provide for each and every section of the society housing.
Good quality of life, good AQI, as Mr. Charja said, and as he said that whatever segment you are looking at, that is what Navi Mumbai can provide you if you are talking about housing. Hiten Sethi, again, what do you think is going to be the driving force for Navi Mumbai going forward?
I think I'll wrap it up in two typical sentences. I think the first one is that all the developments which are coming, what is going to matter is a well-knitted mobility plan, inclusive housing, and third is business magnets. The knitting of all these particular things, three things, will be the success story for upcoming developments. Second thing is a very robust kind of governance to hold these things together. There was a time in MMR when I had, in fact, made a presentation to MMR that where your project is there, we're doing that, Alishan. So I had a stretch of Taloja Road, which run around 5-7 kilometers, and I had 3 projects in which I was doing rental housing for him, which was going 55 floors. I was doing one project with another builder, Dubai-based expat firm, where we were not allowed to go ground plus 7, and we were another Gauthan, which was allowed only 9 meters or 12 meters. And I was actually making a presentation, what is the kind of skyline you want to create for Mumbai? And this is New Bombay, and which is going to take another 30 years to develop. So I think what is going to, that's why I'm saying what we need is a knitting governance to put inclusive housing, mobility, and business magnet together, so that we can achieve what he's saying is a health index and a happiness index for people to use that particular thing.
Fantastic. So mobility, inclusive housing, and investment magnets, and to hold them all together, smart governance is what Navi Mumbai needs. Thank you so much. Let me open the forum for any questions from our eminent speakers here. Anything you want to know about Navi Mumbai, these are the people who will tell you. Anyone? Or I think they have answered everything. No? We'll give you the mic, yeah.
When do you think we'll have the flights actually operational from the Navi Mumbai airport?
So eventually, I think Honorable Chief Minister had sort of announced that it's going to be somewhere in September. And I think they've already identified some sort of flights which would be...
Test flights have already been done.
Test flights have already been. They've already identified some flights which will be shifted from Terminal 1 to this particular things. I think the whole magnitude of operations may be starting from December, but I think the flight should be operational from September anytime. I think there are some very minor critical works which are left to pack it up, but I think otherwise I was told that the operations and everything are ready to kick off. And I think our MD Saab is also quite aggressively following up on weekly basis, because it's not about the airport only, it's about the connectivity for all the people who are going to reach there. I think they want to connect it before they start the airport. airport.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions?
Just
The
one
gentleman?
more and then, yeah.
Sure.
Apurva?
Can you switch the mic on?
जान के तो नहीं कर रहे?
Hello. So, yeah, we are also talking about the Mumbai 3.0. So, can you just share your experience with that?
So, as Ashokji said, when New Mumbai Airport was conceived, it was a condition from MOEF that all the areas around 25 square kilometers has to come as an organized development. And that is where NANA was formed. Now, due to political changes, due to different governance policies, it got splitted into MSRDC, PMC, some part of CITCO again remained with CITCO, and right now NANA itself is only 225 square kilometers. 10 years of non-movement of NANA because of XYZ reasons had a very bad impact on the development in that particular area. So TPS schemes were introduced to put these things together. So I like to tell and I like to state that what we are doing is, it can be called a start of Mumbai 3.0. Eventually, some of the part has been given to MMRDA recently, which will be Khopta and those kind of areas covering huge values, in which certain development policies are still yet to be finalized, which are I think on the underway. So I think this whole 625 square kilometer is 3.0. So ideally speaking, right now we're talking about TPS 2 to 12, which is most aggressively taken. We have already, I think, floated around 9,000 crore projects for mobility, connections and all those things. We are also coming up with even the airport areas coming with Edu City, it's going to come up with Aero City, it's going to come up with Medicity. NMSZ Reliance we did in 2016, I designed 2,600 acres for them. Now we have changed the policy and we're getting into something else. So those kind of sporadic, polycentric developments are also coming all over. So I think the need to dal chuki hai. Dekhen chalte chalte aage kya hota hai.
No, fantastic. I think what was earlier known as the second cousin to Mumbai or the poorer cousin to Mumbai, now it is coming up in a big way.
I don't think it is poorer, because I think the last sale in one of my designed residential was beating car rates. So I don't think, and thanks to Sinha Sahab, that he had conceived this
Yes, we
years
have
back.
Mr. R.C. Sinha here
If
who
the
actually
organizers permit, I think this session will not be complete without Sir Mr. R.C. Sinha. I would like to call him, because he had seen this Navi Mumbai right from baby of 1 year crawling, and today now just taking the start on a marathon runner. I would like to welcome Mr. Sinha.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Mr. R.C.
To give an
Sinha
August gathering, what he
a
has
standing
seen Mumbai
ovation.
all these years. And
IS
what it looks
retired,
tomorrow.
ex-additional Chief Secretary, Government of Maharashtra, ex-advisor to the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. It's truly an honor. Let the standing ovation continue, and let's give him a magnanimous round of applause as His Excellence himself joins us on stage to be a part of the final group photograph. So may we request Mr. Sinha ji to give a token of appreciation to, and of course, a few words.
Your last words on what Navi Mumbai stands for.
Good evening, everybody. In fact, I was not prepared to speak, but one can't say no to her and Bajaj. New Bombay, according to me, stands as a anti-magnet for Mumbai. That means instead of coming and stagnating Mumbai, you can come New Bombay. It was in 1983 June that I was asked by the Chief Minister, will you like to join New Bombay? I said, sir, this is graveyard, a good officer, why you are posting me? He said, no, now you have to take over. Okay. And I thought it, okay, after all, Taj Mahal is also a graveyard. I can make it. Few things I needed most to do. One was the power. You may not know that power was available only 6 days in the week. Friday was no power day. 1. 2. Water was available only for 3 times in the week. 4. There was a connecting Mumbai to Navi Mumbai single lane road, which out of 7 days, for 4 days was under repair. So all this thing. We had to struggle a lot. It was STD line between New Bombay and Bombay, 2105. Ring up for that also. So that was other reason. So looking at that, I decided unless New Bombay gets the infrastructure required and basic amenities, I cannot ask the people not to go to Bombay, come to New Bombay. And that was my effort. And I had a good team of officers. When I joined, it was very lazy. They had nothing what to do. They were very demoralized. So we make them think that you are not building houses, you are building cities. We make cities started at that time. It took me 7 years to change it. Sometimes when I joined New Bombay, the population of whole New Bombay was 20,000, and that too only washing. People didn't know New Bombay, they used to call washing. Okay. We had it, we had good planner, we had good architect, we had good staff. They work day and night, change it. Today, when Mumbai is flooded, there is no flooding in New Bombay.
That's right.
This is a big achievement because normal filling of New Bombay is 2 meters. Okay. Second, there are holding ponds. When there is heavy rains and high tide, water goes to in these ponds, and when the low tides come, it vacates itself. What? It took a lot of effort to get the railway line. I can say, since of pride, first time in the history of Rashtrapati Bhavan, the President of India came to inaugurate a railway station that was Vashi. The Secretary says, it never happened, it cannot happen. Then I had to take Chief Minister for a meeting with the President. He persuaded, this is not a railway line, it is 67% CIDCO and 33% Indian Railways. There was a different concept. So it took us. And today, I am happy to say that people who are living in New Bombay don't want to live in New Bombay.
Thanks to you,
They
sir.
are quite happy. Those who have got shops, agriculture produce market committee, they are happy. The biggest and the best agriculture produce market committee in Asia is in New Bombay.
That's right. That's
The
right.
best, I can't say it, but that will be better. This township in Asia at that time, I don't know now, used to be NRI complex, which is still most valuable. It took us time, it will take effort, support of the public, and one thing.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I think it is the efforts
Sapna,
of...
many times I was about to be suspended for what I did was wrong.
Yeah, I know we have
And
all heard about it.
anti-rules, because my view was very simple. A rule is meant to bend. You don't break it, just bend it. And you can manage to get below it. That's what I have done it, and that's why I think, that was, it is it's 1980.
That's right.
when it
Thank you.
happened.
Thank you so much. It is the
But
efforts
it's
of
still
the...
fresh in my memory.
Yeah. It is
It's, you know, Sapna, it's so wonderful to have a legend like him with us on stage. And I don't want to miss an opportunity, sir, to invite you on the center and allow us to get a photograph of all four of them together. I think let's make it
the visionary
memorable.
of Navi Mumbai. It's his efforts that finally shaped
So you've
up.
got the three pioneers, Sapna, if we may say, of Navi Mumbai right here. And if I may first, sir, if I can just request only the speakers to be on stage. Yes. Can we have the mementos being passed away? So first, we'd request Mr. R.C. Sinha to give a token of appreciation to our eminent speakers, starting with, of course, Mr. Ashok Chhajjar. Thank you so much, sir, for joining in. We'd also like to humbly thank architect Hiten Sethi. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. Architect Hiten Sethi, thank you so much for joining us. And if we may request all of them to join us in one frame. Also, if we could request our eminent dignitary, Mr. R.C. Sinha, to give a token of appreciation to Sapna as well. Sir, can we just have the speakers with us on stage for this photograph? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a big, big round of applause as we have Sapna Srivastava, Ashok Chhajjar, Hiten Sethi, architect Hiten Sethi, and of course, the very renowned R.C. Sinha, IAS retired, ex-additional chief secretary, Government of Maharashtra, ex-advisor to Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. Thank you once again. I think this could not have been better than having the legends who have created Navi Mumbai. Let's give them an iconic round of applause as we thank each and every one of them. And ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude with the conclave. But let me remind you, the awards, the 17th Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2025 West await your presence. But let's take a short break of 10 minutes whilst as the team gets this entire space revamped. So may we urge all of you to kindly step out with your belongings and join us back in the next 10 minutes whilst as you head out with your belongings for a scoop of networking and some tea and coffee on the other side. Remember, the 17th Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2025 West awaits your presence. I request everyone to kindly step out with their belongings and join us back. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening. We're about to begin with the 17th edition of the Realty Plus Excellence Awards West in just about the next few minutes. But as we can see all of you all set, remember we have a great night ahead celebrating the top real estate leaders and companies in the Maharashtra region and across the globe who are here to celebrate each other. So stay tuned as we're about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, one final announcement. Request you all to kindly be seated as we're about to begin. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the pivotal moment is right here where we are about to begin with the 17th Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2025 West. But since all of you are in the room out here, we thought that let's get a little more energy. And as you can see that we have the trumpets right here in the center. We have the ones in the left, right. I'm not going to do any competition. I don't believe in that because I believe that all of us are one. So why don't you just take those trumpets in your hand, okay, and give me your maximum energy because that's what I'm going to be needing from all of you this entire evening. So if you want success in life and if you are the successful person and you aspire and inspire others, put those trumpets in your hand and give me your biggest hoot. At the count of 3, 2, 1. West, are you excited? Come on, let's bring in more energy. Well, we keep it rolling, don't we? So yes, we do have some last standing people who are here excited, and I'm going to encourage all of you throughout the evening, which is going to proceed towards the night, as you can see, to continue with this energy. Well, a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bhavna Bhatia, in the industry for over 15 plus years. It's indeed my honor to be your host for today, and it's an absolute privilege to welcome all of you to the glittering evening the 17th edition of the Realty Plus Excellence Awards West. Well, before we begin, I'd like you all to give the team of Realty Plus a magnanimous round of applause because they're on the 22nd year. I think they've done such a spectacular job in getting the industry together all across India. So tonight is not just about the trophies and the titles. Tonight is about celebrating vision, innovation, leadership, and that extraordinary spirit that has shaped the West Zone's real estate industry into a powerhouse of ideas and opportunities. It's where dreams meet design, ideas meet execution, and leaders meet recognition. And as the entire fraternity is out here for the Maharashtra's biggest real estate celebrations, you owe it to yourself to give yourselves a big, big round of applause. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, for the entire real estate industry present here, who have braved the rain today, showing your resilience, and of course here for some great celebration. This event is being live streamed on the Realty Plus website, www.rprealtyplus.com, and across all our official social media platforms. LinkedIn, Realty Plus, Facebook, @RPRealtyPlus, Twitter, @RPRealtyPlus, and Instagram, for all the Instagrammers in the room, RP_Realty. We hope you share your moments from this evening, tag us, and let the world know that you were a part of Maharashtra's biggest real estate celebration. But before we begin, and I hope that this AV gives you an insight of what the brand is all about, and meanwhile we request all of you to kindly be seated. Can we have the AV, please?
People are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of the Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that. By showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis. By showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen. It happens by design. By pushing the boundaries, by raising the path. It takes days to develop a vision and nights to make it a reality. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and that every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct.
So with this, we'd like to continue with the celebration, ladies and gentlemen, and we hope that this AV gave you a glimpse of who we are and what we do. And as the buzz in the room continues, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of our dignitaries in the room. Let's give it up for Shri Subodh Kumar and Mr. Puri, who have taken out their valuable time and are here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, a magnanimous round of applause. And thank you so much for your valuable time. So ladies and gentlemen, tonight wouldn't have been possible without the support of our valued partners. A heartfelt thank you to our powered by partner, Alpha Corp Development Limited. Strategic partners, Anurok, Mahindra Life Spaces, and True Realty. Associate partners, Raymond Realty, RP Infra Realty Private Limited, Meghna Realty, Mindspace Business Parks REIT, Ashwin Shade Group, Aris Infra Solutions Limited, Annex Advisory Services Private Limited, Naisha Realty, our technology partners, Cell.do, Vibrate, Arc VI, and MHXP. Co-partners, Nices Finance Services Co. Limited, VTP Realty, Arcade Developers Limited. Our PropTech partners, Absolute CX and Reloy. Warehousing partners, NDR Invit Managers Private Limited. Luxury automobile partner, Navneet Motors. Industry partner, Naretco Mahi. Legal partner, Khaitan and Company. Creative partner, ABC Brand Advisory, the real estate advertising specialist. Business media partner, BW Business World. Online media partner, exchangeformedia.com, organized by Realty Plus. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for over 20 plus of these partners, I think, let's give them a big round of applause for being with us on the 17th edition and getting us to this massive success. Well, we couldn't have done without any of them. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, it's indeed my honor to call upon someone who has redefined the media and business landscape in India. A true visionary, entrepreneur, journalist, and a media mogul. He's somebody who, after acquiring the iconic magazine brand, Business World, expanded the BW Business World Media World Group into digital events and the BW communities. Let's give it up for the Editor-in-Chief and Chairman, Exchange for Media Group and BW Business World Media Group, Dr. Anurag Batra.
I'm telling Bhavna, don't praise me so much, fees will be same. But on a serious note, I'm like this because whenever me and Mr. Puri are in the room, we have fun. Good evening, it's my honor and privilege to be here. I'm here because Tripti and Sapna and the Realty Plus team is the best team in real estate publishing. And while some of them you know them personally, they are the most sincere, honest, and committed professionals you can work with. And I'm sure, Bhavna, you know that you work with them. And I'm always appreciative of what they do. Today, one of the reasons I am in Mumbai is also, not many people know, and I may have said it once or twice before at a Realty Plus event. Mr. Anuj Puri is here. Depending on who you like, he's either the Amitabh Bachchan of real estate services or Shah Rukh Khan. And you know, and that's not a joke, okay? That's the reality. Those of you who are in the real estate sector know the contribution Mr. Puri has done and what all initiatives and institutions he's built. And he's right now in play. He's building Anarok. I was looking at the investors in Anarok just to prepare. He's had HDFC investing from the balance sheet. He has the best wealth manager in India currently, and hopefully for a while investing in. And Anarok started as a services play to help home buyers, but is expanded into almost everything in real estate. Mr. Puri is a pioneer. He set up Chesterton Meghraj, which then became Jones Lang LaSalle. He sold Chesterton Meghraj to Jones Lang LaSalle. Then he sold Jones Lang LaSalle, his stake in Jones Lang LaSalle, and he started Anarok. I've had the good pleasure of meeting him early in my life. I met him in 1996. I used to work in Collier's Jardine, and he hired me in my second job. So he was my boss. There were 4 people in the office. And sometimes if I have to show off to people in real estate that I know Mr. Puri, I reel off his mobile number. So if anyone needs his mobile number, I have it. I don't have to look at my phone. But on a very serious note, there are some good things I've learned from him, the art of communication. And I keep telling people that he has a soft demeanor, but he is a very seasoned business person and an entrepreneur, and he's done whatever he's done with good ethics. Even the people who work with him, there is a friend of mine called Santosh Kumar. Me and Santosh used to work for Mr. Puri in '97. Santosh is still with Mr. Puri. He's the COO of the business and somebody who's worked with Mr. Puri now 29 years. That's a long time. Marriages don't last 29 years these days. So the reason, and you know, my stint in media, I remember 13th April 1997. I had fever, I was at home, and that time there were no mobile phones. So Mr. Puri was calling at my home. I was on leave. He knew I was on leave. And he was calling me and he told me, your article on real estate has come in Economic Times. I had written an article on why real estate education should prepare the next generation of real estate leaders who have to be very different from the last generation. He had allowed me to teach a course of on real estate financing and Master of Finance and Control, Delhi University. I used to teach a course with his permission. I was only 26 then. And I remember my mother passed away 10 months back. One of the happiest moments is giving my mother 14,000 rupees from that course. It was 40, and she bought a sari, and she always would tell my wife and my friends that Anurag got me that sari. So I have lots of memories. I'll leave it at that. But what is very clear is that Mr. Puri is a superstar of the real estate services business. He's done it the right way. He has the same relationships he used to have 25, 30 years. There were 7, 8 of us who used to work with Mr. Puri. We still, whenever we meet, we talk about him. And we are very, very fortunate that we worked with him. Some of the habits that I have, good ones, Tripti, bad ones I picked up on my own, are thanks to Mr. Puri and watching his style while working with him. These things get into you subconsciously. A lot of things that I do are like my dad. Like if someone comes to my home after they leave, I'm picking up all the stuff, arranging. I used to, when I was younger, I used to see my dad doing that. So I just want to welcome Mr. Anuj Puri. Please give him a big round of applause. He's built a whole ecosystem. And I can only tell you that the best of Mr. Puri and Anarok are yet to come. It is becoming a larger and larger company. And I'm sure in the next 1 to 2 years, he'll be on the bourses and it'll be a very large play. Today, there are some special winners in the audience. There are special people who have contributed to the real estate sector in more ways than one, some directly, some indirectly. I don't want to take their name away and give the element of surprise or anticipation. But I can only say, I was talking in the morning, and maybe I'm much younger than Mr. Puri, I look older. So whenever Mr. Puri needs an older person to go for a big meeting, he takes me and pays me a lot of money. But I was saying that we live in Mumbai. I live in Delhi mostly, but I spend a fair bit of time in Mumbai. And our government is great, both in Delhi and at the state level. And we are getting bigger and bigger condos, more amenities. But is the quality of our life better? Is the quality of life in metro cities any better? I mean, there are lots of positives. We love India. Everything we have is in India. We love the culture, food, religion, people, the opportunities. So, we are wedded to India, so to say, till our life. And as you grow older, you really don't want to live anywhere else, in spite of all the advantages that may come with it, and some disadvantages. But BMC has a 70,000 crore budget, 70,000 crore budget, and we still have the same mayhem every year. So what are we not doing right? Can people in this room create a civic campaign to be able to be a catalyst in the government doing more to be able to have better infrastructure? More and more money is being put into infrastructure in Mumbai and in every city, yes, but still we are not able to get the quality of mobility that we want. I mean, it's commendable these days. If you go to a town from here, it takes much lesser time, right? But it is also a reality if you go from Taj Santa Cruz to Taj Lands and Bandra, which I do very often, it takes much more time than it takes to get to the city. That is also a reality. And what has happened in the last 2 days, I will not get. And the same thing is now true of Delhi. You can live in South Delhi, but when it rains, you hope somebody had gifted you a boat. It's like what happened in Bangalore. And there may be very tony cities in Delhi, in Gurgaon. There is a certain condo development which sells condos at $8 to $15 million. But around those condos is the same as everywhere else. So what are we doing to improve civic cities? In China today, you have sponge roads. You have roads where they're built with certain materials. If it rains, they absorb water and it is cleared in a minute, so there is no issue. I'm sure we'll get those technology. But we need a will and intolerance in this case. I think we are tolerating whatever we are tolerating for far too long, and we need to build a civic, if I may use the word, campaign to be able to galvanize the authorities to do it faster. I'm sure they're already thinking about it. I don't want to be a party pooper. We have the awards, and Mr. Puri will be speaking about what's happening in the real estate services domain and in the real estate sector. He's in the last 3 decades seen everything that has to be done, whether it's in commercial, retail, residential, industrial, warehousing, lands, real estate investments. He understands what is happening. So we'd love to hear from him. I wish you luck. I want to end by saying that I read this book a couple of months back. It's called Fluke. It's written by Brian Klaas, and he's a social researcher. And the center part of the book is that we give too much credit to ourselves for our success. It's a series of tiny miracles. Of course, we do what we have to do. If you believe in, if you're a Hindu, if you believe in Lord Ram or Lord Krishna, then you're not the doer, You're just acting on something which is a higher power. But the book Fluke says that we give too much credit to ourselves for our success, and we give too little introspection to ourselves for our failures. As my favorite author, Randy Posh says there's nothing called failure. Experience is what you get when you don't get what you want. So clearly, I would say that all of you are successful because of your hard work, but success is also about serendipity. It's providence, luck, whatever you want to call it. And the best way to look at it, if Donald Trump hadn't ducked, the world would be a very different place, sir. It wouldn't be what it is. So clearly, as leaders in the real estate sector, I'm sure your success will be celebrated. You will become role models for people. You already are. Some of the work that you are doing is already a benchmark for other players. Our purpose at Realty Plus is to be able to showcase this work to our stakeholders. Through today's awards, we have been able to showcase people, individual leaders, projects, companies that are doing exceptional work in the real estate sector. Mr. Puri's presence adds to that, and our winners who are here and they're really stalwarts in this sector will be able to inspire the next generation of real estate leaders to build icons which truly bring a quality of life which is needed. Last 2 years back, I had the good opportunity to interview Mr. KP Singh. I'd met him long time back, and then I met him 2 years back, 2.5 years back. And in his 90-minute interview with me, I went there to learn. And he was speaking, I was learning, okay? And the drive he had at 90, he was 92 then. I mean, I have met a lot of people who have drive, but this was exceptional. And he only talked to me about two things. In 90 minutes, for 30 minutes, he talked to me about plumbing. It's a YouTube video, so you can watch it. He talked to me about plumbing in cities, and he talked to me about parking. For most part, he talked about other things. And he was talking about it, that he wants to help urban planners plan better cities. I think the leaders in this room have a tremendous responsibility to help the next generation of policymakers, urban planners, and developers plan cities which get plumbing and parking right. Everything else will follow. That's my message. Thank you. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Dr. Anurag Batra a bigger round of applause. Thank you so much for that powerful opening note. And now, carrying that energy forward, it's indeed my privilege to welcome the keynote speaker of the evening. A name synonymous with trust and transformation in real estate. He's somebody who has over 3 decades of experience in the Indian and global real estate markets and is a trusted advisor to developers, occupiers, and investors. He's widely acknowledged for revolutionizing the real estate sector with his visionary outlook and technology-based solutions. It's indeed our honor to call him on stage, ladies and gentlemen. An iconic round of applause for the icon himself, Mr. Anuj Puri, Chairman, Anurag Property Consultants Private Limited.
Thank you very much, and a very good evening to all of you. What a delight to be here, and what a delight to be sitting amongst friends. Anurag embarrassed me enough in front of my friends, particularly Dhaval. Dhaval must be wondering, is this the guy that he's talking about? Dhaval has seen many sides of me. So it is very kind. I do want to give a big round of applause, as Anurag started by saying, is to Tripti and Sapna. Both of them, a big round of applause, what they've been able to do it. I mean, this is the 17th edition. I mean, can you imagine 17 times doing this Realty Conclave successfully and being able to deliver every time? It is a big thing is. And I didn't realize, Anurag, it's been 22 years since you set up Realty Pluses. So great job, Sapna and Tripti, for doing this. 21 you've completed, you are on the 22nd year. It is fantastic to be able to deliver consistently. I do remember, as Anurag said, is we started the business together. The business at that time was called as Chesterton Meghraj, and it's not scripted. He just brought those memories to me. And it was a property consulting business. Not many people knew what a property consulting was. I'm a chartered accountant. I'm very reluctant to pick up a phone and speak to someone as a cold call. I don't have that in me to give a cold call. Anurag was the first MBA that had joined the company. MBAs, are like, very, very outward focused, very extrovert, very willing to, speak with people. He would pick up the phone, look at the yellow pages directory, call people, and they would bang the phone on him, and he would put it. It would take me like 2 days to pick up the phone again to speak with someone who had banged the phone on me. In the next 1 minute, he would be again on the phone, and would be speaking. And because at that time, there was really no mobiles actually at that time. It was the landline that would do it. And then one day Anurag comes in. Anurag is doing exceptionally well, and we all are making money. He's making a ton of commission. We're making a ton of money. I'm living in Delhi at that time. Anurag is there, and then one day he comes in and he says is that I'm going to resign today. I'm like, buddy, we're like, doing so well. We are partners. We're building it up, and you are like the face of this. He says, no, I'm going to resign. And I said, why? What happened? He said, is because my parents are unable to find a bride to marry a broker. So no father is willing to give their daughter's hand to a real estate broker. So as a result of which, I'm going to leave this job. I'm going to join a bank because bankers get the prettiest girls. And then once, I'm married, 6 months I will work in that bank, and then I will leave and I'll come back to you. And that is how Anurag went out, because he wanted to find a lovely wife for himself. And he did get married to someone very pretty, very beautiful. And rest is history. He never came back. He set up Realty Plus. He opened BW Business World, very successful, and here he is today. So we did have an opportunity to work together, and those were the days when, as I said, is that no father was willing to give their daughter's hand to a real estate broker. And today, if you look at it, majority of the young smart folks are in the IPCs. That you would see is, they'll perhaps wear the best cufflinks, they will have the best suit, best gelled hair, perhaps the most prettiest girlfriends, the best, cars that they are driving. So the world has changed over the last 30 years. And clearly, the way Sapna, you and Tripti have, changed the face of Realty Plus as well, has been, phenomenal. I think this platform that has been created, under Anurag's leadership is, I would say, is when the Realty Plus name comes in, there are two things that come to me instantaneously. One is innovation. They keep innovating. Every time they keep innovating. And second is resilience. I don't know of many shows that can go for 17 years to do that. So resilience and innovation to me are like really what real estate also want, apart from having the best people and best platform. So, good. Tonight we are going to be recognizing a lot of the best people in the industry. We're going to be recognizing a lot of the best projects within the industry. It is nice that we are in Mumbai, which is the heartland of real estate. In fact, 50% of the Indian real estate on the residential side is just MMR. 50%. The rest of India all put together is 50% in terms of value. So, this city really, really matters. At a global level, there seems to be a fair amount of uncertainty, but India, certainly doing well. There seems to be a storm outside, but inside, there is a lot of stability. I was looking at it, the S&P had improved the rating for India from BBB minus to BBB. I mean, that's a big thing. In 18 years, it's the first time that they have increased the rating of India. And the reason is not only that our GDP is going up, but also the way the fiscal discipline that the government is monitoring, the way that the policy credibility that is coming in is just amazing. And why touch on these 2 points is because real estate does not have its own 2 legs. It piggybacks on the economy. If the economy is doing well, country is doing well, real estate will, do well. In fact, if you were to look at the, three or four sectors that Anurag touched upon, residential, at this moment in time, it's the 5th year ever that we have seen crazy amount of support coming in the luxury and premium I mean, as Anurag, we used to sell maybe 4 or 5 apartments a month of over 100 crore value. I mean, today we sell in a week 4 to 5 apartments of over 100 crores, 250 crores, 375 crores, one apartment that are being sold. So, you know, clearly on the luxury market, on the premium market, you know, doing exceptionally well. On the residential number of units that are sold, a lot of people ask me this question. About 500,000 units are sold annually. These are new homes, 550,000 homes that are sold annually. Media says is that, you know, we're perhaps reaching the epitome of the sale velocity, sale volume that we are doing it. And if you were to compare it to 2019, yes, it may be true, is because in 2019, India used to sell 187,000 units. We are at 550,000 units. So clearly 3.5 times of where we were just before COVID. But you look at China. China sells 1 crore new homes. 1 crore new homes, about the same population as us. Yes, they are more richer than us. Okay, we may not sell 1 crore, we may sell, you know, 70 lakh, 60 lakh, 50 lakh, but at 5.5 lakh, we cannot be at peak. So I'm very clear, as the economy grows, as prosperity comes in, as the stock market continues to produce more billionaires, as there are more IPOs, you will continue to see more takers on the residential. And clearly, if you look at the two aspects of it, is one is land. This calendar year, first half, January to June, more land has been bought by the developers than full 2024 put together. In the first half of the year itself, developers have bought more land across India than the full year 2024. I mean, they are the most astute guys. We follow them. So they are the most astute guys. If they are buying, you know, this kind of land in the first half of the year, that means they know that the market is there, whether it is for commercial, whether it's for residential, data centers, warehousing, retail. Clearly, you know, the momentum is continuing to grow. And the second thing is, if you were to look at the listed shares, again, you know, Dhaval's company is listed in there. If you were to look at it, the growth that they are showing, 20, 30, 40% year-on-year growth, I mean, that does show that there is a fair amount of energy and enthusiasm still going on. I do see is one theme coming out on the residential side, that there is consolidation. So bigger are getting bigger, and the smaller, weaker tier 3 developers are perishing. So some of these names that were big in yesteryears are, you know, moving out of the industry. But, you know, they're moving out with a smile. They're not going out grumpled that, oh, we are getting out of the industry. They are becoming land manufacturers. So they are actually manufacturing land. What does a land manufacturer means? That they're cleaning out the full land, they're getting in the full approvals, and then they're going to a stronger developer and saying is that please buy our land, please partner us on this land, either at a JV, JD. So both are very happy. The outgoing developer is becoming a land manufacturer. They are selling the land at a premium and making money. And the developer is very happy that they are getting a cooked up land parcel with all the approvals. And that's what's going on the residential side. Commercial is a completely different ballgame. Globally, commercial is a bad word. If you were to speak in the West, you know, even today, the private equity will say it is a bad word. We don't want to touch commercial. In India, this year will be the best year since independence that India would have seen. 8 crore square feet of leasing activity. New offices that are going to get leased, 8 crore square feet. That's 80 million square feet. Prior to this, before COVID in 2019, the highest was 4.8 crore square feet. Can you imagine 4.08 going to 8 crore? Never in India we've seen this kind of absorption, and largely it is coming in from the GCCs, the Global Capability Centers. Insane amount of work that is coming up. I mean, we have a number of these clients. I'm telling you, one of the automobile manufacturers, you know, from Europe, and there are clients in Bangalore. I was there last week. I went in there. There are 2,300 automobile engineers. They said is all new car designs are not happening in their country. They're happening in Whitefield in Bangalore. That is the kind of work that they are, by the way, now not coming for cost arbitrage. You know, a lot of people think is, oh, they are coming because it's cheaper labor. it's cheaper rentals, it's a cheaper cost of operation. No, zero they are coming from brain. They're saying we are not able to get this brain in the numbers that they are wanting to recruit. Yes, they can get brains, but in smaller numbers, not in the numbers that they are wanting. So commercial doing exceptionally well with the GCCs. Bangalore clearly is way ahead. Nearly 50% of the leasing is in Bangalore. That is taking place. 1 billion square feet of grade A offices that India today has. Again, on the retail side, people would say is that malls are passé. Online has come in, digital has come in. As a result of it, malls are not going to support us. This year, there will be 23 new malls that are going to be delivered. 9 million square feet, not a single inch available. I mean, we do leasing for Palladium, for Atul Riya. Each shop, we have 6 to 7 tenants waiting to get into that shop. Can you imagine? At 1,000 rupees a square foot. That is the kind of propensity for the Indian consumer to go out and buy. As a result of which the retailers, people think are not going to make money. They're making money and be able to pay 1,000 rupees a square foot for the right product. Alabi, it has changed. Buying a blue shirt or white shirt, I'm not going to go to a mall to do that. That I'll buy it online. They are going for experiential, they're going for taste, entertainment. I mean, warehousing has become a new asset class, all in size equal to the offices. Again, sitting in Bombay, we don't think warehousing industrial is big. But if you go to Pune, if you go to Chennai, the rentals in Pune for warehousing industrial are almost touching the same as offices. That is how vibrant it is. So Make in India is really, at this moment in time, benefiting the industrial and the warehousing sector. And this is a new thing called as the data centers. The government of India did a beautiful thing in COVID. One sentence in the act that they changed. They said is, Mr. IT company or Mr. data guy, if you have any data of an Indian and you are operating your business in India and that data is not stored on an Indian soil, we will shut you down. Bring that entire data back to India. This data of ours was largely kept in Ireland sheep farms. That is where these data centers were. Why this data center has come is because the government of India said, buddy, I want all that data to come into India. I don't want any data of our people being stored elsewhere if you have to operate in this country. As a result of which all these companies are bringing in the data and hence the requirement of the data center. And data center, again, it is very technical. I'll not go too much in detail, but I'll tell you this data center comes from optic fibers which are coming under the ocean and coming out. So there are two parts of India which has the biggest benefit where the optical fibers come out. One is Bombay and one is Chennai. So data centers, that's why you're seeing tons of them coming in Bombay. You can build a data center in the inland as well, in the heartland of India, but then there is going to be a lag. So, for example, if you're retrieving an email, if it takes 1 or 2 or 3 seconds, it doesn't matter. That is when your data center is not in close proximity to you. That's when the data center will be in, say, Nagpur or Indore, and so it doesn't matter. But if that 1 or 2 or 3 second lag happens in a driverless car, I mean, there will be an accident that will happen is. So that they want no lag. And that's where the data center has to be in very good proximity to where the event is taking place. So that part of the business is insanely capital intensive, but tons of private equity money that is coming in. I mean, I can go on and on, but tonight is a night where we're going to look forward to Dhaval and Shobit talking about the real estate market. It's also a night about celebrating. It's also a night to be able to demonstrate that how the Indian economy, how the real estate industry, both the barometers are pointing northwards. And today the nominees and the awardees will be able to show us the confidence of how the real estate sector, when Anurag and I entered, which was very opaque, has moved towards transparency. From being very fragmented, it has moved to a very consolidated status, and from just as a growth sector, today I'm very proud that the developers sitting in this room are actually building the nation. They are the nation builders today. So we are just not constructing buildings, guys. We're building the India of tomorrow. So thank you very much, and wish you a very, very happy evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Puri, may we please request you to stay with us on stage, as we'd like to have a great memory wherein we call Dr. Anurag Batra, along with Mr. Dhaval Ajmera as well, to please join us and give a token of appreciation to our speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the three leaders tonight who always inspire all of us. Let's give them a big, big round of applause, and a big, iconic round of applause for Mr. Puri for joining us and giving us that fantastic opening keynote and some, of course, fun and banter on stage.
I think some of you must give me almonds. I had to acknowledge two people who are very special, who are in the audience. One is Mr. D. Sivanandan. He's a retired director in General of Police of Maharashtra. He's the former police commissioner of Mumbai. Please give him a big round of applause. And I must tell you, I was overhearing his conversation, Mr. Puri. Before I started coming to Bombay regularly since 2000, we would hear stories of builders getting extortion calls and threats, and some builders actually dying. And during his tenure, he did make Mumbai safer. So kudos to you. Please give him a big round of applause. Second, I must acknowledge somebody else, who is Mr. R.C. Sinha. He's a retired bureaucrat. He's an IAS. He was ex-additional chief secretary, Government of Maharashtra. He's an ex-advisor to Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. And during his tenure, basically, you see the Navi Mumbai and the expansion of development in Mumbai happened under his tenure. So we must give him credit for what has happened. We take what we get today for granted, but a lot of people work towards this. Mr. Gangaramani is here, is a developer from Naisha. His mother is here, so mothers are special. Thank you. There was a slide I wanted to show, but when I saw Mr. Puri, I forgot everything. Mr. Puri, I normally use PowerPoint presentations, but I was told by a colleague of mine that PowerPoint presentations are used by people who are neither powerful nor have a point of view. I'm Mr. Puri's friend, so I changed my mind. But just to buttress what Mr. Puri was saying, and for the last 25 years, he's made sure there is content. While it's a real estate consulting business, the trends, he would himself write. There is a team that works with him. They give data points to us. They give, and he's contributed to where the real estate sector is. I wanted to show you a slide, just one slide. Sagar, you can just show that. This is the book I was talking of, but this is a McKinsey presentation. Go to that slide, forget everything. Go to that slide, forget books. Yeah, this is a slide which basically supports what Mr. Puri is saying about where we're headed. It says, today we are in 2025, in 2040, these are the sectors that are likely to grow. And we know that, but just look at e-commerce will be 20 trillion. In 15 years, it may happen much before. We said singularity will happen in 2034. It's likely to happen anytime soon. AI software, 4.6 trillion. Cloud services, 3.4 trillion. Electric vehicles, 3.2 trillion. Digital ads, 2.9 trillion. We are at about 1.1 trillion right now. Overall ads, digital ads are about 780 billion or 800 billion. Semiconductors, 2.4. autonomous vehicles, space, cyber security, and so on and so forth. For each of those sectors to grow, there's only one thing needed, which is real estate. Of course, talent is needed in every business. So as these sectors grow, e-commerce means more warehousing. Clearly, so warehousing is going to be bigger and bigger. Quick commerce in India is a revolution. Cloud services means data centers of football field size or bigger everywhere in the country. If India has to be the AI superpower that Mr. Modi wants to be, we'll have to invest in data centers, blockchain, crypto, space, semiconductors. Everything is about space. So, the more these sectors grow, the more real estate grows. Of course, the aspiration grows. And last thing I want to say is that why real estate? I remember doing Zoom calls with Mr. Puri in 2020 during COVID, and I was asking him about the future of, I used to do a TV show for a year, and then I gave up on it, too much effort, And we were talking about the future of real estate, especially commercial. People will come back to offices or not. He talked about experiential retail spaces. And one of the largest investors in the American economy just said that he said 1 year it could happen, that the AI is going to progress so fast that you can't make out what is real and what is fake, whether in videos or in documents or in a lot of areas where validation is important. So hence the value of face-to-face contact will go up. You want to do a contract, you would want to meet the person. You have something important to share, you don't know whether you're talking to an AI avatar or that person. I mean, these are people who got things right in the past. So clearly, as the digital economy grows, the beauty is that the physical economy that the real estate sector represents will only grow multifold. Look at hospitality. Look at the numbers they are doing. Taj is hitting, they've already done 550 hotels. They have a target of 700 hotels by 2030. I think they'll get there by the way Mr. Chatwal is working in 2026 or 27. And it's true. So clearly, this is one sector. I said in the morning, if you look at the billionaires list in China, you'll find a lot of real estate developers. I think India will create more dollar billionaires from India in real estate than you can ever imagine in the next 5 years. And you look at Mr. Anand Pandit, his company got listed, it's $1 billion company. I'm sure, and again, the PE ratios of real estate listed entities, in my view, there's room for huge growth. As this sector becomes more and more professional. So I don't want to go into what I had prepared. Mr. Puri is there, so we really don't need that. So Mr. Sivanandan and Mr. Sinha, thank you for being here and thank you for what you did for the real estate sector and the city. Thank you once again.
Well, what a fantastic start it has been to this beautiful night ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, as rightly said, it's now time to carry the discussion forward, and we now move on to a power-packed exclusive conversation. While we talk about legacy versus disruption, what will shape the future of Indian real estate? As the stage is getting set, allow me an opportunity to introduce our moderator and our speaker. Well, for the conversation, our session chair is going to be Shobhit Agarwal, CEO of Analog Capital. He's somebody who brings a profound experience of 25 plus years and has been instrumental in leveraging Indian RE to the global capital markets platform. Since 2018, he steers the strategic direction for the real estate investment banking advisory at the Analog Group. And ladies and gentlemen, joining him as the speaker is Mr. Dhaval Ajmera, Director at Ajmera Realty and Infra Limited. Well, he's somebody who joined the family business in 2003 and handled the responsibilities of project planning, coordination, and management. His groundbreaking concepts have enabled the Ajmera Group to forge new routes and view the world from newer perspectives. With the goal of making Ajmera Realty the top nationwide real estate developer, he's somebody who's established the group in a league of its own. So ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed our honor to welcome none other than Mr. Dhaval Ajmera, Director at Ajmera Realty and Infra Limited, along with our session moderator, Shobhit Agarwal, CEO, Analog Capital. Let's give them both a big, big round of applause as we welcome them. And it's going to be a great conversation, and looking forward to Dhaval being here with us on stage. And Shobhit, over to you.
Thank you for inviting both of us, and thank you Realty Plus, I think, for getting us this platform. I have known Dhaval, I think, ever since 2003. I was thinking when I know him, but I think literally when he joined his family office, the great business that his uncles hopefully set up, and I've worked with his family in the third generation. So I've known him very well. But here is something that I really pulled out today. I said, what will I talk? I know him so well, I'll probably just get very personal. So I said, let me pull out something. And it's one-page note that I pulled out on Ajmera. I said, let me first introduce the company properly so you know what legacy and disruption means. It's a company that sort of started 40 plus years ago, 50 years ago. And this is just the last quarter update, guys. I'm not even giving you. Revenue grew, EBITDA grew, PAT grew, sales volume has grown, collections have grown, and debt has come down. Guys, give him a big round of applause that even after 50 years, he is able to take everything right up and bring debt down, guys. It's not easy. You would think that this is all in place, it's there, but obviously not, right? This is just one quarter, and he's delivering these results year on year, and he's getting better at it. And the last thing that you should know is that this year the company is going to launch 9 projects with 7,000 crores top line. This is just Bombay, guys. I have not included his Ahmedabad and some other cities that he's grown. So my first question to you, Dhaval, is you've run this company for now nearly 20 years plus. There's so much you inherited and there's so much changed. How would you describe this company now and here? Where is it today? And how will you take it forward, right? Very brief, right? I don't want a last thing, but obviously you've seen the change, you felt the change. What is that change?
So firstly, thank you very, very much. Realty Plus, Trupti, Sapna, thank you so much for inviting us. Shobit, I know you're going to take my class today. And Anuj being here, Dr. Anurag ji, you told him very well, he's not Amitabh Bachchan. He's forever young. वो पहले में देवानंद बोलते थे, अभी I think he's Tiger Shroff. So he's, where he is, he cannot change and he's always going to be like this. So thank you very much. So Shobit, coming to your answer, yes, the company has, we've always thought about evolving every time we come up with new things. And we've always seen that if there is any disruption in the market, real estate is the first company or the first industry which actually grows really fast. And I remember during COVID times when we used to have those Zoom calls, what will happen about the real estate industry. And that was the first industry to really move up. That's the time when we realized that this is the opportunity for us to, leapfold the company from where it is today. We were very stable, if I have to say 10 years ago, very stable, growing 300, 400 crore top line with about 70, 80, 100 crore profit. And it was okay. But from COVID onwards, that's when we realized that this is where we need to move hands-on and take this into 4x. So we moved up in a very, very strong way. And we realized that even though this real estate is a family business, which we are very proud, 3 generations working together, but we need professional hands. We need people who can be our eyes and ears and take this in a different angle and think about it in a different way than what normally a business would run. So I would say from the last 3-4 years, we are, the thought and the, thought process in the company to revolutionize the entire growth and not think about 1x or 2x, but actually grow 5 or 10x is what the thought process is driving us to move where we want to go.
So simply put, you've put the car in the 5th gear and you're putting the pedal. So nice. Whenever, you try to speed things up, and that's when the errors happen. And, Ajmera has built a very, very strong reputation. Like I said, when I moved in here in 2000, it was one of the top leading companies, and so it is today. You built all this trust and credibility over 3 generations, and you're still working together. How are you adapting to new age techniques, whether it is with designs, technology, or even sustainability, which has become now a very sort of focused area in construction. Everybody's talking about how green you go, how much cement or power do you save. How do you handle all of this?
So, we stand as an advantage of 3 generations. पुराना thought होता है कि थोड़ा, conservative रहे, ज़्यादा debt नहीं रखना है. We want to continue and definitely grow. The new generation comes with the fire to ensure that we bring in new technology, we bring in efficiency, we bring in sustainability and all of that. So it's a great mix, I would say, which helps us in being at a stable point, but at the same time adopt to new technologies. And one thing is, in our company, be it our chairman or any one of the older generations, they know that real estate is somewhere we need to change. Unless we don't change, things will be, we can't make just brick and mortar. We need to have something different every time and any time if we want to make landmarks. And today, real estate is only about not brick and mortar, but it is about creating those landmarks, which will, because that's your brand identity now. I personally feel any building what you are making is not just a building, but it is your brand identity, which will continue for the generations to come. So looking at all of that, I think that's where we've completely adopted to new technologies. We're still learning a lot because every time new things come in. But we are very averse to, and we are not averse, but I would say we are very pro sustainable homes. All our houses, all our flats, all our projects which are coming are definitely green homes. We are not changing anything on that. That's a non-compromise.
Non-compromise. So you're saying the blend of old and good is really nice.
Absolutely.
So it does remind me of what we all should be drinking after this. Yeah. But doesn't matter, guys. So moving on, just like I said, change is really, really important. And Dhaval just mentioned how things are changing at every aspect, and sustainability is at the center. Let me bring about one point. When we spoke about 2003, and Anurag mentioned and Anuj mentioned, Bombay is the largest real estate market. It had very different characteristics back then, extortion, etc., etc. All of that has died out, which means that it's become much more easy for business to happen. And the testament of that is every developer of repute from any other city, whether it's Pune, Bangalore, Delhi, Chennai, is coming into this city. How are you dealing with this intense competition? Where is it taking all of us? Is it threatening you? And you're still growing. So what's going on, right? So many new entrants, and yet you are able to grow.
So, Shobit, the real estate market, as Anuj said, that today MMR and Mumbai contribute to 50% of the entire real estate volume-wise of the real estate market of India. So definitely there is something which is driving the market. I personally believe is the infrastructure, because unless and until the infrastructure doesn't grow, the market cannot grow. And we have seen disruptive changes in the real estate market, at least in Mumbai and MMR, in terms of infrastructure. And as far as competition is concerned, there is enough and more for everyone and anyone to come in and probably still absorb. And I personally believe competition is actually great. Because when we have such great players from coming outside India, outside Bombay, and developing landmarks in Mumbai, I think it is only showing the kind of respect this real estate market gives. And it will continue to have. So if there is a competition, I personally take this as a, as a benchmark that, okay, if someone from, let's say, Mr. Irfan Razak Prestige is doing a project and they're doing landmark projects in Mumbai, which actually sets the benchmark to many one of us that, okay, we cannot be sustaining over here. We need to up the, thing coming up over here. So competition today, even if anyone and everyone coming in here, I still believe there is enough and more market in the space for every one of us to eat, right? But yes, at the same time, I also believe, established players will continue to dominate better because they have a name which has been earned over the years.
Yeah, so you clearly are getting the benefit of the name that has been created, and you're saying competition is healthy, it's good, and it really just brings up the whole quality. Again, I'm just going back to the point that, Bombay, you mentioned infra is coming up, as new infra is coming up, government is increasing the density, which means you can build more on that piece of land that you had. And this has fueled redevelopment. Few years ago when we started this business in Bombay, Anuj and I used to sell open pieces of land. We used to auction them. Now it's all about dealing with redevelopment. Where do you think the opportunity lies? Is it as big as we think it is going to be, that the whole city will kind of reinvent itself? Bandra Khar specifically, I think there are 10 projects being done on every single road. Same with Juhu. So Bombay is literally rising up. How do you see this here?
So, Bombay earlier, if you look at the FSI, right, it was 1.85. Today, at any given point in time, depending on the road width, and maximum years available is 5, 6 or 7. So definitely it's gone 6 to 7 times the FSI has gone up. So that's where the opportunity has come in, number one. Number two, Bombay has seen the kind of buildings which were built at 0.85 FSI or 1 FSI, and now when you have the opportunity to go up to 5 times or 6 times of that, definitely it will demand a redevelopment, and that is where we are seeing a lot of redevelopment coming. And with the kind of infrastructure which is coming in, everyone now wants to stay in their particular micro market. So if I'm staying in Bandra, I would want to stay in Bandra and I would not want to go out, and I would prefer to have, or if I'm staying in Borivali, I think if you look at every micro market, Borivali earlier would be, I'm just giving an example today, 25,000-30,000 is the price. But in same vicinity, you will find some buildings which will command a 40 and a 50,000 also. So certain areas of Borivali are a elite or a niche, and certain areas would probably be affordable or at that micro market. So and that is the reason why, because there are people who want to stay in that micro market and they are okay to pay that premium to stay around there. So my belief is that although so much of redevelopment happening, although a lot of them are happening a little haphazard, I think the government is doing right by introducing a lot of cluster redevelopment, because that is where we will see infrastructure in the right way. Because just developing single buildings are just making every building very nearer to each other. If we do cluster, it is more of a better planning, better open space, and better surrounding than probably a single building. So that's where I feel cluster should be more encouraged than single building.
Excellent. So redevelopment is the way to go, because premiumization is happening, consolidation is happening. It'll bring me, because we are talking about disruption, I can't talk about anything other than technology. I think in our sector, which is property, technology is a laggard. It's very slow. Cars are now moving self on their own. We are still very, very labor oriented. How do you see technology being adopted, and what are you guys specifically doing? What is the use case for you guys to say this is the easy fix? What are some of the key changes you've seen?
Look, today, earlier in the days, probably we were a lot dependent on labor in terms of every aspects of construction. Now with the kind of formwork technology or the other technologies that come in, we are trying to get ready buildings or ready walls, everything together, precast slabs, precast walls, which saves time, gives a better quality, and it is more efficient. So you are utilizing less labor. Labor is going to become challenging in the going forward. I believe with all those prop tech which are coming in and the kind of ideas which are there, I think it is going to change the real estate market in a very, very different way. Although we are at a very nascent stage, but I think in the next 5 years we will see much multifold use of it. And the most other important, I personally believe in the coming time, is going to be modular homes, which will, I think, in the next 5 years or 7 years start picking up, and that will really change the market, where your entire house is been built at a factory and just been transported and put in like a blockchain and made the entire building ready.
So you're saying it's going to get more industrialized.
Absolutely.
And therefore technology is inevitable.
Yes.
We've got the last literally 1 minute, so I'm going to also move like you to the 5th gear. So I have 5 or 6 questions which are rapid fire, and Dhaval, I want you to be as crisp as possible. You mentioned about landmark. One Mumbai landmark you wish Ajmeras had built. What is that?
Oh, I think township, but I would say Hiranandani Pawai.
Hirandani Pawai. The boldest risk you've taken in the career?
Where we constructed 3 basements in a rocky surface, which took us 6 months or 9 months to actually do it.
I thought you were going to say I'm married. One global city that inspires your vision for Mumbai.
Dubai.
Real estate buzzword you think is overhyped?
Real estate buzzword.
Buzzword which you think is overhyped. Is it redevelopment? Is it something? I don't know. That bugs you.
I think more is looking at changes in approvals, I would say, which I believe that we should be happy with what it is, but rather than changing more and more approvals, I think be content with what approvals we have.
One word that describes the Indian home buyers of the future.
Green homes.
Green homes.
And sustainable and technological homes.
Sustainable. The time is up, but Dhaval, I have one last question which is not related to real estate, and this is just for you. If it was not real estate, what would you be doing?
Oh, that's something which I have not thought, but I'm a foodie. Probably I would have had more restaurants and probably cooked myself.
Thank you.
Which I don't do right now, but I would have.
Thank you. I didn't know, but I'm going to take you up on it one day, so I'm going to come to your house. But guys, that's what it is about. It's a very, very old legacy. They have a beautiful reputation. They have done development in a certain pace. It's changing rapidly. So Dhaval, all the best. And thank you very much for sharing your thoughts.
Thank you.
And thanks again, all of you, for
just
being
want
a
to
good
end up
audience. A last round of applause for Dhaval, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So ladies and gentlemen, with that, as we request Shobit and Dhaval to stay back, allow me an opportunity to call upon Nitesh Gangaramani, Managing Director of Naisha Realty, to give a token of appreciation to both our dignitaries on stage. May we request Dhaval and Shobit to please join us in the center of the stage, and may we request the mementos to be passed. If you could request Nitesh to do us the honor of giving the token of appreciation, starting with our speaker, Mr. Dhaval Ajmera. Let's give him once again a big and a mighty round of applause. Thank you, Dhaval, for joining us. And of course, to the session chair, let's give a big round of applause to Shobit Agrawal. And as the smiles continue, may we request the 3 of you to step forward, allow us an opportunity to capture all of them in one frame. And I think it can only be encouraged with your round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the exclusive conversation between Shobit and Mr. Ajmera. As the conversations continue, it is now time to switch gears to excellence. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've been waiting for. It's now time for the 17th Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2025 West. But before we begin, let's hear from our esteemed jury members who dedicated their expertise to evaluate the winners with fairness and precision. Let's have a look at the jury AV. So ladies and gentlemen, with that, let's humbly thank all our jury for their time, diligence and wisdom in recognizing the best in the Indian real estate. Let's give all our jury members a mighty round of applause for going through this entire process and of course helping us choose the winners. Let's get ready for the red carpet walk of the winners. We request all the awardees to stay with us till the very end of the ceremony for the grand group photograph. But before we begin with the award ceremony, allow me an opportunity to once again invite, as our first presenter, let's give it up for none other than Mr. Anuj Puri, Chairman, Anurag Property Consultants Private Limited. Let's give him a big, big round of applause. And as he's with us on stage, let's begin with the first award.
Honoring a visionary during growth and excellence is the Business Leader of the Year. And the award goes to Nitesh Gangaramani, Managing Director, Naisha Realty.
So as Nitesh joins in, can we also have the opportunity of inviting Dr. Anurag Batra to please join us? Let's give both of them a big, big round of applause and congratulations, Nitesh Gangaramani, on this iconic award. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, a mighty round of applause.
Well, I would like to thank, first of all, Anuj Puri Saab. And I just happened to share with him Karan Bhagat. He happens to be a friend of mine. And Karan Bhagat is a partner with Anuj Saab. Well, it's very hard to convince Karan to invest in your company. And we are proud to say that he is a 20% equity partner with Anuj Saab. And Anuj Saab is a legend. Coming to Batra Saab, well, Anurag Batra Saab. We just happened to meet few days ago. We share a common friend, Mr. Somesh Sharma, and his son is here, Mr. Ritik. So we just had an interaction, and I don't know, somehow I find this man very charismatic because I met his team. I see the enthusiasm with Sapna and Tripti and all his team members. There is a kind of fire in their belly and passion. He came to my house yesterday for lunch. He just asked me first thing, Nitesh, do you have a blood pressure machine? I said, साहब क्या हुआ? बोला यार मैं रात को सोया नहीं हूँ, मुझे काम करना है, मेरे को फोन्स आ रहे हैं, मुझे काफ़ी, मैंने कहा सर पहले तो आप रिलैक्स हो जाओ, आप इतना स्ट्रेस मत लो. बोले नहीं यार नितेश, मैं इतना पैशनेट हूँ कि मैं अपने कोई भी काम में 100% देता हूँ और मैं स्पिरिचुअल भी बहुत हूँ. We had an opportunity to interact for almost about half an hour, out of which 1.5 hours he was totally busy with his work, constantly focused on coordinating. I told him just have a nap at my place. He said, sorry, my energy levels are high. I am very, very focused. I want this. So what I mean is, these 21 years of success, what Realty Plus has achieved under his leadership and with his excellent team, Rohel, everybody here who's present in Realty Plus team, I had an interaction with every one of them. I feel he's a magician. And one thing I admire about him, he's a man who believes in karma, and we share the same ideology. What you sow shall you reap. He told me he lost his mother, and till today, every night he remembers his mother in his dream. His father called him. He said, I never miss the call of my father. These values and principles, I feel, make him what he is today, and I am very sure that in the next 25 years, he has a big legacy to go, and I would like to thank him. Well, to talk about myself, I basically belong to Bombay, and we had a company based out of Middle East, which was run by my uncle. He was a Padam Shri Award winner. I have worked with him alongside for last 18 years. I started working at the age of 20. I am a civil engineer by profession. I did my MBA from Manchester University. I finished my project management program from US. So, to be honest with you, I am not a businessman at heart. It may sound weird. I am actually a professional like Anuj Saab, but I feel money is a byproduct. You need to deliver a product, give your 100%, and money will follow you. So I never work for money. I am not a developer. I am not in a competition with anyone. I was in Singapore for about a month. I met Capital Land people, and I was fortunate to meet the CEO of Capital Land. The kind of vision, the kind of dream and passion the CEO of Capital Land had, I want the same to be bring in India, because I feel that the future is going towards sustainability, future is going towards zero carbon emission. I was fortunate that we had the largest ready-mix company in Middle East. When I was working with my uncle, we introduced green concrete, and very soon you will see green concrete coming on our projects where there will be no cement used. I'm sorry to the cement companies because they might sue me for this, but I am looking at a long-term vision for 10 years where I want our country to be the most sustainable country like basically Singapore, Hong Kong and likes of Shanghai. I would like to once again thank for giving me this opportunity. I feel excellence has no finish line. It is all about determination, integrity, passion and hard work. And I would like to thank my mother, whose blessings today I have got this award, and my wife, who has stood with me in the last 5 years. I have been working as a director with my uncle for 18 years, started at the age of 20, and I have struggled for 5 years, but by the grace of God, I have a set of investors. I have some very high net worth funds who have backed me for the next 10 years to create a landmark. Thank you so much, sir, and thank you, Batra Saab. I really bless you and Anurag Puri Saab for the kind of work you have done. I have dealt with your team on Vadva Epicenter, the kind of professionalism and the kind of service what I have received for the apartment, I have never expected. I think you are working with JLL, so you have been a self-made person. Even I have been a self-made person because I was always working, and this is my first journey where I have started this company on my own, but it is all because the grace of Almighty. I would like to thank each and everyone here. I would like to thank Reality Plus team for giving me this honor and this award. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and once again a mighty congratulations to Nitesh. And with this, let's move ahead to the next award.
Recognizing unmatched legal excellence is the Best External General Counsel of the Year, and the award goes to Trivals Kumar, Advocate, My GC Legal.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's get those whistles and hoots in play. Let's celebrate each other's victory. Let's bring that energy in the room. Congratulations, Trivals Kumar. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause and thank Mr. Anush Puri for joining us. And may we request Dr. Anurag Batra to please stay back with us. Allow me an opportunity to now invite on stage our next set of presenters. Let's give a big round of applause to Arvind Nandan, Managing Director, Research and Consulting, Mumbai, Savills, India, along with our renowned actor and producer. Let's give a mighty round of applause to none other than Mr. Amit Saad. Ladies and gentlemen, let's bring more hoots in play, much more whistles, as we call the iconic leaders on stage, Arvind Nandan, actor and producer Amit Saad. As we have our presenters with us on stage, let's proceed with the awards.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 17th Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2025 West. Tonight, we come together to honor the visionaries, innovators, and trailblazers redefining Indian real estate. This evening is about celebrating passion, creativity, and an unwavering commitment to excellence. These awards pay tribute to the very best in real estate projects, developers, architecture, interior design, PropTech, flex spaces, branding and individual achievements. So without further ado, let's raise the curtain on an evening of glory, applause and unforgettable moments. We begin by honoring excellence in projects that are shaping skylines and communities. We open tonight's celebrations with our first honor, the Commercial Project of the Year. And the award goes to Mindspace Business Parks, REIT, for Mindspace Airoli East.
Welcome, mighty congratulations to Mindspace Business Parks REIT. May we request the entire team to join us. Let's give them a big round of applause as we welcome them on stage. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, much more hoots in the audience. Let's put those whistles in action and let's continue with that celebration. And with this, we move ahead into the next excellence. Let's find out with our next award.
Next, we honor Design Brilliance, Design Project of the Year, and the award goes to Piramal Realty for Piramal Revanta. And for non-metro, Micro Mitti for the Celine.
Well, mighty congratulations. May we first invite Piramal Realty for Piramal Revanta. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Design Project of the Year, Piramal Realty for Piramal Revanta. Come on, Mumbai, let's get it rolling. Congratulations. And for the Design Project of the Year, non-metro, let's invite Micro Mitti for the Celine. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, Mumbai, much more whistles in the room. Let's get that on. Well, you should have more energy than I do. It's your industry. Come on, everyone. Much more applause from all of you. Now that's the Mumbai I'm talking about. Let's continue in that energy. Congratulations, Micro Mitti, for the Celine. And as the celebration continues, request your attention on the screen for our next award.
Moving on to celebrating the winners in the category of Mid-Segment Project of the Year, and the award goes to Rustomji Group for Rustomji Lavi.
Mighty congratulations, requesting the team of Rustomji Group to join us on stage. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Well, your applause and your energy is going to bring them more smiles, so continue with that. And now finding who joins us on the red carpet walk with our next award.
Moving ahead, honoring spaces that turn concepts into reality. Themed Project of the Year. And the award goes to Hiranandani Communities for the arena at Hiranandani Fortune City, Panvel.
Well, mighty congratulations, Hiranandani Communities for the arena at Hiranandani Fortune City, Panvel. Mumbai, let's continue with our applause, those flutes and trumpets. Come on everyone, join me in applauding the team of Hiranandani Communities. Well, as this beautiful night continues with your energy, let's move ahead to our next award.
It's time to honor the winners in the category of Integrated Township Project of the Year. And the award goes to Godrej Properties Limited for Godrej River Greens.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big mighty round of applause for Godrej Properties Limited for Godrej River Greens. Come on, Mumbai, let's bring that energy in the room. Let's congratulate them with your energy and your applause. Congratulations, Godrej Properties. With that, I'd like to humbly thank Mr. Nandan. Thank you so much for being with us. Let's give him a big, big round of applause and maybe request Mr. Saad to please stay back and Dr. Batra to please stay back. And may I invite on stage R.C. Sinha, IAS retired Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Maharashtra, ladies and gentlemen. What an icon he is. Let's give him a magnanimous round of applause as we re-welcome him on stage. He's the man who's shaped infrastructure for Navi Mumbai as a market, and of course, it's under his brilliance that we are where we are as real estate in our city. Let's give him once again a big round of applause for what he deserves. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. And as we have him with us on stage, let's continue with the award ceremony.
Stepping forward, honoring the champions in the category of Most Popular Project of the Year, and the award goes to Suntech Realty Limited for Suntech Sky Park.
Join me in applauding Suntech Realty Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, let those applause continue. Conclave Realty Limited. And now joining us in the next spotlight is
shining a spotlight on the best in redevelopment project of the year, and the award goes to Kalpataru Limited for Kalpataru Advai.
Mighty congratulations, Kalpataru Limited for Kalpataru Advai. Let's get those whistles in, everyone. Come on, Mumbai. Well, it's only said that he's going to feel special when you give that applause to them. Ladies and gentlemen, Kalpataru Limited. And now we'd request you focus on the screen for our next award celebrating excellence in
highlighting excellence that transforms shopping experiences, Retail Project of the Year, and the award goes to Runwal Realty for our city.
Runwal Realty for our city. Let's give them a big, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Those hoots continue as we welcome the team of Runwal Realty. Well, it is said that the evening is going to be special only and only if you continue that applause. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. It's all for you. And with this, it's time for us to focus on our next award. Request your attention on the screen.
Saluting the winners in the category of Residential Complex of the Year, and the award goes to True Realty for True Meadows.
Congratulations, True Realty, for True Meadows. To the entire industry, join me in applauding them with your hoots, whistles, and applause. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's show more energy with those claps and hoots. Come on, Mumbai, much more energy in the room. Let's continue with those claps. And well, as the night continues, let's find out our next spotlight winner.
Celebrating success in the category of Mixed Use Project of the Year, and the award goes to Siddha Sejal Group for Siddha Sky.
Mighty congratulations, Siddha Sejal Group, as we request the team to join us. Mumbai, you're in the 17th edition of the Realty Plus Excellence Awards West, right here in Mumbai. Congratulations. Well, next up for the award-worthy moment, request your attention on the screen.
Applauding the top achievers in the category of Most Environment-Friendly Residential Project, and the award goes to Romel Group for Romel Ariana.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the Romel Group, for Romel Ariana. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, and with this, let's give our presenters a big round of applause. Thank you so much, Dr. Anurag Batra, Mr. Sinha, and Mr. Amit Saad. A big applause for all our presenters. And thank you so much. Come on, everyone, take those hoots out and those whistles as we celebrate our leaders. Well, Mumbai, we need to have an energy check. Firstly, can I request all of you to take those whistles and those hoots? Come on, everyone. I'm going to give you a count of 3, 2, 1. You need to level it up a little bit, all right? 3, 2, 1. Are you with me, everyone? Perfect. All right. So, well, the Josh is still very strong, so I'm going to be continuing with that. And ladies and gentlemen, on that note, allow me to welcome our next presenter. Let's call upon the founder and principal architect, Rahul Mehta, along with Vikas Rana, Head of Construction Finance Business, PNB Housing Finance Limited. Let's give both of them a big round of applause as we welcome Mr. Vikas Rana and Mr. Rahul Mehta. Thank you so much for joining us. And as our presenters are here with us on stage, let's continue with the awards.
And now, the category that celebrates landmarks that redefine skylines, iconic project of the year, and the award goes to Rustomjee Group for Rustomjee Balmoral Golf Links.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause.
VTP Realty for VTP Monarch.
So first off, I'd like to call upon the Rustomjee Group for the Rustomjee Balmoral Golf Links. Let's give them a big round of applause. Iconic project of the year. And may we now call upon VTP Realty for VTP Monarch with a mighty round of applause for the iconic project of the year. Ladies and gentlemen, a big, big round of applause as we welcome the team. Well, congratulations to both the winners, and with this, we move ahead and find out the next spotlight winner.
And now, the category that honors spaces built for efficiency, scale and excellence, Industrial Warehousing Project of the Year. And the award goes to Horizon Industrial Parks for Horizon Industrial Park, Bhyala. And NDR Invit Managers Private Limited for NDR Trade House, Sudhavadi, Pune.
So first off, we'd like to call upon the Horizon Industrial Parks for Horizon Industrial Park, Bhyala. Let's give them a big, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Industrial Warehousing Project of the Year. And join me in applauding as we call upon NDR Invit Managers Private Limited for the NDR Trade House, Sudhavadi, Pune. Now, ladies and gentlemen, much more hoops and whistles from you. And the next ones who have reached the pinnacle of success with our next award.
Let's celebrate the winners in the category of Luxury Project of the Year. And the award goes to Suntech Realty Limited for Suntech City. And VTP Realty for Altamira by VTP Lux.
So ladies and gentlemen, first up, let's give it up for the Suntech Realty Limited for Suntech City, the luxury project of the year. And may we now call upon VTP Realty for Altamira by VTP Lux. Let's give them a mighty and a magnanimous round of applause. And before we move ahead to our next award, we of course would like to have the humble invite and call upon stage as our presenter. Let's give it up once again, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Dhaval Ajmera. Let's give him an iconic round of applause as we re-welcome him on stage as our presenter. And with his presence, I'm sure it's going to be a glittering night ahead. With that, as we have our presenters on stage, let's move ahead to the next award.
Embracing the future, recognizing excellence in the category of Most Environment-Friendly Commercial Office Space. And the award goes to Mindspace Business Parks, REIT for Gera Kharadi Commerce Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Mindspace Business Parks REIT on bagging this award. Come on, Mumbai, let's level up that energy with your hoops and whistles.
Keeping it real and on
Well, I'm always going to continue doing the energy check. It shouldn't happen that I will have more energy than hundreds of you sitting right there. So come on, Mumbai, much more energy as we move ahead to our next award. Let's cue that in.
Continuing forward, celebrating the stars in the category of Plotted Development Project of the Year. And the award goes to Godrej Properties Limited for Godrej Green View Estate.
Join me in applauding, ladies and gentlemen, Godrej Properties Limited. Bring those hoops and whistles on, everyone. Come on, Mumbai, you can be much more better with that applause. Well, it is said that when you go up on stage, you would want everyone to clap. So remember that if you clap, there will be someone who will clap for you. So let that applause continue. And next up, let's go for the next applause-worthy award.
Congratulating those who set new benchmarks in housing, Residential Project of the Year. And the award goes to JP Infra Realty Private Limited for The Palace.
Well, truly creating the new benchmark in housing, Residential Project of the Year,
Those who set new
JP
benchmarks
Infra
in
Realty
housing,
Private
Residential
Limited.
Project of the Year. And the award goes to JP Infra Realty Private Limited for The Palace.
Ladies and gentlemen, let that applause continue. As we have the JP Infra Realty Private
Those
Limited
who set
team.
new benchmarks in housing, Residential Project of the Year. And the award goes to JP Infra Realty Private Limited.
You know, I'm going to be
for
asking
The
you,
Palace.
did you plug them in for 3 rounds of your... Well, I think since we had 3 times the AV being played, at least let's give them a big, big round of applause, the double the applause. Thank you so much. And with that, you know, I always like to have some fun on stage, so no hassle, do not worry. Let's move ahead to the next award.
Moving ahead, honoring vertical marvels that touch the skies, Skyscraper of the Year. And the award goes to Piramal Realty for Arav at Piramal Aranya.
Mighty congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up for Piramal Realty. Well, it is said that there is no tax on the applause, so let's be much more obedient with that. Let's give them a big, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Piramal Realty. And now moving forward, let's see who joins us in the next red carpet walk.
Moving forward, celebrating achievements that define opulence, Ultra Luxury Lifestyle Project of the Year. And the award goes to Kalpataru Limited for Kalpataru Oceana.
Mighty congratulations, Kalpataru Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Let's give our lady a big round of applause. And congratulations, Kalpataru Limited. And as the celebrations continue, request your attention on the screen.
Bringing a wave of applause to the category of CSR Excellence Awards. And the award goes to Arcade Developers Limited for Care Per Square Feet initiative by Arcade Developers Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big, big round of applause. Arcade Developers Limited on bagging this award. a big thank you to all our presenters for joining us. Let's give them a big, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And maybe now invite Hiten Sethi, founder and principal Hiten Sethi and Associates. And if we could have D. Sivanandan, retired Director General of Police Maharashtra and former Police Commissioner of Mumbai. Let's give them a big, big round of applause as we welcome him. And of course, to Sivanandanji, a salute from our side, and thank you for joining us. With that, let's move ahead to our next award.
Celebrating the dynamism of Realty's Young Leaders is the award for Young Achiever of the Year. And the award goes to Bhavik Khara, Whole-Time Director and Chief Financial Officer, Aris Infra Solutions Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Bhavik Khara. Congratulations. Well, truly a fantastic moment right there. Let's move ahead and see our next individual
Next up,
winning.
we recognize the outstanding and Chief Technology Officer of the Year, and the award goes to Aryan Vijay, co-founder and CTO, Insomniacs Digital Private Limited.
Join me in applauding, ladies and gentlemen, Aryan Vijay as he bags the Chief Technology Officer of the Year. I believe the entire team is joining us on stage in collecting the award, along with the leader himself. Do we have him? All right, he's not there. So let's give them a big, big round of applause as the team is here to celebrate the win. Now, this is a true testament when you have the entire team supporting the leader. Let's give Aryan Vijay a big round of applause. I'm sure he's going to be watching the live feed. Congratulations. And to our next award, request your attention on the screen.
Recognizing dynamic leadership is the award for CSMO of the Year, and the award goes to Bhavik Bhandari, CSMO Ashwin Sheth Group.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause
Recognizing
to
dynamic
Bhavik
leadership is the
Bhandari.
award for CSMO of the Year, and the
And I
award
believe,
goes to Bhavik Bhandari,
we have
CSMO Ashwin
a
Sheth.
family member collecting the award. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. Congratulations to Bhavik Bhandari. Please pass on our congratulations. And with that, let's move ahead and find out our next winner.
Honoring the rising star shaping tomorrow is the next gen icon of the year, and the award goes to Dr. Advocate Harshul Savla, D-Lit, developer, best-selling author, world record holder, TEDx speaker.
And a mighty congratulations to Dr. Advocate Harshul Savla. Is he there with us in the room right now? He was there definitely in the first half of today. I believe he's not here, but let's give him a big, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, let's move ahead to our next award.
Stepping in our next segment, which is branding and marketing, acknowledging brilliance that defines the category of innovative marketing concept of the year, and the award goes to Mantra Properties and Developers Private Limited for Manish Malhotra for One Residences by Burgundy.
Well, join me in applauding Mantra Properties and Developers Private Limited, Innovative Marketing Concept of the Year. Well, truly a great concept by the team. Let's encourage them with a big, big round of applause. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, those hoops and whistles, please. Well, they say when the starters are getting around, you need to have more energy, so prove it with your next hoot as we move ahead to the next award.
Taking it a notch ahead is the OOH Campaign of the Year. And the award goes to Hira Nandani Communities for the arena at Hira Nandani Fortune City, Panvel.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, this award only happens once in a year, 17th edition. Let's make it maximum with your applause and hoots. And joining us for the next award for this applause-worthy moment is
highlighting the best performer in the most innovative use of social media, and the award goes to Insomniacs Digital Private Limited for Hira Nandani.
Mighty congratulations to the team of Insomniacs Digital Private Limited. Let's give them a big round of applause as the team joins us on stage. Most innovative use of social media. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Insomniacs Digital Private Limited. And now let's see who's the next champion joining us.
Saluting the champion in the category of Integrated Brand Campaign of the Year, and the award goes to Ashwin Sheth Group for Orange Dot ASG rebranding. And Kalpataru Limited for Kalpataru pre-IPO brand campaign.
So first off, we'd like to call upon the Ashwin Sheth Group for Orange Dot ASG rebranding. Let's give it up for the Ashwin Sheth Group. And let's now welcome the Kalpataru Limited for Kalpataru pre-IPO brand campaign. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Integrated Brand Campaign of the Year.
Come on.
And as we continue the path to excellence, let's move ahead to our next award.
Celebrating milestones and looking ahead in the category Digital Marketing Campaign of the Year, and the award goes to Aura Brand Consultants Private Limited for Galaxy Height.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for the Aura Brand Consultants Private Limited for Galaxy Heights Digital Marketing Campaign of the Year. A lot must have gone to win this award. Let's encourage them with a big round of applause. Come on, Mumbai, let's bring in your hoots and whistles. Show us your josh and energy. And as the celebration continues, let's go ahead and find out our next winner.
As we progress, we applaud the winner in the next category of Best Brand Storytelling in an Ad Film. And the award goes to Kalpataru Limited for Kalpataru Brand Film.
Well, truly, they're winning a lot of awards. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, Kalpataru Limited. Congratulations. Come on to the entire real estate industry in the room. Let's make some noise. And let's now cue in for the next celebratory with our next award.
Spotlighting the achiever, setting benchmarks in the category Marketer of the Year. And the award goes to Sudarshan Banerjee, CMO, Ashwin Sheth Group.
Ladies and gentlemen, Marketer of the Year, Sudarshan Banerjee. CMO, Ashwin Sheth Group. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, much more hoots in the room. And let's take that celebration one notch higher with our next award.
Moving forward, we recognize excellence in the category of Advertising Agency of the Year, and the award goes to Insomniacs Digital Private Limited.
Well, another pivotal win right there. Let's give it up, ladies and gentlemen. Insomniacs Digital Private Limited. Congratulations. Come on, Mumbai. You can be much more better with that applause and energy. Insomniacs Digital Private Limited. For the strength they represent on stage, let's give them a big and a strong round of applause, everyone. Come on, Mumbai, a big, big round of applause for them. Advertising Agency of the Year with those hoots and whistles. Well, I'm sure the celebration for them is going to continue long after this. Let's move ahead to our next pivotal award.
Moving forward, we have our next segment, which is Builders and Developers. First is the Developer of the Year Residential, and the award goes to Raymond Realty Limited.
Well, a lot has gone into winning this award. Developer of the Year Residential. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Raymond Realty Limited. 17th edition of the Realty Plus Excellence Awards West. Congratulations. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to revisit one of the awards because our winner wasn't in the room, so we do not want him to miss out this moment. Let's move ahead to our next award.
Honoring the rising star shaping tomorrow is the Next Gen Icon of the Year, and the award goes to Dr. Advocate Harshul Savla, D-Lit, developer, best-selling author, world record holder, TEDx speaker.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a big, big round of applause. Dr. Advocate Harshal Savla. And ladies and gentlemen, before we continue with the award ceremony, we'd also like to celebrate the trailblazing entrepreneur in our category of Entrepreneur of the Year. And ladies and gentlemen, the award goes to Gopal Sardar, founder and CEO, Vibe Realty Private Limited.
We now move on to Individual Achievement Award, hailing the leaders in the category of CEO of the Year. And the award goes to Rohit Gupta, CEO, Mantra Properties and Developers Private Limited. As we progress, we applaud the winner in the next category of Best Brand Storyteller. We now move on to Individual Achievement Award, hailing the leaders in the category of CEO of the Year. And the award goes to Rohit Gupta, CEO, Mantra Properties and Developers Private Limited.
It's absolutely okay. We're going to take the final cue from me. So we're going to be going ahead to the Entrepreneur of the Year. And ladies and gentlemen, can we have Gopal Sardar, founder and CEO, Vibe Realty Private Limited, to please join us on stage. Please take my announcement as the final one. Let's give him a big, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome Gopal on stage. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a big, big round of applause. Gopal Sardar, founder and CEO, Vibe Realty Private Limited. And with that, let's move ahead to our next award.
Let's now proceed to the Developer of the Year, Ultra Luxury and Lifestyle. And the award goes to Suntech Realty Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Suntech Realty Limited a big, big round of applause. Developer of the Year, Ultra Luxury and Lifestyle. And with this, as our presenters, we'd request you to stay back and give me more company, but I'm going to be requesting another presenter to join you. Let's give it up for Shraddha Bagla, Director and Country Lead for Real Estate Financing, HSBC India, to join us. Let's give our lady a big round of applause as we welcome her. Thank you so much, Ms. Bagla. And as she's here with us, let's proceed with our next award.
Taking it a step higher is the category of Developer of the Year, Luxury, and the award goes to Runwal Realty.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Runwal Realty, Developer of the Year, Luxury. Let's give them a big, big round of applause as we welcome them. Congratulations to the team. Come on, Mumbai, we need to celebrate each other's win with your applause and those hoots. Congratulations to Runwal Realty. And ladies and gentlemen, now moving ahead to our next category with your focus on the screen.
Bringing more glory to the stage is the category of Developer of the Year Township, and the award goes to VTP Realty.
Mighty congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, VTP Realty, Developer of the Year Township. Come on, Mumbai, much more hoots. Where is that energy going? Those trumpets and whistles. Congratulations to VTP Realty. And next up, let's go ahead with our next win.
Next is the Emerging Developer of the Year, Industrial and Warehousing, and the award goes to KSH Infra.
Mighty congratulations, KSH Infra, on bagging this award. Let's encourage them with a big, big round of applause. Well, it's all happening on the 17th edition, ladies and gentlemen. Realty Plus Excellence Awards West, right here in Mumbai. KSH Infra. Let's give them an encouraging round of applause. And the celebrations continue with our next award. Request your attention on the screen.
Honoring a venture-driving innovation is the Startup of the Year, and the award goes to Annex Advisory Services Private Limited.
Well, a much-deserved moment for them. Let's give it up for Annex Advisory Services Private Limited, Startup of the Year. And joining in for the next award is...
Advancing the Prestige is the category of excellence in customer service, and the award goes to Piramal Realty for Piramal Vakunt.
Mighty congratulations to the team at Piramal Realty. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big, big round of applause as we welcome them. Excellence in customer service. And as the night continues, we move ahead to our next award.
Highlighting excellence once again is the category of excellence in delivery, and the award goes to Narang Realty.
Let's make this moment even more special with those hoots. Calling upon Narang Realty, congratulations. Come on, the night is still very young. Let's continue with those hoots and applause. And cheers to our next honor tonight.
Amplifying the honor is the category of Fastest Growing Realty Brand of the Year, and the award goes to True Realty.
Mighty congratulations, True Realty, Fastest Growing Realty Brand of the Year. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let that applause and hoots continue.
Roll up in the club and get shit cracking.
And as the conversations continue, we'd like to humbly thank Mr. Sethi. Mr. Sethi, thank you so much. We'd request our other presenters to please stay back. Let's give Mr. Sethi a big, big round of applause. And maybe invite Flavia Agnes, women's rights lawyer, founder, Meglis NGO. Let's give Flavia a big, big round of applause as we welcome her It's true, and it's a true honor as she's joined us. Let's give it a big round of applause as we welcome her on the stage. Come on, Mumbai, we can be much more graceful with that applause. And can we have somebody guide her towards the stage? Come on, Mumbai. Let's shape up with your applause, everyone. Come on, let's play some music and welcome our lady. Thank you so much. And with that, let's proceed to our next award.
We now move on to PropTech and Flex Awards, celebrating our first awardee in PropTech Digital Transformation in Real Estate. And the award goes to Great Sense.
Well, as we move ahead to PropTech Digital Transformation in Real Estate, let's give it up for Great Sense, everyone. Congratulations to the team. Great Sense PropTech Digital Transformation in Real Estate. And join me in celebrating our next win with the next award.
Showcasing unmatched brilliance is the category of PropTech Startup of the Year, and the award goes to Arc VI.
Arc VI, congratulations, PropTech Startup of the Year. Let's encourage them with your hoots and whistles. And our next excellence showcase on stage is
Introducing a highlight of the evening, the category of PropTech Brand of the Year, and the award goes to Realty.
mighty round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, PropTech Brand of the Year. Congratulations, Team Realty. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big, big round of applause and much more hoots from the audience. And taking that celebration ahead, let's find out our next award.
Taking center stage now is the category of PropTech Innovative Solution of the Year, and the award goes to Absolute CX by Insomniacs for Convo AI.
Absolute CX by Insomniacs. Heartiest congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big and a mighty round of applause.
Category of Flex Space Aggregator of the Year, and the award goes to
Well, truly a picture-perfect moment for them. Let's encourage them with your applause. And well, the night is young and brewing with excellence as we move ahead to the next award.
Reaching new horizons is the category of Flex Space Aggregator of the Year, and the award goes to Flexo PropTech Private Limited.
Congratulations, Flexo PropTech Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, let's encourage them with a big, big round of applause. And with this, a big thank you to Shraddha and Flavia. Shraddha, thank you so much for joining us, and Flavia as well. Of course, the conversation is going to continue. We'd just like to humbly thank Flavia. Sir, please stay back. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. We'd request you to please join the audience now. Let's give it a big, big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, a big, big round of applause as we have Ms. Flavia. And before we move ahead, just a subtle reminder for all of you to please stay back for the group photograph, as that group photograph is going to have all the winners of the 17th edition of Realty Plus Excellence Awards West. And now for the finale, we're going to be inviting on stage two of the leaders who are giving their best in making Realty Plus it is. Let's give it up for Tripti Kedia and Sapna Srivastava. Can we request both of them to please join us on stage? Come on, ladies and gentlemen, a magnanimous round of applause to the two women leaders who are shaping the industry and who are the faces of Realty Plus, to join us as our presenters on stage. And as we have them on stage, let's move ahead to our next award.
Unveiling a true testament to skill, the category of Enterprise Workspace Design of the Year, and the award goes to Dexterous Workspace for One BKC Center.
Mighty congratulations, Dexterous Workspace for One BKC Center, Enterprise Workspace Design of the Year. Applause continue, everyone. And the next winner adding to the glory is...
Adding another chapter of glory is the category of Co-working Brand of the Year, and the award goes to My Branch Services Private Limited.
Join me in applauding, ladies and gentlemen, My Branch Services Private Limited. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring that energy high up with those roofs. Well, we're on the final set of awards, so ensure the energy is to the highest. Let's move ahead to the next award.
Illuminating the stage next is the category of PropTech Marketer of the Year, and the award goes to Govind Rai, co-founder and CEO, Insomniacs Digital Private Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, PropTech Marketer of the Year, Govind Rai, co-founder and CEO, Insomniacs Digital Private Limited, accompanied by his entire team. Let's give them a big, big round of applause and congratulations, Govind. And ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere as we have the group photograph on the other side, welcoming all the winners of the 17th edition of Realty Plus Excellence Awards West. Let's give it up for the leader, Govind Roy, everyone. Come on, much more hoots in the room. Well, cheers to the team as we move ahead to our next award.
Bringing another moment of recognition, Architectural Firm of the Year, Hospitality, and the award goes to DSP Design Associates.
Join me in applauding, ladies and gentlemen, DSP Design Associates as they bag Architectural Firm of the Year, Hospitality. With our next category is
welcoming another star of the evening, the category of Best Interior Design Commercial, and the award goes to Space Matrix Design Consultants Private Limited for Russell Investments, Mumbai.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Space Matrix Design Consultants Private Limited for bagging the Best Interior Design Commercial. Let's give them a mighty round of applause, everyone. And remember, we're going to be celebrating all of you as a group with a group photograph on the other side. So requesting all the winners to stay back. And let's give them a big, big round of applause to Space Matrix Design Consultants. And to the next iconic win, let's find it out.
Shining the spotlight on yet another icon, Architectural Design of the Year, Residential, and the award goes to RSP Design Consultants India Private Limited for SD Corp Epsilon.
Mighty congratulations, RSP Design Consultants India Private Limited. Let's give them a big, big round of applause and congratulations. Come on, Mumbai. Let that applause continue. And ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for the final 3 awards. Stay back as we have the next group photograph coming up. Let's start with the next award.
Honoring extraordinary vision through the category of Interior Design Firm of the Year, and the award goes to The Canvas.
Mighty congratulations to the team of The Canvas as they bag the Interior Design Firm of the Year. Let the music continue. And joining us in Spotlight next with our award is
Turning the spotlight to remarkable achievement, the category of Best Interior Design Firm Commercial, and the award goes to Space Matrix Design Consultants Private Limited.
another incredible win for Space Matrix Design Consultants Private Limited. Surely their evening and night is getting fantastic with these awards. Congratulations. And ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead to the final award for the night. It is
recognizing unmatched passion and dedication, Interior Design Firm of the Year, Residential, and the award goes to DSP Design Associates.
Join me in applauding, ladies and gentlemen, DSP Design Associates, Interior Design Firm of the Year, Residential. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, show us your energy and Josh with those trumpets and hoots. Interior Design Firm of the Year, Residential. And with this, as we have our presenters and leader with us on stage, we'd request now all the winners of the 17th Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2025 West to please join us on stage. We'd give you a minute plus, maybe request all of you to please join us wherever you are. If you're in the pre-function area as well, to please join us. We'd want each and every one of you to be a part of it, because it is said that as an industry, you'll all grow collectively. So may we urge all the winners to please now proceed towards the stage. Our dignitaries as well. Can we have the ones at the back to please join us? All of you, we're going to be giving you a minute. Let's play some music and let's invite all the winners. It's now time for the group photograph of the 17th edition of the Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2025 West, right here in Mumbai. The 17th edition has proven to be spectacular. This is a final call for all the winners to join us on stage as we prepare to capture each and every one of you as a group celebrating the win. If anyone's in the pre-function area, may we urge you to take that time out, join us on the main stage, and all the ones in the room to dial in your colleagues and ensure that all of you are a part of this moment. May we request Tripti and Sapna as well to be a part of this beautiful photograph. One final call for all the winners. If you're in the pre-function area, take that time out and be a part of this group photograph celebrating the winners. We'll give you another 30 seconds, calling upon all the winners of the 17th edition of the Realty Plus Excellence Awards West, right here to join us. And the final arrangements are on. We've got the spotlight on all the leaders, the winners, the bright stars. One final call as we have each and every one of you being a part of this conversation and this photographic moment. All right, to all the winners, at the count of 3, 2, 1, you need to give us your maximum cheer. Are you guys excited? Come on! Winners, you can give yourselves a big, big round of applause as well. Or a thumbs up. Come on, give us the biggest hoot. Yes, that's what we're talking about. And please stay still as we capture you in this moment. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the winners for joining us. As we conclude with the 17th edition of the Realty Plus Excellence Awards West, we'd like to humbly thank each and every one of you for joining us. You've been a fantastic audience. We wish you all the very best with the editions ahead and the evening and night ahead. Drive back home safely and fly back home safely.
Well, I would suggest the entire team of Reality Plus, if they can come, and we can take an award for each and every person who has contributed to make this award successful. It will be a lifetime remembrance, along with Sapna ma'am, Tripti and the entire team, Apurva, everyone, if they can come on stage. Please, I would request every person of Reality, thanks to Anurag Chandra Saab, Batra Saab. He has an excellent team. I think there is no replacement of such people. You cannot get photocopy of such people ever in the universe. They are masters, they are unique. I would like to invite all of them on stage to have a group photo with them.
Can we request the entire team behind the 17th edition of Realty Plus Excellence Awards West 2025 to join us on stage? Inviting the ops team, production, content, business, all of the team to please take out some time. I know everyone's busy and there's a lot of work in the night ahead. We still have a lot of work ahead, but we request the entire team to freeze in the moment and urging the Realty Plus team, if you can hear me in the pre-function, to please join us. Inviting the Realty Plus team to please join us on stage for the final moment as we conclude on the 17th edition of the Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2025 West. One final call for the team of Realty Plus to join us on stage.